Chapter 21, The Ugly Truth? Kill her. That's what they want me to do, to kill that girl. I feel sorry for such a girl. She is as old as me, her face was messed with, her left eye gone blind, her head gone nuts. And now they want to kill her. To tell the truth, I'd rather not. How can I kill someone who I already read what they wrote and understood their pain? I liked these poems she wrote, they were mostly about killing and gore, yet some of them expressed how she felt, how trapped she was, how she was trained and brought up. She was abused because of her appearance, she was abandoned and lived in some orphanage like me. Well, I had Nurina, so I was very lucky. Would I have been like that child if there were no Nurina? Maybe. I was in a bad mood after I left that place. I told them that I will do it right before I leave Solitude, but I had no plan in mind. I wandered the streets of the city as it started to rain. It was getting late. Rain is good. What should I do? The girl will die either way. She will be executed once they get no more information from her. And if she talked, she will be considered a traitor to the Brotherhood and must be killed. Don't get me wrong. She is an assassin, but, after I read her journal, I had some mixed emotions about her. She may have been better off if she was abandoned at Riften. Nurina would have brought her well. But now she is a psycho killer with a poetic fetish. Hehe, I kind of liked her poems and I want to see more of them. Sheogorath really did a number on her. A/N, Sheogorath is the Daedric Prince of Madness and all the fun stuff. While I was walking, I saw someone familiar. If it is not Rustning of the college. I greeted him. Jon of the White Wolves, well met kinsman. He greeted in a Nord way. I see you dueling a lot these days. I started a conversation. Not as much as you, how many have you dueled till now? 11. He asked. 12 this morning. I answered. Some people wanted to go against me these past couple of days and I took many head on. I wasn't into fighting them as I really wanted to fight some strong people. See, anyway, what brings you to this part of the city? Rustning asked. Thinking, rethinking, and overthinking. I answered how my mind was feeling. Ha! You look like a man who needs a drink to me. Rustning laughed. Come, come, follow me. Where to? I asked. The college has a place in each hold and there where we stay, I have some good Argonian blood wine. Rustning said. Fine by me. I followed right away. Walking in the main street that links the Blue Palace to Castle Duer, we arrived at a well-established manor. It looked the same as the other buildings in Solitude, most of them were built in a manner special only to the city. As I entered, I could really see how majestic this place was from the inside. This place was full of magical energy as many light sphere from the spell mage light were all over the place. They seemed to not use normal candles or lanterns for illumination, but they used mage light spell. There were many books and circles of magic all over the place. Seems like these students from the college use this place to study. There were also many flower pots from many locations in Skyrim. Sorry, the place is always messy like this. Rustning said. No, not at all. The place is actually beautiful. I said. Glad you like it. Another voice came from upstairs. It was that haughty woman, Lady Ferelda. Fancy seeing you again. So it's you, the boy who the assassins couldn't kill. Ferelda said while smiling. I am glad it wasn't Lady Ferelda who wanted me dead though. I said, it was a joke. If I wanted you dead, people would have seen it as a natural disaster. Ferelda said while smiling. Scary, this woman is scary, rather than the scary Ferelda from the game, and due to many mods, this Ferelda is actually beautiful but scary. Let's not get on Lady Ferelda's bad side from now on, haha. I said while breaking into cold sweat. This woman is ranked as a senior wizard. Nurina told me about the ranks before, and wizard is as a high one. I don't remember the rest of the ranks now though. A/N, I am using Oblivion's ranking system and will explain it later. What brings you here? Farelda kicked the jokes aside. I invited him for a drink. Rusning said. Now you are buddies? Farelda asked with a mocking tone. We fight and share a drink, then we become friends, that's how it works. I cut in. Farelda was taken aback and then shook her head while sighing and said Nords. Then she went up and left. She is actually a nice person but she hates losing, you understand? Rusning said. I know, just like my mothers, they would beat oblivion out of me even it was just training. I said while remembering me spars with Hilda and Nurina. Mothers? Rusning asked. Yeah, I was adopted but my real birth mother comes to visit. I said. I thought you were from an orphanage. Rusning said while offering me a seat and bring a bottle. I was, the headmistress is my adoptive mother, she was the one who taught me magic. I said without thinking. Oh. So she is also a wild mage like you? Rusning made a face of wonder. Wild mage? This word was not in the game. Ah. This is what we call the mages that didn't grow up in a magic teaching facility like the college or a mage faction. Rusning said. Ah. I see, I am maybe what you call a wild mage but mother is not. I said. That explains why you're that good. He said and offered me a tankard. What about your other mother? She has her own problems. I said, I don't normally talk about Hilda to anyone but people you don't know are not bad listeners. What about you? I never thought I would see one Nord from the college, let alone 5. I asked. Not everyone hates the college. My great-grandpa was a mage, and our family at that time was rich and happy. After many years my family declined so they thought to send their child to become a mage too, and that's how I ended up. Rusning said. Family problems, let's drink to never have that ever again. I raised the tankard. I'll drink to that every day. He raised his tankard and said. After chatting for a while I came to know that guy and I really liked his personality. You never told but your mother who adopted you is not a Nord, right? Rusning said going off topic. Yeah, she is at the college now. I was a bit drunk so talking was smooth. Whoa! Who is she? I know everyone. He said. She is a Dunmer, her name is Nurina. I said nonchalantly. Suddenly I could hear something fall and Rusning who was drinking started coughing and his wine came out of his nose. He was choking so I hit his back with my palm and he came back to life. Nurina Aaron! Rusning shouted. That's her. I said. He was opening his mouth like an idiot, one can send a whole egg in and out with ease. Suddenly we heard fast footsteps coming from the stairs and Farelda jumping with wide-opened eyes. Where? Where is she? Farelda was looking around. I looked at her and asked, where is who? Hey, Rusning, where is Nurina? Farelda asked. She is not here, but Jon here says she is his mother. Rusning said and pointed at me. Mother? Impossible. Nurina would never do that to me, right? He is a human, right? Farelda kept talking to herself then she turned to me, hey, you, tell me the truth, if you lie I'll know, if you hide something I'll know, if you think about the idea of thinking about lying or hiding something, I will definitely know. Farelda turned crazy for a second, then she looked and grabbed me by the shoulders, what is Nurina to you? She asked. SHSH she is my AA adoptive mother. I broke into sweat and was started shaking. Farelda's appearance gave me shivers, she was shaking and due to the lighting, shadow was on her face which left her golden eyes gleaming. She also released a lot of pressure. It doesn't seem you have lied. She said, where were Nurina all these years? I was totally intimidated by that woman. She just headed to the college a month ago. I spilled the beans. And where was she before that? Farelda demanded more answers. I honestly didn't want to answer but that was not possible now. She was at Riften. I said. Doing what? She asked. She was the headmistress of the orphanage. I said. Farelda's face turned from full glare to shock. She staggered backward and put her hand on her head. All these years my Nurina was alone in Riften, and I couldn't find her anywhere. Farelda started mumbling to herself as she went upstairs in unsteady steps. But wait a minute. What was that just now? And what did she say, my Nurina? The hell is going on? I looked at Rusning, who was in a daze. Hey, what is in oblivion is going on? Rusning looked at me and took some time for him to collect his thoughts. One of the 7 wonders in the college was called Nurina Aaron. She is the cousin of the current Archmage Savos Aaron, and she was the head of the Conjuration Major, but she disappeared one day. What could make the college know that she is alive and well was because she made some connection with an underground organization to deliver messages to the college and keep up with the situation there. Rusning said. The only reason we think Senior Nurina disappeared was Teacher Farelda. You see, I don't know if this is an elf thing or some girls do that, but Teacher Farelda is in love with Senior Nurina. Older members of the college used to say that teacher always clung to Senior Nurina all the time and was stalking her, which caused Senior Nurina to disappear. Rusning said, Teacher, on the other hand, kept looking everywhere for her for nearly 16 years now. Oh. Okay, so it was like Wait just a second. Who was doing what? When is going where? I can hear words but they don't make sense when my brain scans them. Time up please. Reboot system. Report bug. What is the hell? Let's review the conversation log once again. Nurina was at the college, check. Savos Aaron's cousin, check. Head of the Conjuration Major, makes sense. Escaped from the college, sounds like her. Farelda was the reason, more reason to hate Altmer. Farelda loves Nurina, go away. Farelda was Nurina's stalker, that's too scary. Hey, what the hell was that? Does this even make any sense? Hey author, were you drinking? A/N, that's harem hashish? A/N, illegal. Then how the hell did you come up with that? A/N, it popped up just now and I wrote it just FK off. This guy is just running out of content and seems to be throwing all weird sh*t on me. No, this can't be right. Too much headache now. The assassin girl's matter was one thing, but Nurina's matter is just too awful to handle. I also need to handle Hilda's problem and a dragon breakout in the future. Isn't the author just too mean? Let's keep drinking for now. Hey, give me more wine. I said. I got you. Rusning said, what an understanding person. The matter I talked to you from before, just keep them a secret for now, too much trouble will pop up because of it. I said. Rusning nodded quickly. This is too tiring. I just can't get my head into this anymore. Still, I need to find a way to get to Winterhold after the tournament. I said to myself, thinking about the future. You are going to Winterhold? Will you join the college? Rusning said. Yeah, I am planning to for some time, then I'll go wander Skyrim after that. I said. I see, then you can just come with us. Rusning said. How do you travel to Winterhold? I asked. By a ship, of course. He said. Perfect. That solves one of the problems. Hey, can I get 2 places? Chapter 22, Day 5, Let the match begin. A/N, my 7-year-old laptop reached the end of its journey yesterday. I rewrote this chapter on my phone, and don't expect any editing because my shoulder is stiff as hell. Also don't forget about Patreon and Discord links in the end of the chapter. I went out of the college's manor in a good mood. Some shocking events happened, but I managed to find a fast ship to Winterhold. Better head home now. This day was too much for my mental health that I want nothing to do with it anymore. This night, I'll sleep on a different side. New day, new me. Next morning I woke up with a headache and hangover. Seriously now, nothing goes how I want these days. I had to drink some hangover remedy potion, it tastes awful. Today was the last day of the archery competition, which no one for some reason takes seriously. The horsemanship, on the other hand, is one of the best features of this tournament. One needs a horse to participate and luckily, Jon Battleborn has one, so we will be using it, one each day. But today, I have more important matters. I need to make a plan to get rid of the trouble that the assassins caused to themselves by targeting me. First, I need to know how the place looks on the inside. Second, I need to know how to get to the girl. Finally, I need her to cooperate with me. The first one is actually sneaking into one of the most fortified places in Skyrim, the second was a prison infiltration, and the last was nuts. The castle doesn't seem like anything from the game, so let's put the game data aside, I need at least to have way in and out. I went to the main yard of the castle, which was used as the arena, and kept going back and forth looking at the place. No one would ask me anything, as a known participant I have every right to be here. Next thing was to determine which place was the fastest way in and out of the castle and of the city. I also need to survey the sewers. I remember a place from the game that could lead to outside the city under the tower near the heart of the city, that was so exposed, but I can think it is well guarded now. As my escape route was roughly planned, I can now think of how to get in. What's more important to a thief is knowing how to get out before knowing how to get in. I remember that in the game there was a cell in the jail that one can break its wall and escape through the sewers, and unlike the game, each city has a sewer system. That is the best way to make a quiet escape. The place where they should keep the evidence is either a place that is locked well or a place that is considered an office. These answers need to come out of the guards themselves. The man I can talk to about that was, of course, Captain Aldous. The man was watching the duels right now. He didn't stand in the VIP area or any special area, he just found a place near the seats and sat there taking his rest. "Well met, Captain," I said while walking to him. "White Wolves John, well met," he greeted back. "How were the matches?" I asked. "Heated, the teams from Solitude are clashing with each other fiercely, it's sad to see infighting from the same city kids," he said. "Oh, which teams?" I asked. "Wolf Fangs and Wolven Storms," he said. "Strange, aren't those the teams supported by Thane Erikur and Thane Bryling?" I acted as if I was taken aback. Those who played in Solitude a lot knew about the bad relationship between Erikur and Bryling. "So you know who sponsored them?" "It's more sad to see the politics affecting the sport, but a man of my position shouldn't talk about such matters," he said. The man didn't want to involve himself in politics, it seems. "So, you here for something?" he asked. As a matter of fact, yes. I was just going to ask about the interrogation. I asked. "I really wanted to tell you that we got something good from the girl other than the singing and the strange words she says, but all we could do we just writing down what we could understand," he said. "So, can't I by any chance at least know what she said? Maybe I can get a clue of who wanted me dead," I said. "Oh. Okay, follow me," he said. "What? Just like that? Well, this is getting easy for some reason." The man headed towards the jail and I followed. The jail was right next to the arena. After we entered, the atmosphere inside was cold and desolate. It was poorly lit, yet the place was mostly clean. We just turned right to a room with a few chairs, chests, and a desk. It was a bit empty, but it fitted with the atmosphere of the jail. He offered me a seat and went to a certain chest, then he took out a note. He handed it to me and sat. I had to read it, even it wasn't my goal. Well, this was interesting. Seems that the mental state of our friend is not going so well. She started talking to herself, and questioning her was hard. Even after she was tortured, she kept talking crazy stuff. I had to make myself useful, so I started saying nonsense. She seems to be under some severe mental stress or some backlash of an emotional shock. Maybe the death of her partner was too much for her. It can be considered post-trauma stress disorder, and blah blah blah. Captain Aldous looked at me as if he had some headache. Okay, I don't really understand any of what you said, can you make it a lot easier? Ahem, what I said was some healer terminology, but these were mostly guesses. To give a certain answer I need to do an examination. Unfortunately your rules say that no unauthorized people are to enter the J. I was pulling his leg. I can make an exception. His leg got pulled. Oh, thank you. I can't promise anything but I'll be helpful as much as I can. So far so good, as the victim of the assassin, I am the last person they need to worry about. But after going into the dungeon, I could feel that matters are not as simple as I thought. This place is really a castle. Thick walls and strong structure, every door is locked and every corner is watched. That will result in more planning and tools. The dungeon was deep like a well, so we went down to the lowest floor. It seemed that this part of the building is older than the rest. The cells which were in the deepest part looked very dark, old and cold, only a few candles lit the place from outside. In there, I could see a horror scene. A girl in rags sitting on the ground hugging her knees and moving her body forward and backward repeatedly. Her hair was on her face and madness was in her eyes. She looked left and right like she was feeling something threatening. She was saying something in a low voice and replying to herself. Captain Aldous stood far from the cell door and looked at me. I walked to the door and stood under enough light for the girl to see me. "What's up?" I said. The girl looked at me like she found the cause of her suffering. Her facial expressions didn't have any hint of anger, yet her black clear eyes looked like the abyss and glared at me. I am not a fan of horror movies, this really is creepy. Still, I need to see how far this girl can think. I started talking, but all I said was parts from the poems in her note. Once I say anything she starts to repeat after while looking to space me and say the poem to its end. She was trying not to forget the things she wrote, so she ignored everything else and made herself mumble all that she wrote. Such love for poetry is unhealthy. I think some light can enhance her mental state. She just can't calm down after witnessing her friend's death, being chased and tortured. She will be better in a dozen days or something. I gave Captain Aldous what he needed to hear. Fine, after the tournament, if she doesn't talk, she will just be executed, he said. I was turning away and leaving with him. Just as he turned to lead the way out, I took something and put it into the cell without him noticing. I couldn't see the girl's reaction though. On my way out I made a promise to him that I'll come once again before the tournament ends, as I was leaving after it does. This is the best way for a nosy guest like me to drop by once again. Just make the promise on the way out, always works. Just as I got out I heard someone calling. I challenged Jon of the White Wolves. Who was that? It was Argur Swifthilt from Golden Swords, Solitude Most Dazzling Jr. Among the main 31 participants, few were undefeated. On top of that list was me and Argur, as well as Vilkas from Companion's second team, Ralof from Windelm's Stormcloaks, as well as Lydia from Whiterun's Warm Aidens. A/N, see what I did there? Looking at Mr. Handsome, it really seemed that one beak cannot hold two tigers. I walked in a lofty manner and stood right in front of him. And I accept your challenge, Blondie, I said in a dramatic way. When? This afternoon. The Blondie said as he made an irritated face from being called Blondie. Fine by me, prepare to eat dust. I turned away while saying. Some of the people were glaring at me after taunting him like that. Some girls started taking sides and it was a bit hectic. Returning to the inn, I informed the boys about the challenge and borrowed Battleborn's sword. Facing Argur with a weapon as heavy as Agni Ra is not a good idea. After all, this guy hits like a machine gun. There is only 1 hour left to the afternoon, so I wore my full gear and warmed up. They are: Amulet of Akatosh, Magikar Regen 25%, Gold Ring from Nurina, Magikar Regen 150%, Reinforced Sneakers, Speed up 15%, Reinforced Gloves, Magicka Consumption down 10%, Belt, Link Magicka and Stamina 25%, Plate Armor, Fortify Armor 40%, Reinforced Leather Arm Protector, Health Regen 75%, reinforced leather leg protector, stamina regen 75%, steel masked helmet, awareness 4 meters, A/N, summer mist mod, fixed to fit the story Battleborn sword cold song, ice damage. I don't like the chainmail or the heavy arms and leg protection, they put too much white and it affects the stamina consumption speed. After getting the hang of the sword, I switched completely to 1.5 sword style. Unlike the game, weapons can't be classified easily as two-handed or one-handed, even some swords that doesn't look like a great sword must be held with 2 hands, actually most swords should be carried in 2 hands unless you are holding a saber, rapier, or an arming sword, swords with short grips that get used with shields for example. Other than that, most swords should be carried with 2 hands such as the katanas of the blades. Also, no sword can be classified as a great sword easily though, an actual great sword length might overcome 2 meters like the Zweihander swords and they only fit the big grunts. Axes and blunt weapons are much simpler but there is an art to them too. That knowledge was bestowed upon me by the Hilda. I remember when she asked me about weapons and I classified them as one-handed and two-handed like the game with full confidence. My ass was handed over to me that day. Back to the topic. Battleborn's sword was nearly 120 centimeters long, bastard sword with excellent craftsmanship. I saw the damn thing and I fell in love with it. One can only love such a sword. The hilt's grip was made of white wood that probably came from Riften, the pommel was round, engraved and beautiful, and the crossguard was straight and had good thickness and balance. As for the blade part, it can be called strong, which is the wider base of the blade attached to the hilt, and weak, which is the thinner half to the blade's point. The edge of the blade was sharp and the point was steady. I sheathed it after getting used to its length and weight, can't afford to miss any detail in this fight. I also made preparation for the spell-bound sword. The sword I can conjure is a Daedric sword. Its style and balance were all over the place though, as it had the length of a saber with the thickness of a cutlass. And thanks to the chance, bound weapons are a bit lighter due to its spectral properties. In the end I can wield 2 swords, yet I am not optimistic about the damage they can deal. I regretted not learning more bound weapons spells as it can make my style much more diverse. I'll learn how to bound a spear and a bow once I get to the college. I was in deep thinking until the time came. I and the boys followed by Sviti reached the arena. But what the hell is that? The place us just too crowded. Did the Jarls duel each other or something? I planned to wait and see, but I found that everyone was urging me to go into the arena. So that crowd is for me? I kind of feel flattered. Hey, aren't those Torij and Elisif? Scald the grumpy, Balgruaf my friend, creepy Ijrod, big bad Ulfric, depressed Korur, sleeping Lila, Dengir of Stun Paranoia, and the plainest Jarl of them all Igmund. A/N, I just don't have any impression of that guy beside them. There was the Bard's College headmaster Virmo, Maven Blackbriar, Eorland Greymane, Kodlak Whitemane, Wizard Feralda, Thongva Silverblood, and all the heavyweights that came to the tournaments. What the hell is that? Did they decide to end the tournament today or something? Suddenly I heard a horn blowing. Virmo popped out on some platform and blew the horn of the match. Then he spoke. Welcome, people of all holds. Today is a day of duels, a day that some of the best juniors of Skyrim will meet each other in front of your eyes. The participants are here, the guests are here, the fighters are here, then let's begin. After that, he pointed to me and Argur to get to the arena. Ahem, behold Argur of Clan Swifthilt. His name holds fame, long has been built. The challenger he is, on the west right now. Unsheath your blade and give us a bow. After Virmo said his introduction, the spectators made an applause for Argur, who bowed to every direction. On the east is Jon, known as Dare, with iconic hair as red as a flare. His style is fair, magical, and bold. Will fight in ways that no one foretold. Virmo introduced me and many cheers erupted. I raised my hand and made a V sign. The horn was blown again and Virmo kept speaking, with fighters being all here. Give them a hearty cheer. And fighters, hold no grudge. As there will be a judge. But the beginning will be true. As the king do say so. Torridge was who smiling stood up and everyone in the VIP stood to him, but he signed for them to sit. Elisif stood beside him and he whispered something to her. As he finished, Elisif stood forward and raised a hand, then she spoke, "In the name of the High King, let the match begin." Chapter 23, Jon Dare vs Argur Swifthild A/N. I watched tons of YouTube videos for the sake of that chapter. A/N, third-person POV. Let the match begin. Cling cling cling. Jon and Argur were already holding themselves, and when they got the permission of the king from the queen's mouth, they didn't wait for any instructions from the judge. They didn't even think about trash talking. 3 exchanges, which were too fast that most of the audience weren't even ready to watch, started looking around asking where that sound came from. After the 3 exchanges, both jumped back. They already have a rough idea about the other, but that made things more clear. Argur held his broadsword front of him with 2 hands. Jon held the sword in a different pose, which was more of taking a guard by raising the sword's hilt to a high point to his right with the blade guarded downwardly. They both started moving in a circle and scanned each other again and again. They have already made many moves inside their heads for every possible response from the other. Jon took a half step forward, but Argur changed his stance into a stabbing pose. Jon took another step and changed the pose into straight guard. While everyone was thinking how will Jon attack, Argur jumped with swiftness and stabbed with one hand towards Jon's left shoulder. Jon was ready as ever and deflected the opponent's swords with his left arm guard and stabbed with one hand too. Argur felt threatened and tilted his body's upper half away from the stab, retreated 1 step, held the sword with the other free hand and slashed the sword that was deflected away downwardly. Jon took a step back, evading the slash by a hair's width. He didn't hold his sword with 2 hands but slashed with one horizontally. Evading this was hard for Argur, so he retreated his hands with the sword to guard his side. Sure enough, the swords hit, but Jon was not done. His second phase was in a straight kick to Argur's torso. Argur could no longer block or evade, but this was still not a problem. This strong kick might do some damage, but it's a one-way ticket backward. Argur was sure enough sent back by the kick. He didn't put much effort resisting. His idea of not resisting was sure brilliant enough. In the VIP seats, Ulfric Stormcloak and Torridge were already sitting leaning on their knees. Ulfric was an old war dog, but Torridge was not some unexperienced young man. Both were keeping up with every detail of the fight. Jon and Argur began another fast exchange. The scenario from just now was recreated once again with different tactics and traps. Jon has much more diversity in attacking. He can punch and kick and utilize his body to the fullest. Argur was relying more on speed. His actions and reactions were swift and his sword was like an extension of his body. Balgruuf the Greater was got into a heated analysis commentary with Ulfric Stormcloak. Their eyes as well as everyone were focused on the match, but listening to them was very important as the 2 experienced warriors were reading the match. Argur decided to put an end to Jon's momentum. He jumped back and made a stabbing pose once again. He stabbed then stabbed again and again. Jon was evading back, left and right with now no chance of counter-attacking. He could remember the Chinese martial arts movies that had the same technique but was used with spears. This technique can had some good chances to counter, but being used with a sword made it slow yet hard to go against. It can't be compared to fencing as it was being done with 2 hands and supported by the mythical strength of the different world. It didn't look like Argur was going to finish today. He was gaining momentum and space while making Jon hot on heels. Jon started to think and changed his footwork. He was waiting for a single attack that can go his way. Argur didn't read this, but he noticed that Jon started to slow down a bit early, the best way to intimidate anyone with an attack to the face, and that's how Argur planned. The attack came aiming at Jon's forehead, yet that was the moment he was aiming for. His opponent's range was wide but took time to retreat the sword. Jon didn't retreat back 1 inch but tilted his upper body almost 90 degrees to the back and used his sword to block Argur's sword and keep it up. Jon's counterattack came right after in another kick, but this one didn't land on Argur's torso, it landed on his left knee from the side. Argur, who had a lot of momentum, suddenly felt a pain in his knee that caused him to retreat his body, yet Jon was already on his right side now, so he could only use his left side. Using that side meant relying all the weight on that knee. It was not good, his knee can't carry him as it didn't recover and Jon's second attack was coming. Sacrifice needed to be made, Argur threw his weight on his bad knee and fell to the ground while flipping away. After he could secure a foothold, he slashed horizontally in 270 degrees slash to his behind. The wind slash carried a lot of might yet low accuracy. Jon, who was chasing after Argur to press him, had to jump backward. Argur stood hastily and another stabbing pose was perfectly made. This pose can make the opponents think twice before making a move, especially when it was done by Argur. The VIP, the people, the arena guards and the imperial soldiers of the legion that were guarding the emissaries were at loss for words. Everyone clapped at that exchange. Jon was too unusual and his ideas didn't just came out of the box, it made the box look ashamed of itself. Argur's speed, judgment, and wisdom far surpassed his age. These two youngsters are two rare geniuses that came out from the same nation. It meant a lot to the people in the VIP seats. Jon walked around and played with the sword like a clown. The sword was spinning around his right hand, showing another level of control. This was a direct taunting for Argur, who on the other hand smiled back. Jon couldn't help but smile too. His opponent was too good. He started to feel his own growth once again. Fights like this with an equal can make the person only better and better. Argur could already deal with the pain in his knee and could ignore it. The next showdown was about to begin. Cling 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 cling, slashing and clashing again. Argur didn't go overboard with speed and Jon didn't do any tricks. They were saying, I know what you are thinking, but who moves first loses. Jon wanted more speed training from Argur, but he can't afford to reveal many cards this early. There were few ideas he can use, but he was waiting for the right chance. Argur knew what Jon was thinking, but on the other hand he wasn't looking forward to Jon's next trick. To him, Jon was so capable that he can make an idea out of nowhere and apply it right in the fight. To him, the creativity of Jon was like an unreadable future. He can't waste his time trying to think of the way Jon will use to counterattack. He had to corner Jon or deplete his stamina. Jon was attacking in a wide manner. He wanted to put an end to the opponent's stamina too. Argur was just too good. Their talents varied, but if one put the talents aside, Jon knew he would be played by Argur. Jon had a rebel mindset that if one made him choose between one or two, he'll immediately think of three. This was reflected on his style. He can be cornered, but he will rebel against that and make a flashy way to counter. The match has already passed 10 minutes, everyone was worried. Stamina was what the warriors relied their lives on. If someone lost his stamina in the middle of battle, his life is already as good as lost. The exchange of swords reached its peak. Jon could only describe this as a kendo match that has gone haywire. Suddenly and out of nowhere, Argur made a precise stab to the gap between Jon's left shoulder guard and body armor. The tip of the sword was starting to sink in Jon's flesh. This was his turn to make a sacrifice. He let his left hand go of the sword grip and retreated his left side around his right leg, avoiding a major wound. He tried to scare Argur away with a horizontal upwardly slash with the ice song in his right. It was the best anyone can do, but Argur was not done yet. This was the payback to his knee. He mustered all the power, weight, and speed he can and directed a hit right to Jon's sword ice song. The sword was in one hand and being swung, so it was not under full control. Just as the swords clashed, Jon's hand couldn't keep up with Argur's force. The sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with clink clink clink. Argur was at the top of his focus and no way for him to miss the chance. His desire to win was reaching the upper limit of just a desire and turned into frenzy. He moved from each his legs, making a stance and in the same time kicking ice song away with his left. His sword was in a downwardly stab pose as his hands were on his left side and was about to thrust the sword at Jon. He was smiling widely for the victory he could see, taste and smell. But just in the very next second his face turned numb and he staggered backward. Argur didn't know what happened, but everyone else was already on their feet from what they saw. When Ice Song fell, Sviti was screaming, Wulfur and Jon were glaring. Half of the crowd held their breath and the other were saying gibberish words as their minds already on high function. The VIP area suffered the most as Elisif was jumping in victory pose and Torij was opening his mouth. The rest were standing, even the mages were shouting. Arger's way of the sword was of a way of planning genius, Jon's way of fighting was of an illuminated genius. Arger's win was anticipated for half of the people, but this was a bit sad for Jon. Yet that move that Jon made was out of every text or sketchbook there were about fighting in Tamriel, it came right from Clown's textbook. Jon jumped backward with a strange trajectory making his legs rotate around his body midair, his right leg smacked Arger right on the face, his face took the kick with all its might and his consciousness went to oblivion and came back in a second giving Jon the chance to land upwards down on his hands. Jon launched himself again with his hands and landed on his legs, he didn't have enough from just that, he made another round again retreating completely from Arger's Maai. A/N, Maai is a Japanese martial arts term referring to the space between two opponents in combat, formally, the engagement distance. The place was silent, no one has ever seen this before in a fight, thieves can do these moves but not in actual fight where all unnecessary moves are openings. This was just too absurd, even creativity should have a limit. Jon, who landed far away just now, was huffing after the intense engagement. He thought, parkour, my life savior, Daedric Prince of Gymnastics, give me your blessing and I'll make you a shrine beside my cat shrine. Jon was having the time of his life in that match, he didn't notice that the fetishes he has, are growing in number. The audience, on the other hand, has already passed the shock and denial stages, they reach the reaction stage, the place was erupting with applause, even the people that didn't come or hear about the fight were already trying to enter the castle's arena after that loud applause. The VIP was already hectic long time ago. Ijrod was glaring at Elisif who let her emotions slip, Ulfric was smiling, Torridge opened his mouth more, and the rest were having a unique reaction each. Arger and Jon glared at each other, Arger was having a conflict between his emotions, he could already taste victory, he planned every move and even kicked Ice Song away from the arena, why is that young man still standing with no problem at all? He looked at the sword he kicked and said, you have no weapon, better sir. But he didn't continue. Jon has already made a spell come on each hand. Arger's heart sank, magic is strong and Jon is known for his strong spells, this will not be easy if Jon turned the tide by magic. As Jon casted the two spells, two swords appeared on each hand, the swords were spectral and looked sinister no matter how you describe them. At the beginning of the match, Jon used a long sword which was longer than Arger's broadsword, but these swords were shorter than it. This only meant a totally different fight style will appear once again, the possibilities of Jon now has increased. The Jarls who were dissatisfied about Jon using magic didn't mind the bound sword spell. These were also swords after all. Jon faced Arger and pointed the right blade to him, it was a haughty move that Arger won't get taunted with, but with his mind set just now, he jumped at Jon like a mad person. His swords was on his hand was slashing with both speed and power. He was not angry anymore, he was focusing every piece of his being on his sword right now. Jon noticed how Arger was focusing, this is a very wondrous state of mind known as the zone. All the unnecessary movements are cancelled, all the necessary movements are accurate, everything is how it should be, a top-notch style. Jon couldn't afford to lose here, he focused his magicka and perception on the blades he summoned. This was another special way to enter the same mind state, the zone. Magicka was the mystic power that can be commanded by concentration, and using the manipulation methods of magicka, one can direct his concentration. Right now to very focused young warriors engaged in a heated exchange of power and speed once again. It was just at the level of experts. In the eyes of experienced warriors, these guys have already won, no one of them can be considered a loser. In the eyes of the audience, if any of those two lost, it will break the hearts of everyone. The only way out of this dilemma was for them to continue fighting till the both reach their limit and it can be called a tie. Everyone thought of the same idea, even the helpers of the two. Only two people disagreed with the rest, they were Jon and Arger. After few exchanges were over, the two were already out of breath and barely able to raise their swords. Jon looked at Arger and laughed, then coughed few times. You look like you were beaten up by a troll, Blondie, Jon said. You look like the same, redhead Argur said. The both laughed while catching their breath. Jon and Argur knew it won't end well that way. They said something but this time the people didn't hear. They both moved away from each other to the directions outside the arena but stopped at the line. They both called for someone. Jon called for Wulfr and Argur called for a teammate. After a while, their helpers removed the gear from them and both of them walked back to the arena without an armor or a weapon. The people already understood how this is going to end, a brawl. Looking at each other, Jon has already devised his plans. Outside the arena people were discussing the matter with heat, some has already started cheering for Jon and Argur at the same time. Battleborn looked at Wulfr and asked, "Did he say anything?" Wulfr shook his head and looked at Jon in the arena, he was just smiling slyly. Smiling, he is up to no good again. Battleborn said as he was already used to Jon's mischievous acts. Nah, you only joined with us lately but this is something you must remember. Wulfr looked at Battleborn with a serious face, never brawl with Jon on the arena. Jon and Argur stood against each other again, the fight has already lasted for 20 minutes. Jon cracked his fingers and neck, he squatted and made all the preparations. Argur moved his stiff body once again and raised his hands in brawling pose. Jon saw this and shook his head in his mind, if that coach from his past life saw that pose. 10 generations of Argur's ancestors will be cursed in a second. Jon took a stance, hands guarded up and feet moved up and down lightly. Jon hasn't trained much on martial arts in his past life but the basics were hammered into him, he watched tons of movies and was able to recreate his version of parkour, of course he made his rough version of movie martial arts. Argur didn't think much of Jon's stance but he was still aware of Jon's capabilities, yet he knew that his won't lose easily too. Argur wanted to rely on speed and knock Jon with fast strong punches, yet he had some sense of déjà vu followed by numbness in his face. Jon attack light speed with jab, jab, right hook. The people were at a loss for words once again, one should muster a punch by rotating his body to the opposite direction. The rotated back with speed while throwing the punch. What Jon did was not a textbook brawling either. He moved his hands from the stance and only rotated his body with the hook to a single direction. His feet started to jump faster and changed positions. Argur didn't read the next attack at all. The punches came but Argur was ready and evaded to a certain point, but when he left punched to counterattack, Jon evaded lightly to the back and countered with a single right punch to Argur's left ribs. Argur was annoyed, he decided to be the one to break the silence and use leg attacks. He moved his right leg to make a straight kick but what met him was Jon's left leg hitting his leg away. His state crumbled and staggered. A right hook, left hook, kick straight sent him back to the ground. Jon's stance didn't break for a second, his punches targeted the head, that was too hardcore even for a brawler. Argur didn't stay on the ground, he stood up again while say come at me. Jon didn't hesitate, he moved forward and right kicked Argur's right leg. After it hit the kick changed to a side kick and dived into Argur's abdomen, this was just the start. Jon retreated his right while jumping with the left, once the right landed in the ground, the left moved in an arc to Argur's head who managed to guard by his right hand. Argur staggered to the side but Jon gave a chase and jumped while rotating midair and landed a light left kick to Argur's head with a heavy right kick to his chest, then both landed on the ground. Jon staggered while standing up again and the judge ran to check on Argur. Everyone held their breath. Argur was still moving but looked in no shape to fight, he coughed blood long ago and his body was full of wounds. Jon wasn't any better but was standing still. Few seconds later the judge stood. I declare Jon of White Wolves the winner. That was a tough fight. I loved the swordsmanship of that fellow, but when he asked me to end it a brawl, I told him not to do it. Well, he brought that upon himself. Fighting him in armor and using weapons, I couldn't do anything to him that easily, but once we used bare-hand martial arts we were in totally different planes. This the difference between those who have watched Yuri Boyka and those who didn't. Well, let just get healed physically now and mentally later. But just as the healer was done with us, Captain Aldous came out of nowhere, you two are ordered to come to the big seats. The big seats are what I call the VIP, I can foresee a headache. I gave a hand to Arger who limped to stand. After a while, we reached the place and the guards let us in. The place was sure nice, the big shots were all in one place. We bowed to High King Torage, a light bow, Nords don't bend the knee. We were congratulated with promises of many gifts and stuff. I had to refuse Ulfric advice to join him in Windhelm. Torage was giving him a cold eye but he completely ignored it. Ijrod Ravencrone and Balgruelf are the only Jarls I have a good impression with, so I promised to visit them for sure. Elisif, on the other hand, was really worried about Arger for some reason. I don't know the reason, but curiosity is killing me. I tried my best to hear what are they saying and I caught something. Sis, you're embarrassing me. I swear I could hear Arger say that. Damn. I just beat up the royal brother-in-law, good thing we are Nords. Anyway, after evading Ulfric, I was excused and could run away back to my friends. Let's head home, I said. We left with a lot of cheers, and the guards made a path for us to the participants' entrance. I changed into my dandy-style clothes and covered myself with a cloak. I was planning on going to the bathhouse but I saw a strange out-of-place shop. The shop had many cages and looked a bit new. What is that shop? I asked. This is a pet shop where rich girl come to buy pet animals. Sviti said. Milk drinkers. Battleborn reacted. Rich people. Sigh. Wulfur followed. I was in no mood to reply. I finally found it. After a full lifetime, I can make that dream come true. I will die with no regrets this time. I am going in. I said, for me kitties. A/N, there is a poll in Discord about the Civil War, come and join us. Chapter 24, Skyfire Pet Shop A/N, many thanks for @mo.fi.sa. On Patreon for the first donation on this novel ever, let's carve his name on the wall of Windhelm and give him a free ticket to Sovngarde. Kitties, phew kitties. A strange heavy voice sounded, excuse me, do you sell kitties? It came from the entrance direction. A girl stood in the store wearing expensive clothes and had a tied hair. She turned around to see who came into her family's store. But what she saw scared oblivion out of her. A huge shadow blocked the light of day that comes from the entrance, it gave a powerful aura, the candles in the shop went down from that aura, the animals in the cages quieted down as well, the figure walked slowly making some weird laughs. The girl was scared, she was about to scream, but suddenly the huge figure fell on the ground turning into three smaller figures. The place was dark and the girl couldn't see any of the figures' features clearly. A voice came from behind the figures, finally, he's down. It was a girl's voice. If he wasn't originally tired, by Izmir, he would have dragged us through the whole town, a young man's voice sounded out. But after a second the atmosphere froze, the strange voice could be heard once again, phew, sticks and stones may break my bones, but kitties will revive me. The figure in the middle bended its limbs in a weird direction and stood on all four, it suddenly creeped like a spider towards the girl with high speed. Do you sell kitties? The girl was about to scream and fall back once again, but suddenly one of the figures on the ground jumped and fell directly on the creeping figure. Caught him, sorry about that, are you all rig? A strong voice of a young man spoke to the store girl, but it suddenly halted. The boy saw a ginger girl, with sky blue eyes and pure beautiful face. The girl saw a boy with strong build, dark hair and brown eyes. Something sparkled in their eyes, but that's a story for a bit later. A/N, 5 minutes earlier, outside the pet shop. Hey, these shops are for milk drinkers, you can't just go in. Battleborn was trying to stop Jon. He won't listen, look at his eyes. Wulfur said. His eyes are turning into that of a cat, his mouth too, he is not listening at all. Sviti was pointing from afar. A/N, basically like this, Omega, that doesn't look good to me. Wulfur press him from above. Battleborn said. How? Wulfur replied. I don't know, climb on him. Fine, and you cling to his legs. All right, Sviti, give us a hand. Leave me out of this. Damn it, he is moving. Press him harder. I can't, watch out, we are going in. The appearance was that of 3 young men, one was walking and the other 2 were restraining him, one clinging on his shoulders, and the other from his legs. There was a girl too, but she didn't get involved. Finally they entered a shop. A/N, back to the present. I am all right, very all right. The girl was speaking without concentration while looking at the boy. Give me kitty kit. Jon was about to rise again, but Wulfur punched him back to oblivion without breaking eye contact with the girl. It seemed like even Jon can't break the pink atmosphere that was forming right now. Hey, is Jon all right? Sviti asked Wulfur while giving a hand to Battleborn on the ground. He is very all right. Wulfur replied in a soft voice and a slow manner. For some reason, Sviti and Battleborn felt shivers, even Jon stopped resisting. Wulfur, what happened to Jon? Battleborn asked. I punched him. Wulfur said. What? Is he all right? Sviti asked and came beside Wulfur, who was still on Jon. Wulfur was looking at a girl and the girl was looking back at him. Sviti waved her palm between them and they suddenly reacted. The girl looked away and blushed red. Wulfur looked left and right with a pale face, then he finally looked down. Oi, Jon, what happened to this guy? Wulfur shook him. Answer me. Battleborn and Sviti looked at each other and their faces turned serious. This was a scary moment in the history of Wulfur. Damn it! My head feels very heavy. I remember that feeling. Once I played a prank on Isolde, but I mistook her and it was a different girl. After that someone punched me. I got familiar with Wulfur and Sviti after that day. This punch is just identical. Was it Wulfur again? I'll have his ass this time. I could open my eyes finally. It's a bit dark but I see light. What is that? I sat, but the place around me was strange. I was sleeping on fur, but I was in a cage. Yes, a cage. Wait. What's going on here? I was heading home after the fight and something about cats happened. My memory is not really clear. Hey, anyone here? I called. Ah, you finally awake. Battleborn voice came from somewhere. He awoke. Can we get him out now? A girl spoke, but I didn't recognize her voice. Just leave him until we confirm his sanity. Sviti said. 4 figures came front of the cage. Seriously? You knock out your old daddy and put me in a cage. I could understand what happened now. We can't afford you to go berserk again. Battleborn replied, just to make sure, did your head cool down? Get me out or else. I was in a grumpy mood. Battleborn just touched the door and it opened, so it wasn't locked. How embarrassing. I got out of the cage and looked around. This is a store I kinda remember. Sorry for just now. I looked at the girl who looked like the clerk. Mental fatigue must have accumulated after the match and I berserked out. Ah! Your friends have told me, congratulations for the win. The girl talked in a shy manner. She was a beautiful girl with light ginger hair and blue eyes, kinda similar to me, but she has her charm. I am Jon, sorry for the trouble. I said. I am Porna, welcome to Skyfire Pet Store. The girl called Porna said. Oh. Pet store. Right? Cats. Kitties, my memories came back all of a sudden. Don't even think about it. Sviti warned me, she actually was scary. Porna was hiding behind her. Ah. My bad. Sorry, do you have cats? I asked, holding myself to the limit. The girl looked at me and smiled wryly. This store is more focused on exotic and expensive animals, especially those which has magical properties and those which can fight and hunt. Oh. So that kind of store existed. this is really like some MMOs. Why didn't a game feature like that come to the world? Was it a mod? Let's think of that later. Magical properties, does Nords even like that? I felt it strange. They crave for it, we don't really say they are magical, but if it's from nature, then Nords won't think of it as anything strange. The girl said. But you just said that to a Nord. I said. And not just any Nord. Horna said. It's Jon Dare, the one who defeated the mages in their own game. Oh. You know about that? Of course I was famous. Yes, I was there that day. Most of the girls went to see the match of Argur Swifthild and I was lucky I was there that day. She said. Anyway, may I interest you in one of our creatures? Horna said. Wow. Just like Isolde, this girl has a merchant face too. What kind of animals do you sell? I asked. Anything that can be trained. My clan trained most of these animals so they are friendly and all. I also have some recommendations for you and you warrior friends here. She said. You clan? I asked. Half of us are tamer, weird hobby for Nords et? But we were brought up many of these beautiful creatures. She said, I normally manage the store but my ma goes back to the clan for the other ones, the big ones that can't be sold in a city, you see. Ah. Why is this world turning too mystical all of a sudden? So what's do you normally sell? I asked. You finally asked, follow me. She said while turning around, but when she faced Wulfur she clearly blushed. The hell? I looked at Sviti, she shrugged and was unusually silent. Let's ask later. Following the girl we arrived at some small cages. This a dragon frog, cute isn't it? Mages buy dozens of these beauties. She pointed at something. That thing was a frog, a big one. But it had 2 wings and it looked like it can use them, it also had scales like that of a lizard. I have seen these things in books, this creature also made an appearance in the Elder Scrolls Online, I think it's weird but they really sell it. Why do mages like these? I asked. They are clean, airborne, and magical. They can evolve into a magical creature once they adapt to a certain element. She said. What else is there? I asked. There are canines like the Alikar hounds and Breville retrievers which are preferred by hunters. She said pointing at a cage. There are also the bear dogs. She pointed at a cage. There are also Morthal Mastiff, a true fearless beast. I like that one. Skyrim wolfhounds. Oh. The ones from the game. There are also wolves and bears cubs but we don't display them here. You can order them though. Bears? Sign me up. There are also Goors, we import them from Morrowind, some like to pick them as mounts, but their prices are a bit high in Skyrim. Oh. I know that one, they are bipedal reptilians from Morrowind and Black Marsh, they are the replacement for horses there, I also see them as some sort of dinosaurs. Nurina used to raise one when she was young. There are also foxes right over here, many kinds from Skyrim, Hammerfell, and elsewhere. They are my favorite. Also their mounts in our outer store, horses and ponies, Goors and also goats, elks, and rams that can be mounted. I think we had a war boar once but De cried like a baby and took it to himself. She said. What an interesting father. Finally on our tour and the thing that might interest you the most are the felines. She finally said it. Finally I couldn't help but let it out. Time for his kitten heaven. Battleborn laughed. Let's call it Kitten Guard. Wulfur said. He actually cracked a funny joke, people laughed at it too. Something changed about that guy. Seeing the felines as only cats is belittling the might of one of the scariest breeds ever lived. Cats by the way are favored by Dibella, the goddess of love. There also is a breed of cats which is considered very cute, is also the favorite pet in the old magic guild, even the college now has 10s of them around. Horna said. Everyone made a serious face when she made a speech. Wait a minute. You are speaking about the mage sentry cats, right? They are in the college. I asked. More than the mages themselves. She said. They tend to cling to people with purer magicka and also no one can escape their senses. She said, so if you are going to the college then just buy something more expensive. Ahem, suitable. I heard that. There are a wide variety of cats and dragon frogs, but most can only be found in the college due to evolutions based on magic. She said, we on the other hand can sell you lynxes which are more honest than cats if they were raised well. The clan also imported half-sench breeds. She said. Seriously say that earlier. As you may know, senches are sort casiates that comes from elsewhere, unlike their bipedal brothers and sisters, and they may breed with felines like tigers and lions, giving us many variants like sench lions, sench tigers, sench leopards, and sench panthers. But the best choice in my opinion are the saber cats. They are faster and can adapt to Skyrim better. She came to a halt when she reached an office. We also stopped after her. So, dear customers, have you made your mind? Horna said while making a merchant smile. I am gratified from the amount of the stuff you guys sell. I couldn't help but say. What are you talking about? This is a small just pet shop. The real business is done by almost half of my clan. We tame, hunt and fight. This shop is only a place for youngsters to manage and a place to make deals. Most of the stables in Skyrim deal with us. She proudly said. Damn it. This girl is not simple. Anyway, you guys can be patient, most of the orders take a lot of time. She said, and also you need to wait for my mother to come from the arena, she knows what's in stock better than me. One question, please. Someone finally interrupted her. Oh, that was me, sorry, I am just dizzy. Does your shop sell Pokemon balls? I asked. No, what is that? She asked back. It's a magical device from my past life, people who had many pets kept them within these small balls. I said with complete honesty. Whoa, I want some of these myself, that's so handy. But wait a minute, what past life? She said. Ah. That's one of his usual jokes when he is not sure about something, he normally involves past lives and dragons for some reason. Sviti cut in. Dragons. Horna was taken aback. Dragons are real, you know. I said. Seriously? Horna was full of wonder. They are not. Wulfur, Battleborn, and Sviti said in unison. They are. I said, 5 years from now they will return. This is a normal argument we always go in since the time of the orphanage. He just loves dragons too much, don't take him seriously. Sviti assured Horna. Nah. I always wanted to see one when I was young. Horna said. Ha. Joke's on you guys. Maybe dragons should be real after all. Wulfur, who was unusually silent, spoke. Pfft. I couldn't hold myself anymore, this guy has fallen, and fallen hard. Sviti and Battleborn looked at Wulfur as if they looked at a traitor. This was really fun, but that fun didn't last that long. We could hear footsteps of someone coming to our direction, we were deep into the store so we couldn't tell who was coming. Suddenly Horna ran to that direction and looked. Oh! It's Ma! That's what she said. Look good, Wulfur, aunt-in-law arrived. Few breaths later the woman came in. The woman that arrived was tall, red hair, blue eyes. I couldn't help but stare. I couldn't help but freeze. Why is she here? Why does Horna call her mother? I looked at the woman and she looked at me, she also froze. I couldn't help but to look at Horna once again, who was telling her that there were customers. Words were stuck in my throat. As if they were wrestling which one to come first. Why are you here? Who is that girl? Why didn't you tell me? What's going on? All these words couldn't break free from each other, but one word from each sentence broke out. Hilda. Chapter 25, an ambush A/N, there is a new channel number vote on Discord, there is a vote about the Civil War now, go check it out, much better than the old one. A/N, a side novel for this novel was made for the special plus 18 scenes, Skyrim, Sexual Adventures of Jon Dare. This novel is family friendly again. A/N, Bjarna will be changed to Bjorna, apparently Bjarna is a male name and the female version is Bjorna. A/N, the last chapter was unedited the first few hours, it's now edited to the best of my current ability. Enjoy. Hilda. The woman stiffened in her place and was surprised to see me, silence took over but someone spoke. Hilda? You know Auntie Bjorna reacted. I was taken aback. What auntie? Wasn't she your mother just a while ago? I couldn't say that as it was still confusing, I just pointed between the so-called mother and daughter while making a dumb ee. He. Look at yar dumb face lad. Pretty much confusin' me and det she troll. The woman said, Oi am much prettier you know. He. What the hell with this lady? She looks like Hilda? But the accent is so out of place. You are not Hilda? I asked. Poor lad. Oi told ER to visit ya every once in a while. Figured you'd forget how she looked like. The woman said, anyways. Name Scatty, Hilda's me oldar sista. I was processing this event but it felt like my brain was having a hard time keeping, just more headache for me. Wasn't Hilda the one who taught you fighting after that day? Wolfer tried to remember, I didn't really tell him the truth about her. I nodded. What? Auntie taught you fighting? Bjorna yelled. Believe it or not, this lad got lucky and Hilda saw talent in him. Scatty said. But how did you recognize me? I asked as I wasn't sure just yet. Your ma told Hilda you're comin' to town, Hilda told me to keep an eye. Scatty spoke while finding a seat. This, still is, confusing. I sighed to myself. Ya don't need to worry. Ya LLC Hilda in year, she told me she'll be bringin' ya to the sermon, don't die till then. Scatty was still talking in that manner. Yeah thanks, still it's strange to see how much you resemble each other. I said making a wry smile. Lair. Hilda's the older one, she's like giant besides me, Oi am a bit shorter, and she acts like a bandit and drinks all day. Scatty said, somehow I could feel that she is very close to Hilda. And you act like a pirate. That was Bjorna. I kind of see that this girl was suffering for some reason. Stinkin' brat, who's the pirate? Scatty retorted. There was a bit of argument but I think I passed the trauma. One question please, are there any more sisters I should be aware of? I had to ask that one. Nah. It's just me, Hilda, and a dozen brothers. She said. A dozen? I yelled. Ha. Look at your dumb face. Scatty laughed. The trauma came back. So, ya all came here to buy something. Scatty said. John wanted cats. Bjorna said. Cats? Big ones? Scatty asked. Well, it happened like this. Bjorna started to tell her the story from when we entered the shop. Scatty was laughing but I didn't want to remember that experience once again. Ya had it hard lad. Scatty was amused, but that won't do. If you want a beast then wait until ya see Hilda. Why? I asked. Hilda's aren't in something good for ye, Oi don't want to spoil the fun, but it's better than anything we normally sell. Scatty said. Is the word cat anywhere in its description? I asked. Just look forward to it. Scatty sighed. Okay. If it's Hilda then I won't argue. About your friends here, did ya see anything you fancy? Scatty asked the trio. Looking at Battleborn, he puffed his chest and said, I am no milk drinker, if a beast can't fight then what use do I have for it? If a beast can fight, It'll eat a brat like ya once it's hungry. If you want a beast, then you have to raise it from the time it was born. Skadi gave a cold reply. Battleborn was taken aback and didn't argue, he started thinking about it. What about ya big boy? Which do ya fancy? Skadi turned to Wolfer. Wolfer said I. And his face turned stiffened. Poor guy. What were you thinking about just now? Skadi noticed and frowned, then she noticed Porna's face turning red, she glared back at Wolfer. A bear. Skadi said, if you can't raise a bear then you're no good. Rest in pieces my brother. And ya la say. Skadi turned to Sviti. I really have nothing I want. Sviti was about to cry. Come on, you can do better. Skadi insisted. But I don't want a beast. Sviti was about to cry. Fine, ya can have a fox. Skadi decided. And ya ll have a hound. Then she told Battleborn. Seriously now? How do you do business like this? Speaking of Wolfer, as he was not speaking. I pointed at him and asked Skadi about the bear thing. But I was cut in by her. The biggest bear cub I find is his. Let's hope it will be a panda, as pitiful and gentle as Wolfer. I sighed for God knows how many times this day. Skadi led us to a place where we found small foxes. Sviti picked a white snow fox. John Battleborn didn't have it hard, he could choose a pup of a bear dog. If this thing grows well it will be scary. Next year, ya drag your friend here with ye. Skadi said. Next year I'll be in Winterhold and he will be staying here. I said. I'll figure something out. Wolfer said, brave as ever. Fine by me. Skadi said. Excuse me. Does your shop offer a cat therapy? I asked something that was on my mind. Oi don't know what's that lad? Skadi asked. You see, in my past life people would go to cat therapy places to sit with a lot of cats for a day and get healed by how fluffy and cute they are. I said. Oi could use some of that mizzlef, but what's with that past life? She asked. John believes in past lives and dragons ma, it's just a joke he says. Porna said. Good to believe in something while ye are still young. I used to believe there is a dragon living on High Hrothgar when I was young. Skadi said while looking to the space. Okay. Let's not confirm that point. Anyway, it was nice meeting you Skadi, it really took me by surprise. I said taking our leave, I am all beaten up after the match today. Fine lad, don't get yourself into trouble. She said, don't know what she meant by that but she looked at me right in the eye. I am planning to make an upheaval though. We said our farewells and left the shop. Wolfer looked back at the direction of the shop few times. We traded few pets with some coins and Wolfer's heart, sounds like a good bargain to me. I said teasing him. Wolfer didn't reply but he walked to Battleborn. I am taking your horse. Where to? Battleborn asked. I'll go to the horsemanship contest, I'll go first. Wolfer said and ran. We looked at each other then sighed, it's not going to be easy from now on. A/N, third person POV. After John and Co left, Skadi looked at Porna and asked her about what does she think of John and his friends. Porna's impression on them was good but when it came to Wolfer the girl was stuttering in words, it made Skadi smile. Then she started asking about John. The strength he showed today in the fight was amazing for a youth in his age, he was unusual and his ideas were really strange. In her opinion, he was a dangerous foe to face either with a weapon or not. She was a veteran brawler and she could wrestle with even bears, yet she didn't think she can win against his style on equal strength. Better grow up lad, Auntie wants a fight. Skadi was smiling like a beast. Did you say something ma? Porna overheard something and asked. Nah. Nothing. Skadi said. Enough slacking then, go do your chores, or no booze for you tonight. Porna yelled at Skadi. When did you be my ma? Skadi was complaining about her daughter. Scatty went up, but she looked at the place where Jon was standing and remembered something. Dragons. A/N, first person POV. I was quite in a strange mood after meeting with Scatty and Bhorna. They were very good people, and other than Hilda, this was my first time meeting relatives. Seems like the clan I hail from is pretty much wealthy too. Thinking about it, I still don't understand why they had to let go of me. The 25 years old me doesn't care, but the 15 years old does. Was I carrying some sort of secret? Did they know that there is a possibility in the future that I may become a Dragonborn? I am not sure about that myself, but the thing that happened seemed big and I don't think I will know unless I hear them. Me losing to my emotions yesterday and showing a shocked face was truly beyond my ability. I really liked Hilda and never minded her at all, but Scatty was really different now that I think about it. I haven't seen Hilda and stayed with her only a week. No matter what my emotions are, I don't think I can remember her appearance now that well. Let's focus on being better for now. I can't protect myself from a troll. How can I be of any use with my current strength? I slept on these ideas. A day passed. Wolfer made a good record yesterday, as he had a lot of steam to blow off. It was my turn today, so I took the horse and headed to the track. I had a long sword on me, so I was prepared. The track starts from the first gate of Solitude, going down the road, passing the stables, turning left to the docks direction, galloping over the docks, crossing the bridge over the big warehouse under Solitude, then galloping all the way to Solitude Lighthouse. Someone will ride behind me to record my time and see how many targets I hit. The leaderboard had the 3 top records, with the college at the first place, followed by the Companions' second team and White Plains, the team that was supported by Jarl Balgrua F. This was unexpected to many. The college didn't look that good in physical arts, but the surprisingly made the highest score, and it was not Rusning, it was a girl named Jolma. The reason was her initiate ability to cast spells in a very fast rate, and she had a good amount of magicka too. The girl really was like a machine gun who can shoot the same apprentice level spells twice in a second from one hand. That was the college for you. It was rumored that she could hit the target at least twice before she passes it while speeding with the horse. Problem is, some targets were really close to each other, so most riders will need to slow down and make a hit, but she would spam spells like crazy while riding fast. The time between her and Vilkas from the second place was a challenge to beat. It was my turn and I was riding on Battleborn's horse. It was your typical Skyrim horse, big legs, large butt, dumb face. It wasn't that slow, but I didn't like it. I have ridden horses in my past life and they were Arabian horses. Tall, fit, strong and beautiful. This thing was barely as fast as a camel. Its name was Meatloaf, and don't ask me why. I was at the start line and a man came with a horse after me. This was the judge of the race. He would record how many targets I hit and record the start time on the sundial near the start line and the finishing time on the sundial near the last line. He nodded and told me any time now. I held the reins tightly and pressed on the horse with my legs with a haya. Leaning my body forward while the horse starting to gallop, I could feel the fresh air on my face. Down the road through the stables there was a hanging target. It was a sand sack. A lightning bolt spell in my right hand made it explode. Cancelling the spell, I turned to the left after reaching the turning point. There was a target concealed in the corner, but a spell can get it easily, and so it was. Galloping again and hitting many hanged targets easily, the ground targets started to appear. I switched to the sword and started taking the down. Reaching the bridge I could see 3 targets in the same spot, one hanged, one on the left and one on the right. That was going to be hard. I didn't speed up, but I sheathed the sword, shot the left and right with magic, then unsheathed the sword once again, stood on the saddle and slashed at the hanging target. I could hear the man riding behind me saying nice. The next challenge was after the bridge. I could see many ground targets left and right. Recalling some TV show scene, I sheathed the sword and switched to bound sword on both hands. I made an upper slash while rotating my arms a full circle with every slash. Every target was hit successfully. A/N, like the Dothraki rider from Game of Thrones S74. I really wanted someone to get that on camera. Nothing hard came after that and I could reach the lighthouse with no problems. After passing the finish line, the man jumped down and ran to the sundial installed on a platform under the sun. He took a charcoal pen and made a mark, then looked at the other marks and checked the note of the target record in his hand. "You took the second place," he said. "Damn. Seriously? That girl from the college was better than me? Fine. I am not even dissatisfied," I said. "You have done well, see you at the group duels, my boy," the man said and left away. I was in a good mood, so I stood to watch the sea for a while, then rode and headed back. While I was riding, I felt the air change and my alarm spell made a tech sound in my head. An enemy. But where? I looked in the front and in the back, but no one was there. Tech 3 times. That close? I galloped forward, but I could see nothing. I made a detect magic spell and I could see a reaction from the roadside under some boulder. I didn't think and fired a lightning bolt. The only reaction I got was an arrow flying at me. Act now. Think later. I don't know how many enemies, but the ambush they prepared didn't work and it seemed they have no plan B. Amateurs. Let's catch them. Chapter 26, Murderer A/N. An extra large thanks to @mo.fi.sa on Patreon for reaching the second tier and becoming a companion. A bounce chapter will be posted after this one. The road was narrow and hardly anyone would find a good place to hide and make an ambush. This meant these fellows had made adjustments to ambush me, knowing that I would be alone. Unfortunately for them, Nurina taught me that one can never be too careful. This is why I always activate the alarm spell and charge it to last longer. Dark elves like Nurina have been met with a terrible hospitality after they fled Morrowind, so having a high awareness was what made them survive. I learned all that from Nurina and I could survive 2 attempts on my life now. About the current situation, the ambushers don't seem to be experienced in making a strategy. It reminded me of an event that happens in the game when the player gets attacked by hired thugs. Anyway, now 2 of the ambushers had spears, and the other had a bow. One of the spearmen was blocking the road behind me, the other 2 were at the front. This was a strategy to deal with a rider. So, let's not ride. I went down from Meatloaf and hit its butt to clear the place, wouldn't want the horse to get injured. "Who sent you?" I asked. "Look at him courting death, if you remained on your horse you might have a chance to run," the archer said. "Seems like he is the boss around here. Tell me who sent you and you will get out of it alive," I said. "Making them angry is better than keeping them cool-headed. You'll know once we send you to oblivion," the man said as he was aiming at me. As I go into combat state, the spell Okatas Recticle activates Ston Eskin. Protection is good at any case since I was unarmored. I ran towards the 2 in the front while unsheathing the sword. As I get near to the spearman I throw the sword at his unarmored arm. The sword grazed the arm and leaves a big wound. I was already near the man and was dodging the arrows that came at me. Once I was close enough I grabbed the spear in his hand and pulled it while kicking the man away. He didn't offer much resistance. The bowman was few steps away and he was switching to an axe. I aimed the spear and stabbed at his hip. I seemed to have hit a major blood vessel as the blood was going like crazy. The last man was running at me 20 meters away. I looked at him and shot a lightning bolt. After 3 hits he was already down. I switched my attention to the last man who was hit by my thrown sword and fell down. He grabbed the sword I threw at him and slashed at me shouting, "Die! Seriously? Die?" I just dodged him few times, then held his arm that held the sword, used his charge, carried him over and to the ground with a tut sound. He coughed blood but I sent him to dreamland with a stomp on his face. This was a disappointment in my opinion. Someone sent the sheep to hunt the wolf. At least look for something as good as last time, assassins. After healing the bleeding man I tied them up with their clothes and lensed them in the ground. With few slaps they regained consciousness. They looked around left and right and then to me. "Monster," the archer said. "Who sent you?" I said. "We brothers won't betray a contractor no matter what happened to us," another said. A milk drinker like you wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. The last one said. Even the ruffians in Riften know when to give up. I exclaimed. Seems like every city is different. No one can hide in Riften unless he had a backer, but seems like Solitude is a bit safe, so ruffians here are softer than the lowlives in Riften. I took the axe and examined it. It looked like the woodcutter axe from the game. Let's do it that way then, I said while raising the axe and burying it deep into the spearman's head. The blood went out and flew in every direction. This was the second life I take. I could feel the skull getting crushed and the sensation of the axe going into the soft organs of the body. I really couldn't hold it anymore and backed away. I threw up all I ate this morning. I felt dizzy. This was horrible. I didn't have to kill that man, but I thought it's a good chance to get used to killing. My inner demons insinuated that to me. I'll need to kill to protect and survive. Why not start now? I could hear the other two men wailing and cursing at me, calling their brother's name. They sure didn't think a younger would do that. I kept throwing up. It was horrible. The more I do, the more fear will get out of me. I, who was born in a peaceful world, would never think of living this experience. I remembered the assassin I killed. I was hyped with adrenaline and it was a clean stab, nothing like this mess. Finally, it stopped and I could stand up again while staggering. I looked at the corpse and the urge to throw up came back, but I was emptied. Who sent you? I asked again while trying to stand up properly. The men were wailing over their brother. Cowards. Men don't wail like that. I went to the corpse and looked at it, then grabbed the axe that was stuck in the skull and pulled it out. One of the men was screaming and cursing while the other had his mind already broken. I pointed the axe under his chin and raised his face to look at me with the axe. Speak or die, I said. Blackbriar, Sibai Blackbriar, he said as he already gave up. He was broken from just knowing that death was at hand. And it was none other than good old Sibai. I'll deal with him later. The other man was going berserk, so I had to shut him up. The axe found its place into his skull just like his first brother. It didn't end here. I raised the axe again and did the same with last brother. Blood was everywhere, on my face, on my clothes, on my hands, even some entered my mouth. The sky turned dark, and dark clouds appeared. A storm is coming. I looked around me and it was a bloody mess. I dragged the corpses away from the road. After spacing out for a while, the sky started pouring its rain. It was a thunderstorm. I walked to the horse which was panicking and rode it back to the city. The rain cleaned all the blood on me and cleared my path as everyone was hiding in their homes. As I reached the inn, I tied the horse in the stable and went to my room. It was dark, but I just threw myself on the bed and slept like the way I was. It was a terrible sleep. I also saw some unreasonable dream too. I looked around me and found that the room was messy. I had to clean it and change into some easy clothes. I went down, but the place was hectic on the first floor of the inn. It seemed that they discovered that 3 regular thugs were brutally murdered outside the city. The cart just brought them to the square and their families came for them. I went to look, but it was just too much. One of them had an elderly mother and a sister, the other had no one, and the last was married. I couldn't wait to see more. I just walked somewhere far. I reached the castle area and looked around. I saw some shops were open. Stopping at a stall, I picked up some street food to eat. I was hungry and ate like a pig. People around me were talking about the brutal murder that happened. Even though the world wasn't peaceful, Solitude was a safe city and these events were rare. I couldn't stay around to listen to that. These 3 were there to kill me, and I happened to be much better than them. I kept walking and walking till it got dark. I saw the Hall of the Dead and there seemed to be a sermon. I stood and watched. The 3 were being buried in the crypt of the hall. Funny, I remembered a saying from my past life. It was killed the man and attended his funeral. I just literally did that. Damn it. Why am I smiling? This is not funny. I walked away again. I turned from alley to escape reality for a while. I could do nothing about it anymore. I went back in the direction of the inn. Tomorrow is a big day after all, I need at least to be ready. As I walked in the inn, Wulfr and Battleborn were there waiting while looking worried. "What's going on?" I asked. "Where have you been all day?" Wulfr asked. "I was just in a mood to go out," I said. "Did you forget about the lots event today?" Battleborn said, "I went in your stead and something is not right." Drawing lots was that thing about arranging the 32 teams into the elimination contest. Team duels were to start tomorrow and it could be considered the main event. "What happened?" I asked. "After the assassins team were discovered, the teams became 31, so that means a team will go to the round of 16 without dueling. Guess which team was that?" Wulfr said. "Which team?" I asked. "Black Snow, the one sponsored by the Blackbriars." Battleborn said. "You mean they are paying?" I asked. The two nodded. "Not just that," Wulfr said, "all the teams we are facing are a headache after a headache." "Who are we facing?" I asked. "We are the first duel tomorrow, we will face Team North Stars of that guy Ongium." Battleborn said, "After it, in the round of 16 we may face the Companion's second team." "No problem on my side, I would hate it if we faced any weak team," I said. "Thought you would say so," Wulfr said, "but whatever bothering you today may affect us tomorrow, so you better be ready." "Okay? Anything else I should know about the matches?" I asked. "Nah. Just that each round will be finished in a day, which means this team duels will take 5 days to finish," Battleborn said. "I know about this, anything else?" "The number of fighters in the arena will be according to the lowest team in number, which means if we go 5 against 3, the team of 5 will only send 3, if one of those fell, then another can take his place. This is unfair for small teams, lucky for us the smallest team is just 3 players, which means we can go in and out as a whole." "What about our strategy?" Wulfr asked. "We will go with the usual one, I will take a flank and support with healing, you will carry your shield and defend the middle while Battleborn will be taking the other flank with fast hit and run," I said. "Sure it will work?" Battleborn asked. "Like a charm," I said. Chapter 27, The Round of 32 is a good distraction A/N. This bounce chapter comes to you by the good graces of @mo.fi.sa, pray for him to never have diarrhea. A/N, there is a damn vote ladies and gentlemen and it's 7:6 for the people who wants not to save Torage, what are you waiting for? Go to Discord and number save_Torage. The first match was us against the Team North Stars, the arena was full and every big shot was there. Virmo took the commentary as usual and made the introduction of the teams. Team White Wolves was me, Jon Battleborn a swordsman and Wulfr a shield bearer. Team North Stars was Ongium a berserker, Hjargrim with a sword and shield and Dritla a giant tomboy girl with a spear and buckler. Wulfr stood in the middle with his big shield, he had 4 small axes on his back and a new flail, to his right was Battleborn with a long sword, and on his left was me with Agniara on my shoulder. On the other side, Ongium stood on the middle, on his left was Hjargrim and on his right was Dritla. I could see Skadi and Bhorna in the crowd, which made my mood much better. Now I need to kick Ongium and his goons to oblivion and win the damn duel. As the match started, Ongium ran like a madman swinging his dual axes downwardly at Wulfr. Wulfr bashed him with his ridiculously large shield and Ongium staggered backward. Our plan was to not give them a time for breath. I rushed at Ongium and swung the hammer at him. The poor boy was taken by surprise and the hammer landed on him nicely. His teamwork skills are lacking, he rushed at us alone, we, on the other hand, didn't move from our starting place. His team caught up but I was back to my position. As Hjargrim attacked Battleborn but they were evenly matched, Wulfr and Ongium clashed once again, yet Ongium this time has the upper hand as his axes were faster than Wulfr's flail. Dritla attacked me relentlessly, I have to finish her before we get the others. After few exchanges, Dritla stabbed at me with her spear but I retreated backward and hammered down her spear, as her spear touched the ground it broke. The girl was in distress but I kept attacking and she was defending with the spear's pole. I managed to land a hit after a long exchange and she was as good as done. Wulfur, switch. As I say that, Wulfur backs away from Ongium and faces Dritla. Ongium tried to stop him but I was on his way. What's up? I said. Ongium was annoyed by my way of speaking and started waving his axes left and right. I dodged only to the back to make a space away from others. After taking enough distance and using his rush I started my counterattack. I swung my hammer at him and he crossed his axes to make a hasty block. The weapons met and he survived the surprised attack relying on luck. He thought he changed the situation using the slow reaction of hammers, yet who did he think I am? The second swing was not a second late to the first, followed by a kick to his knee and a third hammer swing. Ongium couldn't do anything but to retreat. He took some distance and started running at me like a madman. His axes moved faster than my hammer and he was moving fast too. I can't afford to lose in speed against that guy. I rotated my body around itself and threw the hammer at the rushing Ongium. His rush was disturbed. Then I hastily made 2 bound sword spells on each hand, summoned 2 spectral swords. Using magic, you shameless bastard! Ongium said, he must be one of those Nords who hate magic. Humph! I could only snort at that ice-brain Nord. These people are simply stupid. The fast exchange started to happen once again. This guy was really tall, also he had a lot of stamina, his strength and speed were good as well. I was faster than him but to overwhelm him, I needed to weaken his momentum. I cut him few times and he got annoyed of it, but as I should not exhaust myself on him I had to play it dirty. No, we had to play it dirty. Just as Wulfur was done with already beaten up Dritla, he came rushing at Ongium who felt distress. 2-on-1 ended quickly and Ongium was lashed by Swulfur's flail on his armor which barely absorbed some of the shock. The last one was Battleborn and Hjargrim. Battleborn was already winning but we surrounded Hjargrim and thrashed him black and blue. Our win was declared. It was an easy and fast fight. Following up was the Companions' second team against Team Coldwind. I could foresee an easy win to the Companions' first team. The other important matches were Stormcloaks vs Winter Era, Wolfsong vs Warm Aidens, Wolven Storm vs Companions' first team, Golden Swords vs Shattershield, Arcane Wisdom vs Fair Winds. This only meant that the city will be watching the matches and the streets will be quiet. I told Wulfur and Battleborn to watch the matches and left alone. I have a plan to make. I tried to get a map for the sewers from the Thieves Guild but it seemed like there is no one who goes there for any reason. My interest in the sewers was because in the game, you can escape from the castle's jail through it. That's how I was planning to save the assassin girl. After all, I left her a message when I threw her journal to her. I remember what I wrote. I thought to interest her if I wrote a poem back to her, and this was my first time writing a poem to a girl. How embarrassing. I found a manhole in a hidden place behind the alchemy store I spotted a while ago. I had already taken my plate body armor off as well as the helmet and left the hammer away before I leave the arena. I was now light armored and pretty much agile. I went into the manhole and closed it after I went in. This smell of st that I never forgot from Riften's ratway was here, still much better than the ratway. This sewer system was wide and its style was much more modern compared to Riften. I think the city takes care of this place probably. Preparing a candle light spell and a bound sword spell, I now was ready to explore this sewer system. Relying on my good sense of direction, I made a guess and followed it towards the location I guess is the place where the castle is. Some parts of the sewers were new, some other parts were really old, some parts had tumor pipes going through them. I guess the city imported them from Solitude. Skeever were everywhere of course, and I was used to killing them in the ratway. What was unexpected was undead. An undead dragra appeared before me. What brings a dragra to a city sewer tunnel? I made a guess, but maybe some old crypt was opened to the sewers or something. Dragras are mummified ancient Nords to protect the old crypts of the dead. These things were one of the arts of necromancy that the old Nords excelled in. I didn't find the dragra to be that much strong, but it moved so fast. I used the bound sword with a sunfire spell on the left hand. it was pretty much done for. I checked the equipment on it, it looked like the ancient Nord equipments from the game, but they were pretty much rotten, the wood of the axe turned green, it was a mystery how these things remained sturdy. Moving on, I arrived to corridor, it was going up somewhere, the area around was old, so it meant this part of the underground sewers wasn't manned. I went up the corridor and could feel few presence. I think I reached where I want, I was under the castle. I could see some old walls and few holes in them. I cancelled the candle light spell and waited for my eyes to get used to the darkness. I tried to look through the holes, but I found no clue to which part of the prison was this. I made a bound dagger and started removing some bricks from the walls. I could see few prisoners now. Examining the terrain, I found the cell of the girl, but it was a challenge to get to. After finding a way to the wall behind her cell, I started removing the bricks carefully. The girl noticed something was not right and approached the wall. "Don't make any noise," I whispered to her. "Why are you helping me?" She talked in a low voice. "I am from the guild, Gimza wanted you out or dead depending on what you confessed," I said. "But I didn't confess anything," the girl said. "That's not for me to decide," I said. "Thank you about the journal," she said, "and the poem." "No problem, 5 days from now the tourney will end, I will leave the city and I'll break you out that day," I said. "Remember what I wrote, wait until fire breaks out." "Fine," she said. "By the way, what should I call you with?" I asked. "I am known as Mabia, but that's the name they gave me. I don't have a birth name," she said. "What a tragic child. The hole is big enough now," I said. "When the fire breaks out in the castle, know the bricks and run to the sewers, I'll be waiting." "Okay," she said, "I'll be needing some boots by then." "Demanding one, aren't you?" "Fine, I'll bring you food too," I said. After I finished, I left her and went back to the corridor and from it to the sewers. I can find my way back to the city, but where does the sewers end it? I followed the passage for a while and finally found the exit. It was barred, but it seems there is a gap beside the bars. Using bound battleaxe, I conjured a big battleaxe and started digging in that gap. After a short time of hard digging, the gap has widened enough, I could go in and out easily. The place outside was under the city after the docks. This was a good place to make the second part of the plan. After covering the gap, I went back and climber out of the manhole while checking my surrounding. The sky was about to get dark, yet the arena was still bustling with noise. This has taken longer than expected. I returned to the inn and ordered some hot water to wash myself from the filth. These were some very annoying couple of days. As I got cleaner, I dressed properly and went out of the city towards the bathhouse. Finding Mikalo the Altmer barber, I entered his shop and looked around. "You got out early from the arena," he said. "You too," I said. "Were you up to something?" he asked. "I was making preparations," I said. "So, how will this go?" he asked. "The girl seems to have said some things, but her mind is all broken from the torture," I said. "So it will be like this? Have you killed before?" he asked. "No, how do you think I should do it?" I asked. "A stab to a vital spot will be fast and clean," he said. "What should I do with the body?" I said. "Throw it in the sewers, unless you want to bring a shovel and a priest of Arche," he said, mocking me. I made up an upset face, but just as I turned and left, I couldn't help but smile. Everything was ready, I will go and relax now. I headed to the bathhouse while whistling. "So you came back. Remember what I said? The private rooms for you, no cheap tents after you did last time." The bathhouse mistress met me with cold gaze. Fine, fine, don't glare like that or wrinkles will appear on your pretty face," I said. "The girls from last time?" I asked. "Did you think I would give you any other girls? Do you know how they couldn't take a client without complaining how boring it was?" she said while glaring at little Jon. Okay, okay, I'll be going in, here, for 4 hours, just in case. I said while going to the one-story bath building. As I entered the building I found a tub bigger than the ones in the tents with more space and some fragrant herbs. This was much more expensive than outside but I had no problem with the money. Before anything else, I gulped on a essence of the troll potion, got rid of the potion vial. After looking around, the door was opened and 2 girls in white one-piece clothes came in. They were Ilishka and Xena, my favorite wenches in the bathhouse. They of course came with wine and everything. I like smart girls. We missed you, master, what took you so long? Ilishka, the girl with crazy body, threw herself in my chest as if some addict has found his poison. Her body was burning. Xena also put the wine and clung on me. She was a shorter than the tall Ilishka and had belly athletic figure with high flexibility. Ilishka's was soft and sensual, one would melt into it. These girls were 2 different categories, yet together they can form a great team. Bath now, fun later, I said while slapping their butts. As they filled the tub with hot water I sat in it naked. This thing was much better than before. There even some herbs in the tub, lavender, mountain flowers and dragon's tongue. This was sure luxurious. After finishing their duties as bathhouse girls, they came and sat on my hips. They were already naked and waiting for approval. You can't even give me time to breathe, can you? I said. How mean, master, we were waiting for you for days and you left us for this long. Xena complained. And we hid the subject from the rest of the girls, we couldn't let anyone share our master with us. Ilishka said. I totally did a number on you girls, this time however I am going to give you your fill from me. I said, I'll leave right after the tourney. How sad, master, you'll have to visit me if you come to Solitude again. Xena said, Ilishka will return to her town to get married, this is her last night in the house. I'll be happy to send her off then. I said while hugging Ilishka tighter, there is a lucky bastard who will have all that for himself. Ilishka was at her late 20s, a perfect balance between youth and maturity. Let's not waste time then. As I said that, Xena was already on her knees between my legs, and Ilishka was engaging with me into a round of kisses. Little Jon was standing high and mighty after being buffed by the potion. Essence of the troll doesn't only enhance the performance temporarily with no side effects, it also increases the size permanently by a small rate. Xena took care of little Jon in magical ways, and Ilishka was sucking my soul through my mouth. This was how it felt like to be spoiled by 2 beauties. It Xena them 5 minutes to turn it into a mess, while Ilishka was stuffing my fingers into her oven. The feeling was amazing. I don't know what's got my head, but I took my fingers off Ilishka's oven and stuffed them into Xena's mouth, who sucked them clean. This was a bit sadistic even for my standards. Sometimes an inner devil insinuates me for these stuff though. Ilishka's body was burning with every second. I was starting to feel worried, so I looked at her face. Her expressions were already in another realm. Yep. She is ready. I took her up and took her legs around me while sitting and carefully put it into hers. She was making all kind of moans that made me go crazy. A thrust after thrust, the main event started. Xena washed away the mess of fluids she was in and stuck to me from the back. I was sandwiched by 2 beauties. Nothing feels better than being sandwiched like that. I was immersing my face in Ilishka's buns while she was bouncing on me. After some time she started to twitch and moan louder. Her oven was running wild, but I wasn't done with her. I went faster till I could feel myself going to make a mess. As I took it out, sure enough maid went everywhere on her body. Strange enough, Xena was demanding for a share. This girl really loves fluids. Ilishka was out of energy and lying bare on the tub side. She was a sight of curves and canyons, a sinful body no matter how you look at it. Xena jumped on me with a smile while saying my turn. Unlike Ilishka, who was tall and curvy with an hourglass figure, Xena was shorter, thinner, younger, tighter and more flexible. Her body was that of a gym model. One thing about her was her reputation. Her stamina was high and she was hard to satisfy. She also gets really tricky when she wants to pleasure herself. it's said that it's hard to survive between her legs when she's in the mood. Once I started kissing with her, she started doing some yoga movements. She hanged herself on me while doing a leg spread. She fit herself onto little Jon. She locked her legs around me. That was impressive. I kinda like these moves. I didn't get that last time, I said. Last time we were not in the closed rooms, she said. So their services can be extended to yoga shows in the rooms. What about her other talents? I asked while looking at Ilishka. Xena started moving up and down slowly, then she answered. Her moans make men lose their minds. So it was like that. I was affected by that too. Xena started moving up and down while rubbing her buns on my chest, and she kissed me while sucking my tongue. I am learning new stuff today. Few minutes later Ilishka joined the action again as she replenished her energy. She was moaning as if she was still far from over. These girls today were for a long stand and I was getting along with the idea. I want to recharge my fill of these sexy girls. Heaven know when will I be able to find such a quality again. Xena's turn was a heated one and she lasted much more than Ilishka. Ilishka was making it hard on me as she started to play with herself and kiss with me and Xena. Got to admit, I liked that girl-on-girl action. Xena wasn't easy, but her strength started to loosen and I could feel her pleasure taking over and she started squirting like a fountain. Xena didn't let go, but Ilishka pulled her away and started sucking little Jon. There was no way that I can hold it anymore under her mercy. Xena was still sucking on my tongue as Ilishka was switching between little Jon and Xena's oven. Just as she was done, she climbed up and joined the fray upstairs. I was holding a beauty in each hand and engaging in all sorts of pleasure. I had an idea from a hentai clip I saw before. I lied Ilishka on her back and Xena on top of her face to face, then I pressed on them as their ovens stuck tightly on each other. It felt so hot as if it was the living incarnation of the Red Mountain. I'll call that position Vanderfell then. I stuck it between the two and started pleasure all of us. Ilishka and Xena played with each other and were firing each other up. This didn't end until I mad mess few times following one another without stopping. As we finished, the girls were already lying bare on the ground to rest. No matter how I see it, everything is too sticky that we needed a serious bath now. This was amazing, I said. Yes, Master was greater than last time. Ilishka playfully. Hee, I felt that too. I was satisfied. Now clean this mess up. Xena shouted for a servant to bring many barrels of hot water to the room. They came right away and everything was cleaned in few minutes. While they were bathing me, I made a real conversation with them for the first time. So what brought a nice place like you to nice wenches like this? I asked the question playfully. The girls giggled and looked to each other, then spoke. I escaped from home to find a family member who escaped from home too. Interesting story, I said. Actually it was messed up. The girl laughed and spoke no more. This meant she won't tell more. What about you? I asked Ilishka. I just left my town to make money in the city. Once I get back, I'll buy my family's house back and get married, she said. As long as you don't go anywhere near Helgen, I said. What about Master? Xena asked. I'll win the tourney, then I'll wander Skyrim, I said. We don't go to the tourney, but we heard that Master's prowesses in battle are as great as in bad, Ilishka said. Damn right, I said, then kissed her for her good choice of words. Won't Master find a Jarl to serve as the other free participants? She asked. I am better of on my own, I said. Chapter 28, The Round of 16 Part 1, Jon is angry. Just as I finished the bath, I dressed myself and got out. The bathhouse started having customers after the matches ended. Walking out, I saw the bathhouse mistress calling for me. More money? I asked. I am wondering how you last this long, boy, she said. If it was not for Xena, even if I gave you 5 girls, you shouldn't last that long. The glory of being a Dragonborn may be reflected in this feature too, I said. Dragonborn? Glory? I heard stories about that, but don't joke around with this word around Nords, she said. I know that, but, what stories? I asked. The stories of Tiber Septim. He had his ways with ladies, like the Queen of Mournhold, she said. But as I told you, don't go around saying jokes about Dragonborns and Talos, Nords don't fancy these kind of jokes. Fine, fine. Thank you. I said my thanks and left. I returned to the inn while humming the Pink Panther theme, my mood was just that good. You're late, we sent people to look for you. Sviti was the one waiting for me right after I went into the inn. Did something happen? I asked. Something did happen, she replied. When we got out of the arena on the way here, some drunk thugs wanted to fight with Brother and Jon. We took them as some drunks wanting to brawl, but suddenly they took out daggers and went for blood. Her tone was stiff, and her face was pale. Brother and Jon fought them and beat them up. One of the thugs bled too much, and no one saved him. Now the guards have them in the castle jail, Sviti said and started to cry. Calm down, they'll be all right, I said and hugged her. She was shivering. She was barely holding herself together, but now she's a mess. If Wolfer saw her like this, he'd go berserk. He is overprotective when it comes to her. I ran to my room and found the armor, hammer, and helmet I left behind. Sviti said she asked someone to carry my stuff here. I put on the armor and carried the hammer. Everything was done. I took the poor girl and ran to the castle. I was surprised by what I saw. A crowd was standing angrily outside the castle, and Captain Aldous was talking them away. Once the people saw and recognized me, they made way for me to pass. It was kind of them, most of them are fans who witnessed the incident. Surprisingly enough, Bhorna was there, as well as Skadi, who was talking directly to Captain Aldous. Glad you are here, say something to calm that angry mob quickly. Captain Aldous got close and whispered to me. Hee. Witness the power of controlling the public opinion. Thank you, everyone, for coming here. I raised my voice and spoke. I will go in with good Captain Aldous now and will get my brothers out. You staying here will support us even more, thank you very much. I looked at Captain Aldous, whose face turned pale from what I just said. I was resisting my laughter so badly. Did he think I wouldn't take advantage? The people cheered and did as I said, they waited. Captain Aldous walked into the castle, and I followed him. I told Sviti to wait outside with Bhorna and asked Skadi to come with me. Captain Aldous looked at who followed him, then said, Why is Skadi following? We are relatives, I said, far relatives, actually. Captain Aldous' eyes widened and noticed the similarities between us. Skadi, on the other hand, was taken by surprise, yet she covered her expressions by a fake cough. Look, the situation is a bit hard, and you worsened it, Captain Aldous said. I'm going to say this just in respect for Captain Skadi, but some powerful people are using this incident to hinder your team's progress in the duels. Most of the early bets were against your team, and these people are losing a lot of money. Even if powerful people were involved, one cannot just simply put pressure on Solitude guards, unless... Skadi halted for a second, then said, What's going on, Aldous? It's shameful to say it, but we are being pressured by many sides. The gambling houses are pulling every string and favor they have. Your swift win against a strong team today probably made them worry. This was just self-defense. Even if someone died, witnesses can prove the aggressor's hostility reached the point that weapons were raised with the intent to kill. All rights of self-defense belong to the victim of the aggression, and the death of the aggressor was not direct, it was due to bleeding, which means the defense itself didn't carry the intent to kill. How can anyone accept such a ridiculous reason? I spoke as my inner lawyer. Your words speak truth, but I've got my hands tied. Only the High King can pardon them without the normal regulations, and now it is late night, even I can't be granted an audience, he said. High King Torage is just, he will free them right away once he hears of it tomorrow. If you are lucky, he will hear of it and set them free right before the match. This attack is a setup itself. Scatty was angry and made a scary face. If something happened to the boys, my clan won't leave this matter aside. Captain Aldous backed away and raised his hands to calm her down. Relax, I didn't put them in a cell, it was just a room me and my most trusted man can go into. Also, Clan Battleborn sent the same warning. Can I see them? I said. Of course, follow me. Captain Aldous walked inside the jail. As I walked, I took the chance to memorize the layout of the jail. As we reached a room, Captain Aldous walked in, and we followed. Inside were Jon Battleborn, sitting looking into space, and Wulfur coming and going. When they saw me, they halted what they were doing and stared at me. I just leave you for a day, and you guys go to prison, tch, I said. I am going to leave for a year after the tourney, you know. Yet, like you would have let those attackers go, Battleborn replied. I may have broken some bones or taken an eye out, you know, being light-handed, I said. You see, Wulfur here followed your teachings and killed a man with a slap, Battleborn said. The man took the slap and kissed a wall. He went unconscious, but no one noticed he was bleeding until guards came to carry him. Killing a man with a slap, that's a mighty deed, big man. Sovngarde is recruiting, I said. Wulfur, who looked gloomy, smiled lightly and said, Sviti. Outside the castle with Porna. I mentioned Porna to buff his morale. What will happen now? Battleborn asked. You'll get out, but the situation is like this. I told him the details of my conversation with Captain Aldous. Bards, I bet they sent these people to set us up. Battleborn was in a bad mood after hearing what happened. Who are we supposed to fight tomorrow? I asked. I don't remember the match's setup. A/N, and I deleted the note that had the tournament data by mistake. I made another one based on memory and packed it up. Team Wolf Fangs, Scatty said. Thane Erikuur's team, I said, then looked at Captain Aldous. I bet he's behind this. Captain Aldous made an uneasy face and didn't reply. Erikuur was one of the most annoying NPCs, same grade as Nazim, in my opinion. Beating up his team tomorrow will be fun, still, I need these guys out. It seems I can't get you out now, but be patient, I'll do what I can. I said that and went out with Scatty and Captain Aldous. He asked me to solve the problem I made with the crowd outside. I was having another plan, though. Outside the castle, a crowd stood, and on top of it were Sviti and Porna. I could only assure them about the well-being of Wulfur and Battleborn. The crowd looked at me, waiting for me to say something, and so I did. My brothers are locked inside, and the reason is pretty simple. Someone doesn't want them out, someone doesn't want my team to participate tomorrow, someone wants to hinder our progress. I don't know who that someone is, but he picked the wrong team to mess up with. I will remain here until the sunrise and will be the first to enter the arena. If that time came and I could bring no justice to my brothers, then by Izmir, I'll face whatever they throw at me alone. Who's with me? The people cheered with their blood boiling. They didn't look like a peaceful demonstration, but an angry war band. Well, they'll serve their purpose. I sat near the gate on the ground, and other people sat. Others went home to bring food, and others slept where they sat. Some people came and joined us. By the time I closed my eyes to take a little rest and woke up, I could feel the sun on my face. The sight in front of me had changed, and I could see more people. More than before I slept. Maybe a bit more than needed. I underestimated the people in this world. This is clearly more than what the arena can take. I could see Captain Aldous standing behind the gate with the urge to cry. Scatty was standing next to me. You'll make Hilda proud. I think this is just something that went too well. An hour later, the castle gates opened, and we went inside. The people found their places around the arena, and I jumped onto it. I looked around, and no teams had arrived yet, so I took a chair to the middle of the arena, sat on it, put the hammer on its head, and crossed my arms. Now, let's wait for Torage. A few minutes later, the teams arrived, and some of the Jarls too, who didn't know what was going on, asked and understood the situation. Torage wasn't here yet. The 5 members of Team Wolf Fangs arrived, but even Erikur wasn't here. What was going on? Both Torage and Erikur are late. Falk Firebeard, the steward of the High King, arrived and said something to Virmo. Virmo stood and announced that the High King would be late due to some court issues, and he will arrive later. Most of the people understood that the High King was being delayed by someone. Dirty. So I will participate alone against 5. The first match will be Team White Wolves against Team Wolf Fangs. Due to some complications, only one participant of Team White Wolves will be in the arena. The matches will be one-on-one. Team White Wolves participant will have to face the 5 participants of Team Wolf Fangs one after the other, Virmo announced. The people went into uproar after they heard him. Jon was still sitting on the chair in the middle of the arena. No one blamed his behavior, as he clearly was in a bad mood. The story of what happened yesterday spread far and wide, except for a certain disappointment of a king. The judge entered the arena and called for the opponent to come up. Jon was still sitting. The opponent was a dual-axe user. He looked at Jon with disdain and waved his axes around. Jon still didn't stand. The boy frowned and wasn't satisfied with Jon's reaction, or rather, no reaction. He ran towards Jon in order to intimidate him, yet when Jon showed no reaction, the opponent ran faster and jumped with his axes raised high, as he planned to slash them down at Jon. Right when he was midair, Jon hastily moved up and met the flying opponent with a punch. It landed directly on the neck. The boy who was flying crashed to the ground in a bad shape while coughing violently. Jon was not done yet. He went back to his hammer and dragged it back. The judge wanted to say something, but he saw Jon carry the hammer with one hand over the opponent's head and let it drop. The opponent, who was already out of breath, went directly to dreamland. Jon quietly picked up the hammer, sat back on the chair, and then rested his right foot on his defeated foe. All of that happened in a few seconds, so the crowd around the arena took some time to recover from the shock. This was absolute dominance. Some of the VIP shook their heads from how arrogant youth can be, some nodded with satisfaction, and some were having dark expressions. Elisif, who came without Torage, was covering her mouth with a hand from the brutal encounter. The other participants, who most of them had faced Jon, had some mixed emotions about this, but mostly they were cheering for Jon. Jon looked like the harbinger of death, and his hammer, which was blunt on one side and had a spike on the other, was akin to his scythe. The defeated opponent should be moved from the arena, but everyone forgot about that. The second opponent jumped into the arena, shouting at Jon, telling him to remove his foot from his brother. Jon only smiled faintly back. The boy, who was a sword and shield user, raised his shield ahead of himself and ran towards Jon while roaring. Jon held the hammer properly this time and rotated around himself 360 degrees. Just as the opponent arrived, Jon's hammer was already welcoming the shield. A high-pitched ting sounded out, followed by the sound of something getting broken. The shield appeared to be fine, but the boy, who was already on the ground, started wailing while holding his left shoulder. Jon refused to show mercy and grabbed the other arm of his opponent, twisted his right leg around it, stomped tightly to the ground, and twisted his whole posture this time. This was an otherworldly shoulder dislocating technique. A/N, from Aikido, I guess. Did I say it right? The boy screamed from agony and had no will to resist. Jon sent him to dreamland with a stomp on the face. The crowd didn't make any sound this time. This was a punishment event hosted by Jon. If you don't want to watch, then just look away. Like that was even an option. Jon sat back with a faint sadistic smile on his face. It caused people with weak hearts to tremble. The remaining members of Wolf Fangs were angry, that was too much in their heart, yet it was within the rules, mostly. The one who came into the arena next was huffing in anger. He was a huge 2-meter meat tower covered by plate armor, his weapon was a large battle axe. The third opponent was controlled by anger. Even though he was this heavy, he was known as the main participant of Team Wolf Fangs, Igvar the Feral. As the Feral ran towards Jon with frightening speed not suiting his weight, people were already expecting a match, yet who knew what Jon was thinking? Jon didn't carry the hammer or anything, he just summoned a spell on each hand and started shooting them. These spells were not direct attack spells, they only caused runes to appear under Igvar's feet. Once he stepped on the first rune, lightning exploded out of it, and the second runes exploded after it was touched too. One must know that lightning magic and heavy armor are the worst combination ever. Igvar took one shock damage after another during his charge, suddenly he fell and started rolling towards Jon. Jon wasn't merciful and spammed one rune after the other. The more Igvar rolls, the more runes explode. Igvar kept rolling until Jon's feet, and his helmet fell from his head. What appeared was a foaming, ugly face. Jon rested his right foot on the new footstool. The crowd that was expecting a fight discovered that Jon didn't even get up from the chair this time, the show of punishment was still on. The VIP were at a loss for words, where did such a junior emerge from? So, Nurina's son can be as lawless as her, Faralda in the VIP seats murmured to herself. Who is Nurina? Someone asked. All heads in the VIP area were looking at Faralda, they all were demanding an answer. Nurina Aaron, Archwizard and head of the Conjuration Major in the College of Winterhold, she is his adoptive mother. Faralda was puffing her chest, showing off with her niece's hair. A/N, an Egyptian idiom for those who show off with stuff they don't have, it's called the baldi showing off with her niece's hair. The VIP area gasped in fright and saw Jon in a new light, he was an arrogant youngster with a scary background, the son of an archwizard. Still, 3 were down, 2 to go. Chapter 29, The Round of 16 Part 2, What's the Plan? What was an archwizard? In this world, archwizard are real powerhouses, their title represents wealth and authority, but before any of that, it represents personal strength. An archwizard in any school of magic can turn the tides of strategic or political battlefields with only making appearance. An arch-conjuration wizard can summon a small army, and can afford to fight alongside it and keep its numbers. An arch-destruction wizard is akin to a natural disaster, stuff turn into cinder in his path. An arch-alteration wizard can manipulate, protect, and do all incomprehensible magics. An arch-illusion wizard can put a city to sleep or make it disappear. An arch-restoration wizard can aid an army of mortals to do his bidding or destroy hordes of undead. And right in front of them was a younger who was the successor of one, not just his background was scary, his magical and martial prowesses are beyond his age. This identity revealing made those who had ill intent towards Jon chase away these ideas as if they chase away rats. Now they were pitying the fools who made things difficult for him. Everyone was looking at the remaining 2 boys of Team Wolf Fangs, Jon was also looking at them with his newly developed sadistic smile. The 2 were in distress, going against that mad dog after what their sponsor has done is a suicidal idea. The other problem was if they surrounded in this fight without their sponsor's approval, they might get no money, and people will brand them as cowards. Scatty on the other hand was witnessing a scary side of her long-lost nephew, the innocent-looking Porna was reliving a trauma, but Sviti who witnessed Jon's wrath before wasn't surprised. At the VIP area, hurried footsteps could be heard from the back stairs, who appeared was the supposed to be hero who would bring justice to the oppressed team, High King Toraj, followed by Erikur, a Thane and an owner of a large gambling business. Told you to stop yapping about worthless stuff, let's catch the first match before. Toraj was trying to look as much dignified as possible while trying not to start running, yet he halted. My king, I bet the match has already finished. Thane Erikur said, Team Wolf Fangs is. What an oblivion is that? Normally everyone would stand up for the king, yet no one was giving a skeever's butt about who just came in, as Torij entered and noticed that he followed the line of sight of the spectators and halted his speech. Erikur, who followed few steps behind, did the same but with a different reaction. Torij wanted to ask, but he looked at the benches and found a place between Elisif and Jarl Ajrod. He sat and closed to Elisif. Eli, Eli, what's going on? He whispered. Shut up now. Elisif, the gentle woman who looks away when there is violence and hates the arena, was so focused that she shooed away her king and husband with her hand. Torij was shocked, but the scene on the arena was too mysterious, so he won't think about her action. He looked at Jarl Ajrod. Jarl Ajrod did. He was about to say something. After the match, we need to talk. She interrupted him without pity. He finally understood that he messed somewhere. Falk Firebeard, the good steward, didn't want his king to look clueless, so he approached him from behind and whispered about the events and highlighted Erikur's scheme. During this, Torij's expressions were smiling, then wondering, the taken aback, then wowing, and finally glaring at Erikur. Erikur, on the other hand, was breathing flames from the side in front of him. His team of juniors that he gathered and honed was crushed single-handedly by Jon in an unsightly manner. Jon's arrogant appearance added to the flame, and he was reaching the limits. Jon was watching what's going on in the VIP with half of his eyes. His focus was still on the two opponents that didn't want to go up. He was starting to get bored, as the more he waited, the more he started to cool down. He suddenly had an idea and stood up. I see that this is going to end quickly with nothing we can call a fight. So, I came up with something. He talked to the opponents. I'll give you guys a good chance. I won't use magic against you or even a weapon. Furthermore, I'll take you on both at the same time. The crowd came into another uproar. This was going to be interpreting. The last two opponents started thinking about it. They have a better chance, but that could be a trap. And if THWI lost, it would be unsightly. Jon wasn't afraid of anything. Erikur was dirty, yet he wasn't the same Erikur from the game who owned Half Solitude. He's wealthy but can be put down. Jon winning this tournament is already a good enough setback for Erikur. Erikur looked at the two and signaled for them to move. He was thinking, after getting this far, don't think of walking out of it alive. Your head alone, let alone the rest of you team, worth 3/4 of the bets. The last two were brothers. They both used spears. Jon walked away from the chair and the three unconscious fellows around it. As bestoked, he was already facing the other two together. This match has already gone up and beyond the rules. It was rigged, yet for some reason, everyone was satisfied with the way it headed. Except, of course, for those who were losing money. The round started and the two didn't rush like the Oths, but chose to take the sides and planned to pincer attack like that. Jon wasn't showing any expressions, but took an open hand stance and made the same posture from his last barehanded match against Argur. All the experts around the arena longed to see that style once again. First spear came to Jon from his left. Jon guided it away with his left hand and rotated himself under the spear with a kick to the opponent on the left. The kick landed and the opponent felt its weight and power. Even though he was protected by armor, the pain went through vividly. Next attack came at Jon from the front, but Jon avoided aside and didn't counter. The opponent stabbed again and again, but Jon was only jumping left and right nimble. Few people noticed what's wrong. Jon was avoiding while advancing, his opponent was attacking while retreating. This was another level of dominance in the eyes of some experts. Once Jon approached enough, he held the spear and pulled the opponent closer with it. After that, it was a kick buffet. Jon trained himself in martial arts from his memories of movies. His techniques were very showy and had a stylish manner, especially the slapping coming-going kicks on his opponent's face made the crowd feel excited. The first opponent, who was recovering from the strong kick, stood and charged at Jon. Jon was keeping an eye on him all the time though. Jon held the opponent under his mercy from his legs and swung him 2 circles, then launched him at the opponent who was starting to charge. That scene was supposed to be seen in an in-brawl, but it was all good and fine for the hype spectators. The other opponent, on the other hand, saw the unsightly disfigured face of his brother and sank into despair. He barely could avoid the brother he grew up with a hair's width. Concealed behind his brother who flied to the rest of the unconscious team was a kick from Jon. He took received on the it and lost his helmet and spear in the process. After getting some balance he wanted to hurry away to his team's test place, he now was only thinking of a shield. Jon saw his opponent running away to his chair's area, he was making this view carefully and finally gathered 4 foes around the chair, he couldn't let anyone ruin his artistic work. Jon looked around and all he could find was a spear, an iron helmet, some teeth and blood. He found a good idea and backed down few steps, looked at his opponent, and ran few steps then kicked something. The helmet on the ground was kicked like a soccer ball towards the running opponent's head. It collided with a crashing sound and made the opponent crush the ground face on. He was just beside his teammates. Jon snorted and looked proud with his handiwork, all he regretted was that no one caught that on camera, he would definitely show it to Nurina. He walked slowly to the chair in the middle of the 5 victims of his, rested his 2 feet over Igvar's body and made an arrogant appearance once again. He then looked at the judge and waved his hand. The judge didn't know what to do, he looked at Virmo but Virmo hasn't spoken for some time now and only shrugged his shoulders then pointed to Torij. Torij saw that and was thinking what to say but Elisif has already moved, she looked at the judge and nodded. This was the approval of Lady Elisif in the presence of the High King, which meant it's from the High King. The judge cleared his throat and shouted, "The winner is Team White Wolves." The people reaction to these words was perfect, they cheered and made all sort of weird winning poses, most of them were the people who came in with Jon. Jon however kept sitting on the chair and looked with no expression to the VIP seats, he still isn't done. Erikur was going mad from what happened. He lost a huge amount of money and 2 years of hard working and planning were erased just like that. This hateful youngster and this naive Lady Elisif were ganging up on him. Ijrod Ravencrone Jarl of Morthal gave Torij an earful of words about how he was easily manipulated by Erikur and how the poor boy in the arena fought for justice that he should have served. Torij wanted to find a hole and bury himself, Ijrod was one of the Jarls he can't retort it. He hurriedly summoned Captain Aldous and ordered that Jon Battleborn and Wulfur would be set free and added 3 gifts from his personal armory. That was quite the fun, I was a bit angry but it all went well. Unlike other places, Skyrim values boldness and honor, if I did what I did in High Rock, I don't think I would have survived with it. Wulfur and Battleborn came out ready to play a match to find that the party was already over. Still, having 3 gifts from the king was a good gain. 3 scaled upper body armor like the ones in the game, enchanted with resist magic. This is light, flexible and sturdy, I took a liking to it right away, and I'll wear it from the next match. Skadi told me she would take care of Erikur if he made trouble, I started telling her about his plan to monopolize business in Solitude, and said it's from a valid source. She assured me that her clan will overthrow him from the king's court in no time, that's a peace of mind to me. By the times the dragons return, he'll be a very annoying personality in Solitude. He also is making business with the Thalmor, I made sure to tell that to Skadi. Next matches were as follows, Team Great Bear vs Team Stormcloaks, the Stormcloaks won. This team has the very first NPC the players talks to in the game, Ralof of Riverwood. These 2 teams came from Thieksami City and sponsored by Ulfric. Companions' second team led by Vilkas vs Team White Plains of Whiterun, the Companions won. Team Warm Maidens of Whiterun sponsored by the biggest weapons shop in Whiterun and the team was Full Girls team led by Lydia herself, they went against Team Golden City of Markarth and won a glorious match. Getting the chance to see the young Lydia was amazing, I really am interested in my most basic NPC follower background. Golden Swords led by Argur and sponsored by Torij went against Companions' first team led by Farkas. It was a heated match but Argur won after a long clash with Farkas. Team Snow Bears of Windhelm vs Team Crossed Daggers of Riften, Team Snow Bears won. Now Big Bad Ulfric has 2 teams in the quarter-finals. Disappointingly enough Team Arcana Wisdom of the college went against Team Black Snow of the Blackbriar and Snowshod clans. The college made a show of power and won with a style. That was the end of the day to me, I went straight to the inn and wanted to jump into bed, yet someone knocked on my door. You have a guest. The inn girl informed me and I went down with her. Who was waiting for me was Rusning. He stood and said, "Follow me out." Outside the inn he stopped and faced me. "Someone came for me and offered me a handsome amount of money for your head," he said. "You should have taken the money." I said as if I am joking, but this was really serious. "I did," he said, "but only half. I'll receive the other half once the deed is done." "Oh." I narrowed my eyes and said, "And what are you planning to do? You killed those 3 from few days ago, right? This boy will keep sending people after you, why don't you do something about him?" Rusning said and smiled. "So, what's the plan?" Chapter 30, Quarter-finals. In an alleyway, 3 figures stood together under the cover of darkness and were discussing something. "I am sorry, there are bad rumors about you in our district. The 3 guys that died were said to be on a job for you." A voice spoke. "What are you talking about? I pay you and you do whatever I want you to do, why do you care about any of that?" Another voice replied. "There is a limit on what we can do, even for a Blackbriar." A reply came. "Especially when our lives are on the line." "You coward, don't talk to Master Sibai with that too." Another voice interrupted but halted when he heard footsteps. "Who's there?" he said. No reply came. A figure appeared and walked slowly to the 3 figures. One of the 3 drew out a sword and the other 2 drew daggers. The moon's light fell on the approaching figure and made his features clear. "Oh! It's the mage I hired," he came back. One of the 3 who appeared to be Sibai Blackbriar spoke. The mage approached but he started staggering, then he fell on one knee and from it fell completely on the ground. The 3 were taken aback. What they saw on the mage's back was a dagger sinking into it. Panic started to take over and the 3 started feeling movements around themselves. From up a strange bird landed on a rooftop. It looked like a spectral owl. "Gee, ghost!" The ruffian that Sibai was hiring panicked even more, which made Sibai and his bodyguard to fall into panic too. This was not a usual sight to see. Spectre birds were a bad omen in this part of the land. Another spectral figure appeared. It was of a girl wearing robes, a hood and holding a dagger. This spectral girl came from behind the dead mage. The panicking trio were struck with fear and tried to run to the other side, yet they came to a quick halt. On the other end of the alleyway, 2 more spectral girls with the same description walked into the alley and stood there. "What is that? Why are there so many ghosts? What's happening?" Sibai spoke as if he was about to cry. They wanted to act but suddenly they heard the sound of air breaking. An arrow flew towards the bodyguard and pierced his neck. Blood splashes dyed his surroundings as the bodyguard fell on his back, struggling his last breaths out. Sibai, who saw the blood flying everywhere and even reached his face, could stand no more. As he fell to the side, the 3 spectral girls jumped on the ruffian and started stabbing him. A bloody scene was happening as the short specters filled the man with holes. As they stopped they turned to Sibai, who started crying and begging for his life. They surrounded him and did nothing. Sibai was pale as fear controlled every inch of his being. Footsteps could be heard from the dead mage's direction. Sibai looked to see a figure clad in a black cloak holding a bow in his hand. Sibai knew this was the archer that killed his bodyguard, and the one who made the ambush. The figure stopped by the dead mage's body and stretched his hand. Ahora's voice sounded, "I call upon the ancient powers of oblivion to bring forth this dead and raise a zombie." Sibai was terrorized. These were some evil words that meant dealing with undead. He could only say necromancer. The dead mage's corpse started to move and stood up in a spooky manner, making weird voices. The necromancer looked at Sibai and walked slowly towards him. The undead mage was following in a weird walk. Sibai started apologizing and begging for his life, yet the necromancer snorted in disdain. "That's an appearance suitable for a Blackbriar," the necromancer said and removed his hood. Sibai looked at the necromancer in a daze. He was shaken and suffering from conflict in emotions. The necromancer, who was naturally Jon, crouched down to see Sibai face to face. "In the game, you used to be an arrogant asshole, but you were not a coward. Jon said and continued, "Why are you so persistent on killing me?" Sibai was recovering from his shock, yet fear was already playing him. He looked at Jon with mixed expressions of fear and hate. He didn't answer Jon. "Forgot about him, you already played with him long enough." A voice came from the undead mage. It was supposed to be dead, but now it's talking. Sibai, who was reliving a trauma, was shocked again. He started pointing at the mage and murmuring, You was dead." The mage, who was Rustning, removed the dagger from his back. "That's just a hilt." So, it was like this. Sibai already understood he was being played. "Yeah, it's like that," Jon said, stood and flicked his fingers. As he did that, the spectral girls disappeared. "Show is over, you can leave," Jon said. "What?" Rustning and Sibai were surprised as they looked at Jon. "No, really, you can leave, this way, just go," Jon said while pulling Sibai and making him stand. Sibai stood in a daze, not moving yet. Jon took out another arrow and with the bow on his left he aimed at Sibai. "Go." Sibai jumped in fright and started running to the end of the alleyway. Jon smiled evilly and pulled the bowstring, then let go. The arrow flew after Sibai and pierced his neck. "The Lannisters send their regards." Jon just wanted to say that. Little did he know that there were a prying pair of eyes watching not far from the shadows. A/N, the spectral figures were Conjure Undead, Ghost Tonight, one of the most annoying people on Nirn, and the heir to the Blackbriar Empire was sent to oblivion by me. I don't think Maven will leave this matter alone. She will look under every rock for the killer. I am not really afraid of her. If I let Sibai live, he'll keep sending killers after me. If Maven knew, she'll also send killers after me. At least she may not know, so I'll be at peace for now. After the deed was done, I put some final touches on the crime scene, erased any evidence, and went back to the inn with Rustning, who changed back into his college clothes. Rustning asked me why did I have to trick Sibai and kill him this way. Actually, it was for the fun, but I made a logical answer that if all victims were dead in one place, this will tell that they were ambushed, and I wanted it to look like a fight and robbery. We found a big coin purse on the bodyguard. That was clearly Rustning's last half of the payment. He gave it to me, 200 golden septims. The relationship between me and Rustning was not known to the public, so we had to make an appearance in the inn as an alibi and made a small scene. I don't know how good are the criminal investigations in this world, as Riften had nothing like that, but clearly, Solitude guards will at least ask questions, and Maven will use her influence. After an apple pie and some mead, I saw Rustning off and headed back to bed. I have only 4 hours before the match starts. Today's matches are only 4. White Wolves vs Stormcloaks, Companions Second Team vs War Maidens, Golden Swords vs Companions First Team, Snow Bears vs Arcana Wisdom. The Stormcloaks led by Ralof, a young Nord same age as me, an NPC and the first person the player talks to in the game. Today, I was wearing the armor that was gifted to me by the king. It was enchanted, so Wulfur had to make some adjustments to it very carefully under my guidance. Wulfur and Battleborn wore theirs too. Now, we looked like a team. As the stage was already to its fill, Virmo made his introductions, and my team, as well as the Stormcloaks, were already on the arena. Their style was similar to each other and very organized, an axe and a shield to all the 5 members. 2 members went away and 3 remained. Ralof, the main participant, went out. I could see the want to drain us first. This might not work on me or Battleborn, but Wulfur's shield is too heavy. Wulfur, once one of them is down, take his shield, this fight will be long, I said. He nodded and rotated his flail. Battleborn took his pose and I took mine. Jon, Wulfur and Battleborn made their usual formation. The 3 opponents made a shield up pose and stood their ground. As their plan was to drain the White Wolves' stamina as much as possible and let them for Ralof to weed them out. Wulfur advanced with his heavy shield on front and his teammates took flanks. The 3 opponents still stood their groups. Just as the distance closed, the 2 Jons suddenly broke the formation and ran to the sides of the opponents, who moved their shields to face them. Out of nowhere, a large shadow was seen flying. the opponents who were focused on the two Jon's distraction didn't notice what was thrown at them. In an alleyway, 3 figures stood together under the cover of darkness and were discussing something. It was the High Dam, Wulfr's oversized heavy shield. As it fell, one if the opponents were caught off guard and took the hit hard, falling down with it. Jon took the chance and kicked his head. The boy went unconscious, confirming the first fall into the Stormcloak's team. Wulfr didn't take his shield but took the fallen opponents. The arena cheered and another opponent went in. Rolf was still out. 3 went against 3 but each 2 took each other. Nothing creative happened and it was the normal theme in these matches. Jon opponent's axe was fast and his attacks were performed skillfully. Jon liked to dodging over blocking as he can act nimbly while his opponent is depleting his own stamina on his own. If the opponent understood and slowed down, Jon would always find a way to bring his opponent down. The opponent was slowing and his footwork started to crumble. Just as Jon saw that, he attacked a full circle with a low posture. The hammer landed on the opponent's left foot from the side, pushing it to the right one and taking the opponent to the ground. As he fell, Jon raised Agniare and hammered from above downwardly to the opponent who was lying defenseless. All the poor boy could do was to abandon the axe and hold the shield up with 2 hands, but that was of a little use. The hammer hit the shield and pressed it to the opponent's chest. He couldn't take it and coughed blood. The cold-hearted crowd cheered for it. This was the end of his part as the judge signaled. Suddenly, another noise erupted from the crowd as it appears that something happened again. Jon looked around to see Battleborn being blown away and someone rushing. Rolf, after his teammate fell and his turn came, made a shield rush and headed towards Battleborn, who didn't notice him. Battleborn was blown away by the rush and Jon, who noticed, tried to move but the opponent he hit just now was clutching to the hammer tightly. So, you can still do that. Jon thought, fine, if you like my hammer then let's exchange. Jon acted quickly, he let go of the hammer and snatched the shield of his opponent. Rolf's rush was getting close and Jon didn't stand up yet he rotated quickly facing Rolf and met him with a low posture. Rolf and Jon collided but Jon's left hand only supported the shield while his right found a grip on Rolf's body and pulled him from it. As the right grabbed and pulled while the left held the shield and pushed, Jon strengthened his stance and carried Rolf over himself from a side and threw him to the other. The crowd cheered at the exchange, yet Jon was still worried about Battleborn. He looked at him to find his opponent was closing on him while he was still on the ground. Jon looked around and found an axe from the fallen opponent. He hastily took it and threw it at Battleborn's opponent. The opponent took it to his shield but looked like he was injured with it. More importantly, it gave Battleborn a chance to recover. Jon looked at Rolf to find him already recovered and going straight not to Jon but to Wulfr. Seems like their plan was to remove Jon's allies, then outnumbering him. It was a good plan, was. Jon kicked the ground and rushed barehanded after Rolf. He activated a spell and dual cast it in both hands. A green light surrounded him and he ran like a flash of green light. This was by no means a human speed. This spell was hasten. It granted the caster a high buff in speed. Jon ran with insane speed and jumped with a kick at Rolf. Rolf could only look back to see something closing with an insane speed at his face. Alas, there was no time to dodge. The flying kick rammed Rolf's head and sent him flying to a fair distance. Jon, who was flying, crashed in a bad shape. His speed was just too insane. This exchanges of blocking Rolf's charge, rescuing Battleborn and chasing Rolf in an insane speed, happen in less than 10 seconds. The crowd was recovering from a surprise to receive the next, and they were 3. A loud cheer erupted for Rolf's plan and Jon's multitasking. Even though Jon relied on magic as the last resort, he still made a great show. He, you relied on magic after all. Rolf stood up while staggering and holding his head. He, don't get cocky, you are the one who got kicked like a doll. Jon was also staggering and holding the arm he fell on. Let's end this with your style then. Rolf threw away his axe and shield. He, as many others, craved to try his luck against Jon's barehanded style. Jon massaged his arm and walked to Rolf, who raised his arms in a brawling pose and wanted to throw punches. Just as Jon reached a good distance, he kicked with his right leg to Rolf's head. Ralof could foresee this and moved his head back to dodge. The kick passed and Jon returned it, but what no one could foresee was how his right changed trajectory into a sidekick in Ralof's torso. Ralofs resisted the kick and moved his left leg back to support himself. Jon took his legs back, then jumped at Ralof. His left leg landed on Ralof's right leg and grabbed Ralof's head with two hands. What came next was Jon's right knee striking into Ralof's face. Ralof fell unconscious due to the impact. On the spectators' seats, a young Imperial soldier shouted for Ralof to wake up, but no avail. In the end, Battleborn and Wolfer brought their opponents down easily. The match ended and the judge announced the win of Team White Wolves and their advance to the semi-finals. Jon healed himself and offered help to Ralof and his team. Ralof was holding his chin and waving to someone in the crowd. It was that young Imperial soldier. Jon, who was walking behind him, asked, "Someone you know?" "Yes, that's my friend from home." Ralof talked, "His name is Hadvar. He joined the Legion to protect Skyrim and I followed Jarl Ulfric as my hero." Ralof was taking proud about the paths they both chose. Jon, on the other hand, shivered from what he heard. He looked between Hadvar and Ralof and couldn't help but make a sad face. The future he knows will happen will be tough. Yet he didn't know should he interfere or not. After this match, a surprise happened and Team Warm Maidens led by Lydia won against Companion's second team led by Vilkas. Team Golden Swords led by Arger won an easy fight against Morthal's Dream Catchers, the lucky team that only met weak teams. Team Arcana Wisdom led by Rusning won against Team Snow Bears of Windhelm. Big Bad Ulfric lost his last two teams in the quarter-finals. The semi-finals are now between Team White Wolves against Team Warm Maidens, and Team Golden Swords against Team Arcana Wisdom. Chapter 31, Semi-Finals Part 1a/n. Many big thanks for Alex Martz for his donation on Patreon. Pray for him to have a Dragonborn Great Harem and go to Sovngarde. Ralof and Hadvar, two of the first NPCs that the player interacts with at the first scene in Helgen. The player walked to his execution as a prisoner with other war prisoners. Ralof is one of them. Hadvar, on the other hand, is one of the Imperial officers overseeing the execution. After the events that led to the failure of the execution due to Helgen being under dragon attack, the player chooses to either escape with Ralof or Hadvar. The choice has no effect on the game whatsoever, but it affects the survival of those two NPCs. If the player escaped with one, the other will die. These two are from the same village of Riverwood, and that is a common knowledge for all players, and now I am being told that these guys are actually best friends and they support each other's choice. But at the escape, they encounter each other. Hadvar calls Ralof a traitor and hopes that the dragon takes Ralof and his allies all to Sovngarde. It's sad, but I can't do anything about it, not just yet anyway. I have still not decided what to do about the future civil war, as it one of the most important turning points of the history of Skyrim. While thinking about that and watching the remaining matches, I could notice Maven Blackbriar in the VIP seats looking around at the seats. He will not be coming, old witch. I couldn't see Hemming or a Skier Snowshot either. They must be out there searching for Sibai. About the time the matches ended, a Skier Snowshot came and looked pale-faced. He looked at his father Volwolf and whispered something, then he and his father walked to Maven and talked to her. Maven started raising her voice and the VIP seats started to look messy. The people noticed and started to ask around. Some rumors started to fly around. Sibai Blackbriar was killed in a robbery, was found dead in an alleyway, killed by robbers. I guess my redecoration for the alleyway last night was good enough. Now the main suspects are Solitude ruffians. If they investigated Sibai's enemies such as me, or came looking for trouble, then that's another story, but at least they will investigate me, so I made a solid alibi with Rusning. Speaking of Rusning, he wasn't looking well. This guy seemed like he never took a life before, so I think he was nervous. The noise in the VIP area was not coming down anytime soon, and it seemed the Torage has ordered the guards to dismiss the people. I returned to the inn. Wolfer and Battleborn, who didn't know what happened, were taken aback by the news. I didn't tell them just yet for a good reason. Guards came to the inn and questioned all the participants lodging there, including us, of course. This is why I said nothing to them, as they were not as shameless as me. they might start sweating from the first question. Well, after the guards left, night came and I could tell them everything. They didn't mind me killing Sibai, but for me to lie about it with a smile was just too much for them. They looked at me with disdain the whole day. I also told them if there is to be a funeral then I'll be going. This was their limit. They never spoke with me the rest of the day. Killed the man and walked his funeral. This is an Egyptian proverb about shameless evildoers and I am going to apply it literally. Still, we had to make preparations for tomorrow. We are going against Lydia and her team War Maidens, a team made of girls, and for some reason I am worried. Why am I worried, you ask? Well, I have two manly Nords with me who will most likely are not good at hitting girls. I made sure they don't underestimate Team War Maidens and made some strategies with them. At night, I went out and made an extra precaution. I hid the stuff I looted from Sibai in the manhole I used to access Solitude sewers. I will take them out in the big day. The next day we went to the arena at the usual time. I could hear many people still talking about the events from yesterday. The VIP seats were full except for Maven and Volwolf. They naturally did not attend after what happened. Virmo announced the events of today matches. He also announced the incident from yesterday to the people and also announced that the Blackbriars are offering handsome rewards for anyone who gives of information that leads to the arrest of the culprit. After he said that the matches started, I with my gang were on the arena against Lydia and two other girls. There were other two girls outside. Lydia and her team were all sword and shield users. Most girls used that style. Jon on the left with his hammer, Wulfur on the middle but he carried a hammer like Jon this time, and Battleborn was on the right with his sword. The plan was simple: overwhelm the opponent. Lydia and her team were very resilient and their winning to this point was due to three factors. They always stood in defense, they have good teamwork and they are always underestimated and seen as lucky. With the judge's signal, three boys made their moves as if they were unleashed wolves. Lydia shouted for her team to defend and they stood together tightly. Wulfur crashed into the shield wall with all his weight. The girls could feel like a mammoth was crashing into them, but what happened next was a bit too unlucky for them. Jon, who lessened his speed in the last second, jumped on Wulfur's back then jumped over him once he crashed into the shield wall. The girls could feel a shadow flying over them. As they looked over they could see a flying Jon. Retreat! Lydia commanded and made a hasty order. She could see Jon landing and ready his hammer for a big swing. Lydia and the girl on the other side could run to different directions. The girl on the middle, however, tried to run but she couldn't. Her shield was held by Wulfur. She looked at him and he said, "That's his plan, sorry." Yes, that was Jon's plan. Wulfur and Battleborn won't hit girls seriously, but Jon had no problem with that. All they had to do was to pin down the girls and Jon will do the dead. He swung the hammer at the girl and she was sent flying. She screamed from the pain of Jon's swing. Wulfur, Battleborn, the crowd and the VIP looked at Jon with cold eyes. This was a girl, how can he just hit like that? Lydia and the other girl shouted the name of their teammate. Jon clearly didn't take gender into consideration. Also, he didn't stop after one hit. He made sure that the girl stays down, then moved to another opponent. The judge announced that the opponent was down and her team can send another substitution. Before a substitution could enter, the three boys moved like wolves to trap the other girl. Ganging on one, how shameless! Lydia rushed at them, but one of the boys blocked her. That was Battleborn. "Long time no see, Lydia, didn't think I would see you here," Battleborn said. They seemed to know each other but Lydia didn't reply and attacked with a stab. Battleborn was to stall her until Jon and Wulfur finished the other girls. Two fights were going on, Battleborn against Lydia, while Jon and Wulfur were chasing the other girls. Lydia broke free from Battleborn and headed directly to Jon. Jon had already taken another girl down, which means Team War Maidens has no substitutions left. "Now take them one-on-one, don't be so damn shy and hit them." Jon shouted at his teammates as he already achieved the first phase of his plan. He didn't want the other team to have more members than his or it will cause his team to lose stamina early. Lydia and Jon met head-on. Jon looked at the angry Lydia and noticed her facial features. Dark hair, green eyes, saber-like brows, she was a beauty. This was due to the effect of the mod Baijin War Maidens. This was a mod that beautified some of the female NPCs that follow the player. Now Lydia was that pretty, and she was angry too. Jon raised his hammer and swung at Lydia, not charmed by her at all. Lydia stood strong and blocked Jon's strike with her shield. The people cheered as this blow has sent many people flying, yet that strong girl was blocking it with one arm. She countered at Jon with a stab, yet he guided it away with the hammer's haft, then returned the blow with the hammer's back spike. The back spike went directly into Lydia's safe zone and threatened her. She retreated back, but the back spike sank into the wooden back of her shield. Jon took over the opportunity and pulled the hammer back, taking away the shield from Lydia. Lydia retreated a few steps away and was now understanding why Jon was considered the true black horse of this tournament. She held her sword with two hands and struck fast. Jon blocked with his hammer and counted with the knob of the grip right on Lydia's face. Some of the crowd started booing at Jon for his brutish behavior, yet who gives a damn? Jon attacked with a roundhouse kick to push Lydia back more. The crowd was cheering more as it seemed that Battleborn already sent his opponent down and went to help Wulfur. This fight was already in the hands of Team White Wolves. Lydia looked around and saw it's hopeless. Your team is simply too strong, I admit it, she said while throwing the sword away and helmet, but just like the others, I want to try a fist fight. She smiled fearlessly. Jon was thinking, why are Nords so fond of being beaten up? He didn't realize how much they liked his style. He also put his hammer and helmet down and moved a bit to the side with Lydia. They went into brawling pose and stood still. The crowd cheered as the last girl fell to Wulfur and Battleborn blows. A/N, I felt something dirty with that line. Lydia and Jon moved as if that was the starting signal. Wulfur and Battleborn stood to the side to watch. Lydia punched faster than the normal opponents could as she was much lighter. Jon dodged backward as he could feel pressure from her punches. He found a chance and sent a fast jab at her nose. Lydia took the hit head on and was forced backward. She put her hands on her face to check and found blood oozing from her nose. She smiled fiercely and started punching and kicking at Jon. He used the opportunity and kicked her kick, causing her stance to crumble and fall down. Jon tried to hold her when she was down, but she kicked while she was down and jumped on him and clashed body to body. Suddenly Jon could feel a sense of disaster. Lydia hugged him tightly and refused to let go. Then she used her hips and carried Jon. She ran carrying him. Jon kicked her with his knee, but she was so persistent, she refused to let go and still ran. Jon could feel she was heading out of the arena. She was aiming to throw Jon out of it and disqualify him. Jon used his arms to hug into her and tried to twist her body, but she resisted to the best of her ability. As Lydia almost reached the end of the arena, she made a jump. Jon looked at her and smiled. He thought so that was it. Lydia was trying to disqualify herself with him, a bit heroic in her Nordic brain. Due to that, Jon didn't offer more resistance. As she jumped with him, he fell first and she was on him. That was naughty. She tried to look cool using me. Well, I was the villain most of this match though. I was lying on my back outside the arena and she was on top of me, her head was on my chest. The crowd cheered and she moved. She looked at me with a grin and said, I got you. Well, I was careless, but whatever, my team won anyway. Still, I could also feel like I won. Can we stay like this for a while? I asked. Lydia raised her brows, questioning what I meant. She was sitting on me. It was what we call in the other world cowgirl position. She noticed how she sat and was shocked. I was really enjoying her expressions. As she got up slowly, she looked away and said, I am sorry, but I couldn't help but giggle. The judge announced my team's win. This was my first time to get disqualified though. This was the announcement saying that my team will get into the finales. Our fans cheered and some people still booed. I guess I should have gone easy on the girls. Next match was something I had to watch. It was Urger vs Rusning, Golden Swords vs Aracana Wisdom. The winner is our opponent. Chapter 32, Semi-Finals Part 2. Urger and Rusning were facing each other on the arena. This was 5 vs 5 match. I guess it will be much better than my match. it's after all 5 mages vs 5 warriors. This match will be dangerous. Many healers stood near to the arena, even Sibyl Stentor herself stood next to the arena. I was also invited to sit near to the arena if my help was needed. Few mages and monks from Solitude rounded the arena with Sibyl and casted a barrier spell. There were no barriers in the game, but in real life it's actually a giant ward spell. I can do that too, as the manipulation of ward spells was easy, yet as the size of the ward grows the more the harder it gets to defend with it, so more caster were needed. It can also be applied by installing some soul gems with the right amount of power. This technique appeared in game as traps in various locations in Skyrim. It is a bit complicated, but it's like installing a program. You need to cast a certain rune spell and install a soul gem on it. Wards are anti-magic barrier. They can stop magic perfectly as long as they overpower the magic they are against. All this meant that Team Arcana Wisdom can go all out to there as they wished. I sat and watched closely. Argur and his teammates appeared as if they were knights with their expensive-looking armors and their matching appearance. Rustning's team was mages. They will have a hard time facing the rush of the warriors, or so that appeared. I already could see confidence on their faces. These guys have already cooked something for today. 5 stood facing 5. The mages took their distance and prepared spells. The warriors unsheathed their swords as they all used long swords in this fight. The tension of the crowd was at its max. The judge gave the instructions as usual and ran like a rabbit. I could feel Rustning already using magic. He was charging his spell and already aiming for a big move from the start. The other mages on Rustning team were also charging spells. Just as the judge shouted fight, Rustning and Argur shouted, summon, disperse. 4 frost Atronax appeared. They were clearly dual-casted, as the magicka bounding them felt like that. Not only that, Rustning was not making a summon, he was making 2 adept-level casts of the same spell on each hand. As he unleashed the spells, they were 2 big ice storm spells. He must have invested a lot of magicka on these. The warriors ran to every corner as they were afraid from a spell that does an area damage. Smart move, but it was only 2 spells. Now you have to deal with the summons. 4 Frost Atronax are a pain to deal with. Frost Atronax are large, hulking Daedra that deals melee damage. It's not that fast, but it's very solid. One of its arms are pointy and the other is blunt. The 4 started to chase. As for the 5 warriors, the best way to deal with these creatures was to use silver, elven, glass, or enchanted weapons. Sure enough, Golden Swords team had already their swords enchanted for this kind of situation. They started to fend against the Atronax while trying to stay out of the mage's sight, yet the mages were already making Stoneskin spells and moving to the next phase systematically. I was nodding to how they worked. They were very organized. They also sometimes waited for their magicka to regenerate. As there were 4 Atronax and 5 warriors, one was able to break free. A warrior from Argur's team ran with a smile on his face. He was shouting "Got you!" while attacking one of the mages. The mage was the girl named Jolma, or how I rather call her, Machine Gun Jolma. This girl can fire spells like crazy. Once this warrior broke into run, Argur was shouting for him to come back, and as he was reaching Jolma, the girl grinned and pointed her hand at him and the tragedy began. Ice spike spells were spammed like crazy. Even I started to be afraid. I can block that amount, but if I was hit by it, my survival will be questionable. This poor boy at his fill of ice spikes. They were not aimed at fatal spots, and his armor has anti-magic enchantment, so he was fine, probably. He hit the ground and was announced out. Someone sneaked into the arena and dragged him out. Cast freeze, don't let the Atronax stray far. Holman, you heal the damaged Atronax. Rustning was giving orders and his team was moving perfectly under his lead. Argur was depressed after a member of his team fell. He was thinking how to win this tight situation. These things are slow, draw them back and the mages will lose their cover. Argur started giving orders to, destroy them one by one, and don't let the mages fire a spell on you when you are in one place. Argur and Rustning made strategies and moved accordingly. The team reached a point where the 2 were on equal terms, even with the warriors being short in number. Ordinary people might think they were on equal terms, but truth is that the warriors were under a lot of stress. The ice element was the bane of warriors, also their opponents increased from 5 to 9, and they became 4 and were being pushed back slowly. "Buy me some time!" Arger shouted and retreated back. He then ran and went past the siege of Atronax. He ran with nimble steps and readied his sword. He was met with a barrage of spells, but he was Arger of the Golden Swords. He jumped left and right and avoided whatever was thrown at him. He approached one of the boy mages with the speed of a ghost and slashed at him. The Stoneskin protection offered a nice layer of armor and could stop the slash, but the enchantment on the sword made some magical damage, yet mages were used to that. What they were not used for was brutal physical damage, as the mage was carried and thrown down with all Arger's weight on top of him. Arger went up fast and tried to attack another mage, but he didn't notice what he stepped on and was blown away by an ice rune. As that was done, he rolled on the ground with pain expression on his face. He could feel a bad promotion if he stayed on the ground, so he jumped back like a rabbit, enduring the pain and running back behind his team. He panted and looked at the mage he put down. He was being carried away and one of the Atronax were unsummoned. Now as the pressure lessened down, the warriors tried to take back momentum, but fate was mocking them. One of the warriors was hit by a freeze spell, a spell that can do magic over time and slow down the opponent. He was indeed slowed down and couldn't fend against the Atronax he was fighting and was blown away. Mercy knew no address for him as he was struck again by an ice spike spell and couldn't stand from pain. Another warrior has fallen. The mages started to tighten their defense as they were expecting a similar counterattack. The attack did come, as the warriors could finally destroy an Atronax and made a fast charge against the mages. This was a good charge, yet another warrior fell during the barrage of spells that met them. That now left Arger and another warrior. Arger could finally close once again, and he used many dodging moves to reach this annoying machine gun girl. He hit her with the pommel of his sword on the head and she went unconscious. Now 2 warriors against 3 mages and 1 Atronax. Arger's teammate used himself as a shield to block the Atronax and let Arger run past it to face 3 mages on his own. His first target was a girl and a boy who stood close. Suddenly they summoned bound weapons and met with him head-on. "Aren't you mages?" Arger was taken aback, but the answer made him smile. The boy and the girl shouted, "We are Nords," as they attacked him. Arger passed from their bound weapon easily as they were not bad at using them, but his level of combat was just too good. As he dodged them, he held his long sword from the blade and used the handle as blunt weapon, hitting both the boy and girl on the head. They fell to his blows and the last Frost Atronax also fell. Yet to his disappointment his teammate was also lying on the ground. Now he was completely with no backup. He turned to the last enemy and tried to rush at him, but he was met with 2 hands casting 2 cold spells of Frostbite spell. This spell was a stream of coldness. Arger was affected by his fatigue and the ice element that attacked his stamina. He could hardly make any moves now. He only depended on his willpower and tried to move forward. One of the spells was taken back, but another one came after it. It was Spark's spell. Now he was being attacked by 2 spells from ice and lightning elements and he could barely stand, yet he persisted and leaned on his sword. Another time, the Spark's spell was stopped and switched from lightning to fire, but the Frostbite was reinforced with more magicka. Few seconds it stopped. Arger looked to see what happened, but he could see a big ball of fire coming at him. He reflexively carried his sword with 2 hands and slashed at it. As the swords and spell met each other, the spell exploded. This was a fireball spell. It launched Arger away and threw him to the ground a bit far away. Rusning, on the other hand, looked pale and exhausted. The crowd, who never cheered in this match even once due to the enthusiasm, still was shocked by the performance that was just too good. My showdown just a while ago was nothing compared to this hype. Rusning couldn't stand anymore and fell on the ground. He was too tired as he already used most of his magicka. I couldn't help myself but to stand up and start clapping. My clapping woke the crowd up and they also clapped and cheered. Now it's settled, it will be my team against Team Arcana Wisdom. I have to be ready for tomorrow. Team Arcana Wisdom was now in the finals with our Team White Wolves. if you told anyone before this tournament that the teams which will be on the top 2 in the team duels would be a team from the College of Winterhold and another unsponsored team, they would beat you black and blue. The fact that the college is hateful is still true in the eyes of many, but they may have changed their opinions about these 5 Nord young mages. Yet that last match was just too good, the power of the warriors, especially Arger's last maneuver, and the spells that Rusning cast alongside his wise leadership, all that but mages into a new light. Many people were looking at me for God knows what reason. I already made a counter plan to whatever the college brings on stage tomorrow. I wouldn't be as arrogant as saying they have no trump card left after this match. I think they did just like I did, they should left at least something big for tomorrow. I have that thing that I trained myself with in secret for few months before I leave Riften, only Nurina knew of it and she helped me to train it in secret. This secret is going out tomorrow. As the mages put down the ward barrier, healer rushed in like crazy, they also carried stamina potions. After a while, Rusning and Arger stood up and greeted each other, then were taken to the VIP seats as the big shots wanted to have a look at them. As they got down from the VIP, I was not far and we could see each other. Nice fight you two. I greeted. Thank you. Arger said politely. Thank you, but I'm afraid you're going to have more than that tomorrow. Rusning said, making himself look confident. We 3 stood and trash-talked on the side. Virmo announced the end of today's events and the time of tomorrow's events, as well as the last event the day after tomorrow, which will be held just before the Champions ceremony. He also announced a funeral ceremony will be held tonight for a member of Team Black Snow that met a tragic death 2 days ago. The ceremony will be held in front of the Temple of Gods. We are going. I said. Sure, I'll be there if my sis, if they needed anything. Arger said. What? You are going? Rusning was nervous. I looked at him and /__. Yet he looked at me with disdainful eyes. Come on, attending Sibai's funeral was one of my dreams. Let's just get over with it. Chapter 33, Divine Elegance A/N, The Bounce Chapter. I went back to the inn and looked through my stuff. Seriously, there were nothing elegant in my chest. I had to mix a few stuff together, but that didn't look cool. I looked around my room and smiled. I knew someone who did that before. In my past life I had a sister, and just like all sisters, they would drag all their stuff on the bed and complain how they have nothing to dress. I wonder who did I catch that habit from? If only I had my armor and clothing mods, I wouldn't be in such distress. This is something that I confirmed, but all the mods that add unrealistic stuff to Skyrim didn't follow me to my next life, and the armor mods are not really there. Maybe if these armors were locked in somewhere in a dungeon or something I could find them, but I am not expecting much anyway. I had to go out and buy something. This event is so special that I have to attend it with something so cool, sending Sibai Blackbriar to oblivion. So I'll have to ask anyone about a good place. As I went out of my room I saw just the girl. Sviti, who was playing with her baby fox. I think she named it Grace. Sviti, may I have a minute of your precious time? I said. How polite. You really need something that bad? She made a fu after I said that. You see, there is someone we know being sent to oblivion tonight and I have no clothes to send him off with. I said with a sad face, do you know a good place? Oh, you're going to the funeral? Well, all I know are girl places. You need to ask Porna for stuff like that, she knows the city very well. She said. Porna. Well, she is my cousin, so I think she will help, even though I am not sure if she knows about me being her cousin or not. Well, let's ask her. Filling my purse with gold coins and few change, I locked my chest and rushed outside the inn. Now let's head to Skyfire Pet Shop. I wonder if Skyfire is my clan name? This will be like John Skyfire. Nah, doesn't sound good. While thinking about these meaningless ideas I reached the shop. It was open and have few customers. I went in and looked around. so many cute animals were there. May I help you with some? Oh, if it is not Jon. Someone said. I turned around, and it was the person I was looking for, Porna. Hey, I was looking for you. I greeted. Why? She asked. You see, there is a someone I know is being sent to Oblivion tonight and I don't have a good thing where. Sviti said you know the good places around. I said. You are sending someone to Oblivion, then don't you need an armor? She said. It's just for seeing him off. I said. The funeral you mean? Fine, I'll ask Ma for few minutes and come with you to a place I know. Porna said and ran inside. A minute later she came and went out with me. I looked at the shop sign and said, so Skyfire, is that the name of your clan? No, the clan's Firemane clan. She said. Firemane? That was not in the game? But Firemane sounds familiar for some reason. Isn't that a boss in FF? Whatever, never heard about them. I said. Normally that's the case, our business name Skyfire and that's the only name we use. She said. So where are your clan from? I asked. That's a secret, I heard you will be invited next year but you shouldn't know now. She said. Strange. Why the secrecy? So your clan doesn't live in a city or a town? I asked. Obviously. She said. Well, that's mysterious. I hoped to know the reason but she didn't tell. As we walked she was taking me into the inn's direction and she stopped and said. Here we are. So it is that. I looked in the shop sign that read Radiant Raiment. This a shop from the game, one that gives a quest and it was an annoying one. There work 2 high elf sisters, and they are hateful I tell you. The shop belongs to Tari and Endari, they don't treat people very well but they are good to me. Porna said. I know about their nature, Tari is a typical high elf who normally looks down on people, but imagine a high elf who works in fashion business which is already looking down on people, this is just annoying to bear. Worse is her sister Endari, she hates people altogether. Porna pushed the front door and I followed, we walked into a typical solitude building, yet there were all kinds of clothes that I have never seen before. Hello, Endari, it's Porna. Porna called for Endari as if they were familiar to each other. 1 second. A voice sounded, then a minute later a woman came out. An Altmer with their usual skin that has a very pale golden hue. I am happy I mod most of the NPC females in Skyrim, this woman in the game is actually scary, I think this is the ordinary women mod. Porna, you came. Endari said and she looked quite happy. Porna gave a smile and said, this is my aunt's disciple, I came here to show him the place. Oh, what delight! Another charming customer. Endari said, I think she always said that in the game too. He is also looking for something suitable to see a friend off to Oblivion. Porna said while giggling. Endari raised her brows and said I have few of those myself. Then she looked at me, I have something your size. She walked in and Porna told me to follow, actually the stuff is quite nice. Endari brought out a black outfit of a black leather coat and pants with a crimson shirt, it had few leather strips with buckles, it looked fantastic in my opinion yet it was a bit familiar and I couldn't help but tilt my head. I think this is from a mod, I feel it's so familiar. This is an outfit that we import from Old Hraldan town, there is a store that opened there and they export these good stuff. Endari said. What is the name of that store? I had a hunch but I needed to confirm it. It goes by a Divine Elegance, quite the cocky name but they do good stuff, so, buying or leaving? Endari said but my head was already somewhere else. Old Hraldan was indeed a town in this world and not just a small inn in the middle of nowhere, yet the name Divine Elegance is that from a mod that made good clothing, it was one of my favorite clothing mods. This outfit was none other than Detlef outfit from the Witcher game series, it was created by the modders and put into the world of Skyrim. Amazing! I exclaimed, this outfit was a real cosplay for Detlef the vampire, Hehe. I can't let that thing off. But wait, what else do you have? Endori looked that she wanted to kick me out, but she swallowed the urge and showed me another stuff. I could find many stuff from the mod. I couldn't hold myself back at all. I'll buy all these goodies. What I bought were Detlef outfit, Dandelion outfit, Algierd robes in black, Avalach robes normal 1 and black, the suits of Nilfgaard and Beauclair, the casual clothes, Silent Mist outfit, Spellmonger robe, Secret Apprentice robe and Robin outfit. I also bought some gifts for Nurina. The amount of money I spent was enormous, yet it was worth it. When I asked Porna about what gift should I bring for Hilda, she said look for the meanest and scariest armor or weapon in the market. This was not helping. Maybe I'll buy her something when I reach Winterhold. Thinking about that, I hired a carrier and paid him to carry my stuff and follow me to the inn. I said farewells and went away. After I reached the inn, another problem occurred. I didn't know which one to wear. No, I have all the clothes I want and they are just too good. I don't know which one will make my handsome the most. Damn it, even his funeral, that Sibai is giving me a headache. I'll just wear the Detlef outfit. Damn, I look good. If I have some black round glasses right now, this will end up being epic. I put on the shoes and gloves and did my hair. Now this young man is ready to roll. I told Wolfer and Battleborn not to follow, these guys will give me out and look nervous all the time. As I reached the Temple of the Divines, Rusning was waiting for me and saw my elegance, or not. He came and went in with me. Apparently, I was late, but nothing has happened, yet everyone was here. Those who didn't attend were mostly Big Bad Ulfric, Skald the Grumpy, Faralda who doesn't care, and the ones who had no strong connection. I attended as the captain of the team who was making it for the finals as a fellow participant from Riften. The Temple of the Divines was in the castle and its high priest was Rorland, a man who was mostly drunk. At the deepest part of the temple lied the 8 shrines of the Divines, as the shrine of Talos was removed due to the white gold concordat. High Priest Rorland started a speech probably written by Maven and praised the bravery of Sibai, and he fought his attackers as one of them was killed by him, yet he was attacked from the behind by a cowardly arrow. I actually the one who made it look like that. Later I heard that the guards cleared the slums and took out many ruffians and threw them to prison, all for the good of the city though. I could notice Maven and her family wearing black. They didn't look sad at all. I bet that Hemming was happy he became the only male heir to his mother's empire now. Maven was making her usual by-age face, and her daughter Ingun was playing with something in her hands, and let me tell you, if Ingun Blackbriar played with anything, then it probably is involved with the word death. Well, she didn't look sad to me either. I should just avoid any Blackbriar after that. As the sermon ended, I excused myself and walked with Rusning. On the way out I saw Ijrod Ravencrone and her daughter Ijrod the younger walking out. Walk, my girl, these are dark times, people kill people and go attend their funerals. I could hear Ijrod telling that to her daughter. I froze, Rusning froze, the air around us froze. We looked at each other and couldn't help but run out of the temple's yard. I told you this is a bad idea. Rusning said. It's not my fault, this Jarl is weird, she can tell future and see all kinds of weird stuff. I told him. What will happen if she told the Blackbriars? Rusning said. I don't think she will, but let's leave the city right after the tourney. I said. Chapter 34, Finals, Part 1. A day passed after the captains of the 2 teams went each to his way. Now they were standing facing each other again in the arena, glaring and sneering. That's all these 2 exchanged. One of them was at the head of the other, reading each other's thoughts and playing who acts first loses. The lineup was Jon, who stood in the middle holding no weapon and wearing a scaled cuirass on a mage robe. Wolfer was wearing his full armor for the first time on the arena, a heavy steel armor with his high dam shield. In his hand was not the flail but Jon's hammer Agni Ra. Battleborn was wearing the same scaled cuirass as Jon's. It has a good resistance to magic, so it will be of use this match. He surprisingly was holding a bow, and his sword was sheathed. On the other side, Rusning and his team were on their top readiness. They didn't just wear robes, they also brought staves. They wanted to go all out and crush the hurdle known as White Wolves. As most of the White Wolves were warriors, Jon could guess that these staves were ice spick staves. He was really not worried. He has already enchanted Wulfr's shield with resist magic enchantment and gave Wulfr and Battleborn capes of frost resistance. He already foresaw every move the opponent will do, and also was hoping that they will surprise him. As the mages of around the arena made their barrier, and the judge said instructions, White Wolves and Arachna Wisdom stood on the arena 3-3. Team White Wolves, as usual, had the two Jons and Wulfr. Team Arachna Wisdom had Rustning as the leader and the one who could use adept-level destruction magic, Svefna the girl who can charge spells for long times, Svaddle the boy who can aim magic to two different directions with his two hands without missing the two targets. Outside the arena was Jolma the machine gun and Holman the healer and the ward master. After one falls, Holman will come in to equalize, then Jolma to put pressure on the White Wolves. That was the strategy and Jon saw through it. As the judge gave the signal, Team Arachna Wisdom took their formation and aimed their staves. It was a normal formation. Team White Wolves were Jon at the front casting his ward with his left while Battleborn stood on his back and looked cool. As the judge said fight, and jumped away, Rustning shouted fire, and the team fired ice spikes from their staves just as Jon predicted. Jon was just standing and casting his quadrant ward with his left hand and his right hand was behind his back with a lightning spell being charged on it. A barrage of ice spikes fell on the ward and as the frost element was being dispersed by the ward, mist was forming from the way it was being blocked with. Few seconds of firing ice spikes should be enough to put pressure on Jon, but the only mist was forming more and more. As mist blocked the view, Rustning signaled for his team to stop the casting. They kept looking at the mist as it was depressing, waiting to see how their surprise attack would work on Team White Wolves. But what they saw made their jaws drop. Jon was standing the same as he was and his team was still the same, no one even moved once. Sybil Stentor and Farelda opened their eyes wide. Jarl Ajrod laughed softly. These three were the most well-versed three in magic between the spectators. One must know that to block a spell with a ward, one needs to overpower this spell with his own magicka, and Jon did overpower 3 staves with his magicka alone. This was hard to be puffed by an artifact as it was connected to the nature of magicka itself, and Jon was a Nord and a human. However, his magicka nature appeared to be on the level of elves. Only these 3 could comprehend that. Rustning knew that Jon's magicka wasn't something he can go alone against, yet not this scary point. He devised the first move especially to put pressure on Jon. Jon smiled and moved his right hand to his side and pushed it forward in a casting pose. Fierce lightning broke out and headed towards the opponents. The spell struck Svaddle, but it was too much for him and he shouted from pain. The spell didn't just do that, it bounced from him to Rustning and struck him hard, then it bounced at Svefna, who screamed from the shock. This was no lightning bolt spell, this was chain lightning spell. Unlike the game where it only bounces on one target, in real life, it can bounce for any number as long as it was charged with enough magicka, and Jon just mastered it 2 days ago. Damn! That guy is a monster! Svefna said. She could speak as she took the least damage from the spell. Svaddle, on the other hand, was already on one knee. No time to chat, next phase quickly. Rustning gave orders and made the next spell. They took distance from each other and started with next spell, which was already being cast. Every one of them has summoned a frost Atronak. Let's move! Jon called to the heavily armored Wulfr and the light armored Battleborn. Wulfr nodded and walked to the Atronak on the left. Battleborn started running to the side. Battleborn started harassing the other team with arrows, and Wulfr clashed head-on with a frost Atronak. Jon made 2 spells and summoned 2 fire Atronaks. The people were cheering for the show. The amount of magic they saw during the last few days made them able to identify the magic on their own. Now, there were 11 figures on the arena clashing and shooting spells at each other. Wulfr was standing his ground against a frost Atronak alone and hitting it with a fire-enchanted weapon. He was doing good on his own. Battleborn shot arrows and pushed the mages from their ground. Jon started using lightning bolts and fought with 3 mages on his own. They started changing the element against him from ice to fire as it would do more damage. Jon dodged and shot lightning again and again. Rustning started targeting Wulfur and Battleborn on his own. He wanted to eliminate someone then focus his team's power on Jon. As Battleborn ran out of arrows he switched to sword and ran to Jon and hid behind him. Team Arachna Wisdom could finally take a little breath. Jon's fire Atronachs were focused on the other frost Atronachs. Jon could find a clear way to run forward with Battleborn behind him, then he cleared the way for Battleborn. Battleborn ran and dodged nimbly. He was fast, so fast that people started to wonder, he could jump and do moves like Jon too. Actually, Jon started teaching Battleborn some moves to dodge while rushing forward to avoid arrows and spells. Battleborn could make his way through spells under Jon's cover fire. He reached Svadil and attacked him with a body clash. Svadil was carried by Battleborn's push and was sent to the air. There was no mercy as it seemed that Jon taught him how to strike the head with a knee. Svadil fell unconscious to the attack and Battleborn escaped back. Wulfur has finished a frost Atronach on his own and was moving to the next to find it crumbling and being unsummoned. He just ran to the next one. The pressure on Arachna Wisdom increased and Rustning called for Holman. As Svadil was being carried back, Holman ran in and conjured a frost Atronach to lessen the pressure. Holman healed Svefna and Rustning who were firing spells at Jon. Jon hid behind the barrier and retreated slowly. We are being pushed. Rustning was annoyed by the situation. Give me time. Svefna said and returned behind. Holman took her place and started spamming spells. Rustning looked at her and saw what she was doing. He knew her specialty and didn't talk. He can't dishonor the determination of his teammate. Svefna charged an ice storm spell and dual casted it on both hands. She then started to overcharge it. Overcharging was a technique used when a mage starts to put more magicka than usual in a spell, in a destruction spell that was dangerous as one could lose control and the spell would explode, yet that was Svefna's specialty. Now cover me, she said and started running to the side. Rustning and Holman could already see what she was thinking and ignored protecting themselves to provide more cover. Jon could see the change in phase and noticed Svefna's moves. She lined herself to face the three opponents of White Wolves at once, then she let go of her spell. Jon opened his eyes wide from the size of the spell. He was busy blocking Rustning and Holman who started casting magic like madmen and now a spell that size was heading for him. It was too late to manipulate the ward to block it, the best way was to avoid it. Incoming! Avoid! Jon warned Battleborn who was behind him and Wulfur who was busy with a frost Atronach. Svefna saw the situation and smiled. You think I'll let you have your way? She shouted. It appeared that the frost Atronach Wulfur was fighting was hers. She controlled it and made it throw its all way on Wulfur to pin him down. Wulfur! Avoid! Battleborn shouted at Wulfur but it was too late. Jon and Battleborn could already avoid the ice storm, yet Wulfur who was pinned down took the full force of it. Jon knew that Wulfur's shield and cape should save him in this kind of situation, but to see his best friend take a spell like that made blood rush to his brain and he called a lightning bolt spell and fired it on Svefna. Svefna's last attack was a suicidal one to damage Team White Wolves and let Jolma in. Sure enough, she was ready to be attacked. Jon's lightning bolt struck her body and sent her to the ground, yet she was still controlling the frost Atronach to not let it off Wulfur. A breath later, the frost Atronach on Wulfur exploded and a hammer could be seen coming from it. This was Agniara at the hands of Wulfur dealing the last blow to the frost Atronach. Svefna saw that and said damn it, then lost her consciousness as her magicka ran out and she was beaten up badly. The judge made a fast announcement and signaled for healers to get her out, also Jolma was running in. Wulfur was panting from exhaustion and was standing on one knee leaning at the hammer. There were no Atronachs left, so Jon said rest now. As Jolma reached her teammates, they tightened their defense and made preparations to make an attack on their opponents with Jolma's speed casting and Rustning's powerful spells. Jolma cast a spell and another Atronach appeared. Luckily her team was short on magicka and they can't afford to conjure more. Jon now had Battleborn and 2 flame Atronachs, and Wulfur was resting. We need to surround them, an Atronak will follow you and fire at them, another will face the new Atronak and draw it away, I will take a side, you go right I go left. Jon made a plan and said, once you take their attention, move out of the way, I'll do a big one. Good luck. Battleborn said and moved. The people cheered from the strong exchange between the teams. This time Team White Wolves was facing a strong opponent and made their best moves. Even if that was a mage's match, it was an excellent match. No one could move their eyes away, even the Jarls of Windhelm, Winterhold and Dawnstar who hated magic. Team Arcana Wisdom had Holman as the ward caster in the front to protect them from Jon's spells. Rusning was on the right of Holman and Jolma was on his left. Jon ran to the left at Rusning's side, Battleborn ran to the other side and started dodging and jumping with nimble acrobatics. Jolma was spamming spells at him and he would throw stones at her if he could while trying to get close. Jon, on the other hand, was controlling two Atronachs, holding Holman in place with one, drawing away the new Atronach with another, and he was exchanging spells with Rusning and pressing him bad. Farelda, Sybil Stentor and Jarl Ajrod were admiring what they were seeing. The level of control was hardly achieved by anyone in that age. He was managing all his team and summons while attacking. If Jon heard them talking about that, he would say playing FIFA was harder. Rusning and his team looked like some heroes from a certain movie who were defending each other backs while taking attacks from all sides. A/N, Avengers, Age of Ultron, the last fight scene around the device thing. Holman. I am running out of magicka, a hand here, Rusning shouted. That fire Atronach is so annoying I can't face it with a hand. Holman complained. Jolma. Rusning asked. This guy is too slippery, I can't hold him or leave him be. Jolma, who reached a deadlock with Battleborn, shouted. Rusning thought and made a decision. He said move, as he backed away from his confrontation with Jon and aimed at Battleborn, then he cast a big fire magic, squeezing the last of his juice with it. A fireball flew at Battleborn, who was not making a good footing, and exploded right next to him. His defense was not up and Jolma could damage him a few times from their last exchange. He could see the fire turning from a spell to explosion. He barely looked at the guy who carried the same name as him and shouted U-turn, while getting blown away and falling unconscious. Jon saw that and hardened his resolve. He had to make a move now. He moved like a ghost nearer and nearer to the three opponents. Jolma was focusing her attention on him and was readying a spell. Jon, who has rolled and reached a far location, was standing 3 meters away from Team Arcana Wisdom. Too close, too daring. Mages like Jolma can be dangerous at that range as their accuracy will be better. Some started shaking their heads from the bad decision. Some started thinking about how Jon's mistake costed his team its first loss. Some were happy or sad for their bets that was confirmed right in front of their eyes. Some were really worried at Jon. Yet what Jon did was speaking 2 words. 2 words, made the time stop. 2 words, made everyone lose their senses. Made everyone wish to question their own sanity, yet they didn't have the chance as the words they heard were loud and clear. Elisif hugged Torridge from the shock. Ijrod jumped back from the scare her gifts couldn't foresee. Ulfric couldn't hold his goblet and it fell from his hands. Balgruaf opened his mouth and an egg could pass through it. Even the cool-headed Scatty was struck dumb and couldn't believe what she saw or heard. None of these reactions were overreacted. They all were on spot. The 2 words said by Jon just were too scary that everyone was struck with fear of what they saw after them. Jon spoke and the world obeyed. Space was moved and power was unleashed. Half of Solitude heard those 2 words. They were Fusro. A/N, a bounce chapter is ready, edited and all. Give up all your stones on the way out if you want to see it today. Once we break into the top 20 again, I'll post it along with another few announcements. Chapter 35, Finals, Part 2 A/N. This is the second chapter that comes to you by the good graces of Alex Martz on Patreon, at Drthrodaloyer on Discord. A/N, there are a bunch of important notes at the end of the chapter. Fusro. These words that turn the voice into raw power, pushing aside anything or anyone who stands in its path. They were not the complete shout, they missed the last word da, which meant push. Fuss means force, ro means balance. The three words altogether would unleash a mighty force that would push away anything and anyone like a blast. Yet, Jon only used the first two words for two reasons. The first reason is, the first two words are enough. The might of the three words together in real life is too much different than what was in the game. The first word can push an adult man across a room, the second will send him flying for a short distance, yet the third word may actually kill a man. The third word itself carried much more power than all the other two words, that it would send a man flying like a rag doll and might break his body or cause him to hit something really hard. It shouldn't really kill a man if only he was lucky enough or strong enough. The second reason was that Jon couldn't master the third word yet. He could comprehend the words of power because he saw them and he could understand their meaning due to the experience of playing the game. He knew all the shouts from the game, yet mastering only 2 words in 1 year was his limit. Even the hero of the game could master only 1 word per fulfilling a certain condition. These were his reasons for not using Da. He couldn't, and if he could he may have killed these opponents. The power was unleashed from Jon, who was only 3 meters away from his opponents. This distance was enough for him to devastate them from this distance. Jolma was the closest to the shout and she was being pushed away with its power. Holman was just beside her, fending against Jon's fire at Tronak. He was completely exposed from his side and was caught off guard too. Rusning, who just blasted Battleborn away, could see what was happening, yet he couldn't go anywhere. His power was depleted and was staggering even before the shout could reach him. On the spectators' side, Skadi, Horna, and Sviti were screaming alongside the other spectators. Around the arena, the mages who were maintaining the ward barrier couldn't just leave the barrier and run. All they could do was to close their eyes and crawl ready for impact. The participants' seats were no better. Jon was facing them, so they felt like the shout was actually heading for them and starting jumping away. The VIP area, as usual, suffered the most. Elisif was completely on Torridge's lap. Ijrod, for the first time around people, looked surprised. Ulfric rushed and stood at the rail ahead of the VIP area holding onto it. The other Jarls suffered again from the same damn youth who always made their hearts jump, yet this time was the hardest surprise. This was just too absurd. Most of the people heard the legends about the words of power, the voice, the Thursday the ancient language of the dragons. Few people understand that power, fewer witnessed it. It was noted that last time the Thursday was used in battle was at 4176 at the Forsworn Rebellion, when the city of Markarth fell to the natives of the Reach. At that time, Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak led a band of Nord warriors and retook the city from the natives. This happened during the Great War. The man himself was present and witnessed the shout of Jon being performed in front of him. He was the only voice master known under High Hrothgar, but now, there are 2. The time that stopped in the minds of many people started to flow again, and the results of the shout were vividly seen. Jolma and Holman were flying back. Rusning was a bit away from the center of the force unleashed, so he only fell hard on the ground and rolled back. As Jolma and Holman fell down, the force wave continued to advance and hit the barrier, dispelling a part of it and sending the mages to their knees. Then the wave was depressed after its power was depleted. Team Araucana Wisdom, which was finally starting to take advantage in battle with the heavy price of 2 of its members, was devastated beyond recovering. Jolma and Holman were on the ground unconscious. Rusning, whose power was depleted due to physical and magical exhaustion, was still conscious but was panting for breath. On the other side, Battleborn was eliminated. Wulfur was not able to move due to strong frost damage, and Jon was sitting on the ground while panting from exhaustion. All the Atronachs were dispelled. The judge was not planning to enter anytime soon, but few brave healers ran in to check on the unconscious and ran out carrying them. That was crazy. Rusning said was panting and moving his body. He could stand in a staggering pose. This was really good, he said. He took a deep breath and looked at Jon. I am not done yet. A mage is always prepared. As he finished saying that, he took out few papers from his robe. Jon's eyes shrunk. These were scrolls and he could barely stand up now. Scrolls are magical documents that can be used to cast spells. Anyone can use a scroll, regardless of magic skill, and casting a scroll does not use any magicka. However, each scroll can only be used once. Now, Rustning was having 4 scrolls in his hands. He took one and opened it with hand speed and skill, then fire could be seen on his hand. He did that, then cast the spell all in 1 second. A ball of fire flew toward Jon, which appeared to be a fireball spell. It flew with speed at Jon, who was defenseless at this moment. He tried to call his quadrant ward, yet it takes time to switch between spells. Jon's eyes were on the fast spell that was about to hit him the next second. Suddenly a shadow covered him, a shadow so big that it covered all the light of day that fell on him. This was Jon's number 1 partner in crime and his right-hand man, Wulfr, making his coolest entrance ever. He stood in front of Jon, then positioned his large shield, the high dam, and with it, he took the spell head-on. The explosion could be heard and Wulfr shouted from the power carried by it. He looked at Jon and shouted, "I can take this bard for a couple more times, hurry up and finish him." Jon was in a daze from what he saw, yet he got himself together and cast a spell he could cast in his state towards the sky. A spectre bird flew from it as the second impact arrived. Wulfr shouted from the pain again. Rustning was no polite to the friends of yesterday at all. He could see Jon running out from the cover of the shield and aimed the 3rd fireball at him. A large blast occurred as it seemed that Rustning added some of his last magicka to empower the spell. He was waiting to see the result. Wulfr was blasted away by the spell and fell unconscious to the side. Through the fire of the explosion, a figure jumped, making his arm into X shape to protect his face. His eyes were as that of a wild beast that was unleashed at a prey, and his smile was wide and full of madness. Now the confrontation was only between Jon and Rustning. Jon started running right in a straight line towards Rustning, not thinking of dodging anything. Rustning was readying himself to fire the last scroll right at the madly advancing Jon. It was the last hit of the match. Jon was using his body as the last resort he can use right now. The after effect of using the Thursday was making it hard for his mind to control his magicka or make another spell. On the other hand, Rustning was firing his last bullet at the opponent who was advancing. Rustning and Jon were smiling from the thrill. Rustning shouted, "Haha! Come at me!" He was about to fire his spell directly at Jon. Jon was not showing any sign of defending, as if he would run through it. The spell was just about to leave from Rustning's hand at the closest distance he can afford to not harm himself, yet something happened. A bird. No, a spectral falcon appeared from the side of Rustning and caught his stretched hand that was about to shoot the spell and pulled it away. The spell was fired, yet to complete a different direction from where it should be aimed at. Hitting the spectral falcon with his other hand, Rustning saw something not too good for him. Jon was already 2 meters ahead of him and was flying. Jon a few seconds ago controlled the familiar her conjured behind Wulfr while charging at Rustning and disturbed the scroll he was about to cast. Jon reached a good point, jumped with 2 legs and rotated himself midair. His legs were facing Rustning and were ready to kick. He let himself get closer and kicked with all his might at Rustning. Even though Rustning was a Nord and had a strong body, he was a mage who didn't train physically that much. As he received the kick, he was launched away by it. Both boys fell with no strength after the last exchange. They officially arrived at their limit. The people were standing on. The VIPs were standing. The judge didn't really want to go in the arena, but he was glared at by everyone. The 3 boys on the arena were lying down and not moving. The judge ran in with healers behind him. The nearest one was Wulfr. The judge checked on him and signaled that he was unconscious. Next was Rustning, who was lying on his front, and Jon, who was lying on his back. The judge reached Rustning and signaled he was unconscious. Team White Wolves fans cheered, yet the team was not out of the woods yet. The judge headed to Jon. If Jon was unconscious, then this match may end as a draw. This will break the hearts of many fans. The judge reached Jon and was about to check on him. Suddenly Jon, who was lying on his back, raised his upper half in a sat while looking around. The judge was frightened and screamed in an embarrassing voice. Jon and the healers looked at the man with strange eyes. The judge made end to him. and looked at Virmo and signaled. Virmo cleared his throat and said, I hereby declare Team White Wolves the victors of this match. A/N, first thing, thank you guys for the amazing support you have shown. Second, it's about the name of the novel. I feel that it's not attraction people or the competition started becoming much more heated with the other novels. Last week we were on the top 20, now we are not. It really is important for me and I want more people to get attracted to it. I know my naming skill is horrible, I am an author who uses name generator after all. So, I was thinking of renaming the novel, something that can make people more attracted to it, not just as a fanfiction they mostly are not familiar with, but as something that make their eyes shine once they see it. Something with the word Dragonborn would be good, so I'll ask both suggestions here and on Discord. Last thing, it is about a suggestion I received on Discord. We have an image section that we post imaginary stuff about the novel, such as how the character look like and that. Now I think if any of the readers has any good drawing skill, they can draw us something like the legendary axe that Jon sketched at chapter 13. We want to start with that. It will make the novel much more fun and will give the people inspiration about how active and friendly we are on this novel. Thank you, remain supportive, and hail Lord Dragonborn. Chapter 36, Making Preparations. It was loud how people cheered after that match. Both teams showed the spirit and mindset of true warriors. With seedlings like these, Skyrim will have a glorious era of warriors. Every year the competition of the King's Tournament would bring out the best of the best in Skyrim, but this year didn't just bring out just that. This year each force was going all out with its seedlings, and they were all very talented and unique fighters with various skills and charismatic auras. They possessed the features of the leaders as they showed valor, honor, compassion, generosity and wisdom in every showdown they performed in. Standing on the top of the future generation, a boy whose talent was just too shaking, he was the best performance and many people argued about his talent. Some people even wanted to push him out of the tournament, yet it was not possible. His background was scarier than ever. An arch-wizard was his adoptive mother and many people supported him too. Clan Battleborn threatened the whole big shots of the tournaments that they will react if their son Jon Battleborn or any of his teammate were so much touched with harm outside the arena. And finally, the most mysterious, Clan Firemane announced their sponsorship for the team. All these reports were revised again on the hearing of the High King and the 8 Jarls. This was the Blue Palace, and specifically, in the throne room, High King Torridge sat hearing from his steward Falk Firebeard, who was reading a report loudly in the presence of all Jarls to hear. So the Firemanes broke the long silence. They took their time. A womanly voice sounded in the room. It was Jarl Lila Lawgiver commenting. This clan just doesn't like to get involved with power and politics. If that was the case, Winterhold would have been rebuilt long time ago. Jarl Koror of Winterhold spoke. You damn fool, Winterhold once was a major city in Skyrim. A major city? I tell you. Yet with all the power you can muster, you just sit your sorry s in your longhouse crying about the past, rebuilding nothing, and leave us to worry about people escaping from your hold. Skald the Elder replied to Koror. And all he does every meeting is to complain about how the mages caused the downfall of his city. Also, what can this Firemane clan do? Jarl Igmund of Markarth said. The damn mages were the cause, and history will prove it. Jarl Koror couldn't take it and stood. Also, Clan Firemane was no ordinary clan. They survived the Great Collapse and thrived away from Winterhold afterwards. All we know about them is little, yet they never were people of many words. They are true Nords who hold to the old traditions very deeply, and they never forsook the worship of Talos, which meant they have a deep animosity with the Thalmor. Jarl Balgruaf said, I had few dealings with them myself, and they are the most honest mount traders in Skyrim, as everyone know. Their trade is taming. I heard they can communicate with beasts like the old Itmoruns, all that make little care to us anyway. All we know, they are rich and powerful. Jarl Dengir of Stun, Jarl of Falkreath said. A/N, he was the Jarl of Falkreath before Jarl Sidgir. In a previous chapter I wrote that Sidgir was the Jarl, but I was wrong and edited it. Sidgir only became a Jarl just before the Civil War. Their name held meaning for a long time, we know of that. Torridge finally spoke. all we are concerned about is how not to get ourselves in trouble with them and with that headache going on. But the people I want to hear their opinion the most are Jarl Ulfric and Jarl Ajrod. As Torij said that, Ulfric, who was thinking, looked at the other Jarls, then sighed out. He was a middle-aged man with brown long hair and circle beard. He was the current living hero of Skyrim and one of the most distinguished figures that younger generations looked up to. He spoke with his strong voice. About the background of the boy is nothing I care about. That clan that sponsors him surely is strong, and their words can affect many Jarls. He said, what I am concerned about what this boy is capable of. His talents are by now the most shocking among all his peers, his magic, even to the eyes that can't understand magic, it looked grand and deep. His martial arts are of a level beyond what we know of. They are very showy, yet I wouldn't want to go against them on equal terms. But all that matters less when we talk about his voice. All the Jarls nodded to what Ulfric said. I wanted to fight you guys out over this guy to take him under my wing, but I am rethinking it now. The Thursday is no ordinary power, it's a power that goes beyond magic itself. For a youngster to learn it in that young age, it would make the Greybeards themselves surprised. My only guess was that this archwizard had some secret knowledge that she passed to him and made him grow into such a fine talent. The Jarls were dejected from the grand opportunity they had to miss just because they have no power to hold onto it. Jarl Ajrod. High King Torij called for the last Jarl who didn't speak. I can't wait him. She just said that. All the Jarls were taken aback. This woman would always say her opinion in anything she knew about or not, yet she refused to speak. Most Jarls wouldn't take her words seriously, but Torij, Ulfric, and Balgruuf knew what this woman was capable of. Her divinations were scary accurate. Her talent in magic was that of a mystic. She had the weirdest talent among most mages. What I saw in him was a reckless boy who was never afraid to get his hands dirty. He walked the twisted path many times, yet he was never stained by it. She said, I don't think his fate will be easy. Either if you want to associate with him or not, that's your choice, but supporting him may come with a heavy price or an enemy you can't stand against. It's all not clear, but that's the best I can do. She took a deep breath and said, my advice is, don't hinder his path, treat him normally and life will go on just right. She was saying that while looking to Ulfric in the eye. Few could do that. The atmosphere stiffened for a while, but the Torij decided to break the ice. He is by all means the victor of this tournament as long as he participates in the last competition. He said and smiled, we will sink him in glory and send him on his way. Still, I am looking forward for tomorrow. As Torij said that, all Jarls started to giggle inwardly. The last competition is madness in the eyes of many. Safety was guaranteed in the most of the tournament except in this one. People actually died in this one before. A/N, first person POV. That fight was really something. I seriously enjoyed it to the last moment. I really didn't want to use the Thursday in public, especially when Ulfric Stormcloak is around, but it came for the best. I learned the Thursday a year ago. I knew all the words from the game and I could remember everything about them. I even wrote a section about them in my magic note. While trying to learn them, Nurina would take me to a room where she would cast a muffle spell around all the rooms so no one can hear anything. She took interest in the words of dragons herself, but she couldn't master any of them. That made her really depressed. I, after few weeks of training, could master the first word fuss. I think the hero of the game could master these words much faster than me due to him absorbing dragon souls. I have no dragon souls and I don't think they have any in the market. I had to take the hard way to learn it, the same way that the normal voice masters could learn the voice. Yet I was talented according to Nurina. She was a genius in magic and she couldn't master a single word. I think me playing the game and using the fuss roda on Lydia for thousands of time was really giving some results. I wanted to learn other words of power, but for some reason, comprehending them was a pain. I really wanted to learn the disarm shout or whirlwind sprint, but they were simply too hard. I guessed the reason was due to the shout from the game has much different effect or feeling that I can't apply with imagination or memory. I guess I'll have to try harder. After the fight I was so beaten up that I went directly to the inn and closed my room. I slept like Horker. After I woke up I found Scatty, Horna and Battleborn were surrounding me asking me about the Thursday. I thought Battleborn would feel betrayed that I kept that from him, but he was very happy. He said he could see it before he lose consciousness and it looked grand from his point of view. Scatty was so hyped and was shaking me full force, my bones were going to crack from that woman's grabbing power. Wulfer and Sviti as well as Akara and Isolde knew about that secret, so I was safe from that side. Horna came later and started to tell us about the rumors going on in the inn. Some are saying that I am some sort of hero and others were saying I was brought up by Ulfric Stormcloak, so many rumors started to fly around me. There were so many congratulation gifts from some influential people, we even received a dinner invitation by Thane Bryling, but Scatty cancelled it off. I would have accepted though. Clan Battleborn sent a huge sum of money to Jon Battleborn, they said that he made them proud and sent me few gifts too. I had to rent another room to store all these stuff away. Luckily a servant from the College of Winterhold came and asked me to register the luggage I will take with me on their ship. I showed him the stuff and he was about to cry. I really wanted to sneak around and go to the bathhouse, but a party was thrown in the inn for the honor of Team White Wolves. Teams that also lived in the inn with us joined and drinks were everywhere. Sviti and Battleborn sang many songs I wrote. They were some songs from my past life that I had to edit to fit this world some time ago. I was smiling while drinking with Wulfer. For some reason I had to make him drunk before he can talk normally to Horna. This was fun. I didn't drink that much, but I made sure that everyone drink till they fall down. That was part of the plan going on. Seriously, I was starting to feel bad for myself. I am always shaking people with a hand while holding a dagger behind my back. I guess my cheerful self from my past life has become some sort of distant memory now. As everyone was passed down on the tables and the floor, this was the perfect time to act. I went to a girl called Lizette. She is a beautiful Breton girl who works as a bard in the inn. I gave her few coins and asked her to keep these people sleeping for a while as I wanted to sneak out somewhere. Lizette was a big fang girl to my team and one of Sviti's friends. If I stayed in this city for a while longer, I think I would date her. As I made my way to my room, I opened my personal chest and there I took out a strongbox carefully. As I put it on the side with utmost care, I opened it and I could see some small flasks in it. These little babies were my pride and joy. These were no poisons or potions, these were bombs. Yes sir, these are explosives. The mod Complete Alchemy and Cooking Overhaul added these babies to this world. These babies can go kaboom when they feel heat or get broken. These babies are too sensitive, you see. I take out a belt with many mini pockets. These mini pockets fit perfectly with the flasks. They were designed and enchanted to keep them in safe condition during operations. Thieves Guild gear, as you see, a gift from Uncle Delvin. I put the belt on and took some flasks and equipped them in it. This looked cool, but I had to hide how cool it looked with my shirt. Putting on my sneaking gear and a large black cloak, I was ready to roll. Going downstairs, I could see Lizette doing a good job singing her lullaby. Good girl, keep them sleeping. I went to the side and found someone who was drinking alone in the side. I sat front of him and didn't say anything. Tonight. Kilami the Argonian thief fence asked me. Tomorrow night. I replied. What will you do? He asked. The girl will die. I am afraid this may go a bit ugly and a little inexperienced. I never took a soul before. I said. He drank from his tankard and looked at me again. So what happened to poor Sibai was not your doing. I looked at him and smiled, then shook my head. Well, you were in the inn the whole day drinking as it seemed. Maven wanted us to investigate you, but we told her you are one of us and we treat our best clients with utmost care. He said, I am glad I was right. So Maven did suspect me after all. Glad I played my part well. I will make a last tour tonight. As long as everything is smooth, nothing will go south on my side. I said, make sure to stay clear of my way, lizard. I made a dissatisfied face. Can't afford to break my act now. As I said that, I took my leave and left the inn through the back door. Now, to Castle Doer. A/N, dearest readers, there are 3 votes going on in the Discord group, try them out. Chapter 37, like the life of a secret agent. I walked in the narrow market street of Solitude heading to the tallest building in the city, Castle Duer. It wasn't midnight yet and I could see many people coming and going in the shops that looked like the bazaars. Even though these areas were poor and the streets were narrow, they had no unhealthy establishments like Riften. It has somewhat reminded me with Cairo's Khan el Khalili *. I used to love that place. /n, *, a historical market in Egypt, a pic on Discord. My appearance in the cloak and hood was not really out of the place. Some people would walk like that to do private business with ease, so I usually come here to buy soul gems and other stuff too. I took this way to reach the castle because I can lose any pursuer if I felt any, as I don't want the thieves or the assassins to know about my plans. As I reached the castle from the back market, I climbed the road up to the castle's side gate. There are a Fletcher's and a blacksmith's shops in this area. A guard stopped me at the gate, so I showed him my tournament token and my face. I told him I was here to meet with Captain Aldous. The guard recognized me and let me pass. Another one led me to Aldous in the training yard. Oh! If it's not our young champion! Captain Aldous seemed to be in a good mood. Well met, Captain. I greeted him and started a long conversation about the tourney. I want to talk more about this and that, but I came here for a specific reason. I said. Ah! He exclaimed, you are still after answers. I thought you might think they would be those big gamblers who hired assassins. I investigated for a while, but I need to see that girl for one last time. I said, if assassins were hired again, I need to be extra careful. If I got an extra bit of information, then I'll be at ease. It's okay, follow me. Captain Aldous was a very understanding man. I followed him as he told. This is the only chance to do this part of the plan, and I have to do it perfectly. I have to plant all these explosive flasks inside the jail. The time is tight and I must do it right. I surveyed the place many times and I found that there are some places with windows. I tried to make a rough understanding of the building. This was not as hard as anyone would think. Buildings here are not that complicated. The bomb flask's size is that of an adult's finger, easy to hide, and with the damp and dark nature of the prison, storing them here is a very safe job. The most important part was how to avoid Captain Aldous's sight and plant them as I follow him. We reached the gate that leads to the prison. Passing it, my eyes started scanning every nook and cranny in the corridors we walked into. As I saw the first window that views the street, I planted a flask around it. From that point the distance between every flask must be between 5 to 7 meters. Captain Aldous was walking ahead of me and I was planting flasks on every shelf, clutter, and every dusty and dark place. There is no use in cleaning it. I kept the conversation with Captain Aldous going as to not raise any suspicions. As we reached the cell, I had already planted more than 20 flasks. This was a good result, even if I say so myself. I looked at the girl who feigned madness and kept asking her questions, yet she acted her part well. No matter what, Captain Aldous didn't suspect me. These are the perk of being the young Nord hero in their eyes. Too bad I cheated them. Acting as I got no result, I left the girl and walked out with Captain Aldous. He kept talking about tomorrow's events and how much he was looking for it. Tomorrow was the last round, the Battle Royale. It is a match between the 32 participants only, with no helpers whatsoever. It was a lethal match that sometimes people die in it. Anyone can forfeit from this round, but they won't be acknowledged even if they won every competition before. As for me, who can be called the first team in the winning rate and the scoring rate, I need to make it through tomorrow's match anyway. Even if was defeated, my position in the lead is solid and no one can put me down now. After the match, the rewards will be given by the king, the Skyforge weapons as well as the monetary reward and the champion's share of the gamblings. I am going to be filthy rich starting from tomorrow. Problem is, this money will be spent too fast if I think about it. I don't feel bad about money actually. The problem for mages are resources, and money can solve that, and the next problem will face me is going to be the price of learning in the College of Winterhold. This is no game, as I said, this is real life. The college charges money for every word one learns. The spells of the expert level, unlike the game, are actually priceless, let alone the master level spells that are considered secrets of the craft. with the forbidden spells and the original spells that mages created. All these problems need a lot of money. Nurina is rich and all, but I can't ask more from her. I am a grown person who needs to survive on his own, so the earnings from the tournament is a grand chance for me. I have few plans of how to make a business and make it grow to support myself, but most of these ideas are rough plans that depend on luck and fate. After speaking of this and that with Captain Aldous, I started to feel sorry of how many lies I am telling this good man, so I took my leave and headed back to the inn. Drinking it over and heading to bed is the best solution. As I reached the Winking Skeever, I found no one on the first floor. Seems like they all went to bed. Lizette was gathering her stuff and she seemed to be going to bed too. As I greeted her, she was looking at me and smiling as if she wanted to ask about something. I didn't really want to turn a beauty down, so I sat and invited her for a drink. She sat happily and started talking about the Bard's College and how she is having a hard time there. She also was interested in the songs Sviti sings, as it seems that Sviti told her I wrote these songs. So that how it is. She wanted to learn some of these songs, but I am not getting out of this empty-handed, hee. I have some songs I newly wrote, they are in my room. I said while drinking. Oh. I would certainly love to get a look at them, but... She was taken aback as I made my condition want songs. Come to take them yourself. It's a good song about warriors and all that stuff you bards love. I said, now the offer is better. Ahem. Is it okay? She said, she knew she was being pulled into something. This is my last night in the inn anyway, I'll leave tomorrow on a ship after the last round, so I would like to get some rest. I said, I was already putting down the tankard. Ah. About the song. She said. You are welcome anytime. I said. I went directly to my room. As I entered, I hid the stuff on me back in the chest and wore the comfiest thing I have. After a few minutes, I heard soft knocks on the door. I wasn't in a hurry and pretended not to hear until it was knocked again. Coming. Oh. What a pleasant surprise. I said as I saw Lizette behind the door. Come in. I invited her in and she walked in slowly, and with one finger I closed the door. Have a seat, I'll bring you a drink. I said while pointing at a chair and picking a wine bottle. Mead won't do this time. MHM. Lizette nodded while making a pitiful face. Please don't make me feel like a bad guy. I put a goblet in front of her and poured some wine, then went back and brought out a journal. Here. These are some of the best stuff I wrote. I said and put the journal in front of her. Have fun. After I said that, I went and sat cross-legged on the bed, then closed my eyes. Did I come at a bad time perhaps? Lizette asked nervously. Not at all, I am just preparing the joystick. I said, opening half an eye. Th, the what stick? She started stuttering with words and looked frightened. The joystick. I said, it's a very delicate state of mind. A/N, a known meme in the game, known as fishy stick. Oh. Right. Lizette said while looking back at the journal. She started to ask me questions about the songs and we drank for some time. Still, it's a mystery how she was sitting on the bed next to me right now. I looked at the girl who sat beside me on the bed. She was an angelic beauty no matter how I think about it. She smelled so nice. I think she bought that perfume from Angeline's Aromatics. Bretons know their stuff after all. She had a small build and a lively atmosphere that makes you wants to pat her head and see her smile. She was smiling right now when she was sitting next to me. I think I made a good job writing those songs after all. We sat side to side and held the journal between us. I stole few looks at her by going backward and gaining some height over her. The feeling she gives when I look at her that close is so intoxicating. She has a blonde wavy long hair as if strands of gold going down to her neck and on her shoulders. Her skin was fair white like that of Nords. Her eyes were grey though they lacked of colour unlike the natives of this land. Her eyes were still big and beautiful. Why am I speaking about her eyes now? Wasn't I sneaking peeks at her? Seriously. She caught me while I was intoxicated with her beauty. what a trap I walked in. Was it her beauty or the wine that trapped me, I wonder? I don't care, I'll just throw that goblet away now. And I did just that. Oh! It was already empty, worthless empty goblet. Back to the beauty in hand, she was still looking at me eye to eye, yet she also woke up and started looking away. No. Not now. Not just yet. I am not done. I said as I touched her chin with a finger and returned her face to face mine. I still want more. Yet she was moving her eyes to the side. No. I can't take it anymore, I want more from these eyes. There is a song that I haven't read written within, I can't take my eyes of hers just yet. She still held the journal front of herself. Fine then, no journal for the naughty. I took that journal from her, I took it, and put it in my clothes. Now she gazed her eyes to mine. Yes, more, let me see them more. The journal, I still want to read it. She said. She looked to where I hid them and her eyes teared. Now, these eyes tell a different song when her emotions change. Why don't you take it out? I said as I approached her. Now she is in my trap, she is between my arms, she is not moving away. I want more of that, why is she different? I think I can't push her like this, I need to guide her, yes, guide her, she seems not knowing what to do now. I held her forearms and pulled her closer, then I loosened my robe just a bit, I got closer to her face and held her hand, then put it on me. See, it's just there, why don't you take it? I said, if you don't take it, I will take you. She was breathing heavily with her body getting hotter and she looked down. Now, don't look down. I raised her face to look at mine. She has submitted to much. I have no experience with a girl like her, the ones I knew were really bold and took the initiative for every move. I got my face closer to her, I could feel her warm breathing on my skin, I couldn't take it anymore. Now I had to kiss her, and so I did, I kissed her on her lips lightly and she was not resisting. I had to hold her body from the waist now, she giving in and I was allowed to pleasure her as I want. I moved her on my hips and body stuck to mine. Here temperature was so warm in this cold weather, I had to kiss her, again to fill my intoxication level once again. Now I am drunk in her vividness and beauty, I started telling her how to respond and kiss back, she was reacting sometimes and lagging the other times, she clearly was a virgin. As we felt hotter our clothes started feeling like a blockage of fibers, we had to get rid of that and free ourselves. She was reluctant at first but I took her clothes away anyway. She looked so beautiful in her as she was naked, her breasts were smaller than that of the bathhouse girls yet they were round and full, they felt so good as I touched them as her body started twitching. When I touched her nipples I could hear her moan, she was perfect, so perfect I felt like I was cheated when I went to the bathhouse, these sounds she made were of a true pleasure. I was going crazy from hearing her, I started using my mouth around to play with these goodies. She was pretty much heated up now, there were few underwears that separated us from the real pleasure. As I moved my hands to remove them from her she held into them, I could see her face looking hesitant, I understood her. I moved myself to lay beside her and our bodies touched each other, I went to her face and kissed her cheeks and told her sweet words while fighting with our hands downstairs. Don't worry. It won't be bad. I said that to her. Please go easy. She said in a very hot voice. How could I disobey her like this? I took her on me and slowly removed the last bit of clothes on us. Now I could see everything I want to see. I needed to make it easy on her so made little Jon touch with her hot over downstairs. Doing that the only best way to heat her up is to rub our bodies together, if we don't we may catch cold or something. I didn't waste any time as I took her and covered ourselves with the blanket. I took her lips with mine and entered in a hot hug as our lower halves were heating each other. We moved between each other's lips and necks exchanging all sort of sweet words, she started to react more finally, she was doing great. And here it comes, I was planning for this, I fixed our position and pinned her down saying, ready or not, here I come. She closed her eyes and readied herself, little Jon invaded her over with vigor. This was so damn tight, so tight that I felt crazy from this tightness. This was the best tightness I ever felt. As I took it out, there was a small amount of blood. Wiping it away, we continued like crazy. She appeared to be in pain at first, but now she held me with her legs and didn't want to let go. Even when her tight oven spewed its lave out, she barely let me out before she would scream on me and pull me back in again. The amount of kissing and fluids that we made that day was amazing. She even didn't let me do it outside. I was worried, but she insisted to take it all in. This was the best time I ever had in 2 lifetimes. Can there be anything better than this? I didn't drink a potion this time. That girl would be done for if I did drink one. It needed a level of strength to take on someone with that amount of vigor. The after effect of the potion that was reflected on the size was great, as we pleased ourselves to the best of our ability. After a while we laid down beside each other. I was sleeping on my back and she slept on her front, borrowing the half of me to rest on. She took my right arm and hugged it with her body. I couldn't help but smile and played with her hair. We exchanged few kisses and she directly went to sleep. I looked at her and closed my eyes. Next thing I know was light of day coming from the window. This light of morning is annoying, tch. I also feel something heavy. Why is it heavy? Ah! How did this happen? I don't remember how did this happen. She is sleeping. Lizette is sleeping. And she is. Sweet baby Talos. Why is she naked? Why do I feel like I am missing an arm? No, she is just hugging it and it turned numb. Let's try to retrieve it. Yes, please, I'll be needing that. Move up a bit, thank you. This lucky arm of mine spent the night being hugged alone. The rest of my body is feeling envious now. No. Focus. This is not the problem now. I don't remember what happened and I think she will not remember either. It will be a pain if she freaked out. Under sunlight that came from the window, this girl appeared so vividly beautiful. Her platinum hair and soft skin lying beside me can turn me crazy, but the hangover was keeping me in check. I think I still have some of that hangover remedy potion somewhere. Fetching it from the end table, I drained it in one go. While clearing up my mind, I started thinking about this and that. My life turned into that of a secret agent lately. I mean, I planted explosives in the castle, then went and slept with a beauty. How nice. Judging by the angle of the sun, I woke up early as my biological clock is accurate as ever. Even though I slept for only 3 hours, I am wide awake now. After sobering up, I looked back at the sleeping beauty behind me to find her eyes open and were looking at me silently. I was about to freak out, but she didn't seem to be shocked or anything. She just stared at me. Good morning, I said while smiling. Good morning, she said, then she sat next to me. We were both naked and I felt a bit awkward. As I was about to say something, she took my arm again and hugged it the same way she was doing when she was asleep. Just as you said, it wasn't that bad, she said. I did. I was wondering what she said. You don't remember? She looked at me strangely, then she leaned her head on my arm and closed her eyes. It's okay if you don't, you were drunk, so I don't think you were lying. Did I say anything weird, embarrassing or crazy? I asked. Seriously now, how did I get this drunk? Nothing out of the ordinary for a drunk Nord, just dragons, and more dragons, she said and laughed. Damn it. I brought up dragons again. We stayed like this for a while as I couldn't resist the urge to play with her hair. Doing that made me remember some of what happened last night. I'll leave the room to you if you want to sleep more. I'll go get ready for the last match now, I said as I separated myself from her. Beat them up, Dragonborn, Lizette said and giggled, as she went back to sleep. Seriously now, how much nonsense did I say last night? Chapter 38, Spies. A/N, First Person POV. I went down to eat breakfast. I somewhat felt some presences downstairs, so I could already guess that some people woke up. Judging by habit, Wolfer and Sviti would wake up before me. Back in the orphanage, our sleeping schedule was made by Nurina and no one could break it, so it became a habit. Wulfr was eating breakfast alone. I joined him and ordered something. I went to your room for some hangover remedy, he said. Damn it now. I think I was still drunk and I saw things that shouldn't be there. He continued. Let's ignore that guy. You just can't keep it inside your pants, can you? He was still speaking. Fine, here, a hangover remedy. I gave him all the potion left. Now I forgot everything this morning, everything is hazy. He said. When did this guy become so shameless? Eating together for a while, the rest came walking like zombies and holding their heads from last night's rave. You guys deserve it. A courier for Jon Dare. I could hear someone calling. Strange. This is my first time receiving a courier. I went to the voice direction at the entrance of the inn to see who called. A person stood there and appeared to be a courier. Couriers are people who deliver messages to other people. In Skyrim there is a post office-like system that works under every Jarl. People hire them for communication purposes and sending messages around all holds. Couriers also appeared in the game on many occasions. I am Jon, I said as I faced the young man. Oh. I have been looking for. Got something I am supposed to deliver. Your hands only, said the courier. Let's see here. Ah. A letter, sent by Nurina from Winterhold, to Jon Dare in the Winking Skeever. As the young man was speaking, I started lagging, but I lagged once again. First lag, this courier just now said the same words couriers say in the game, the exact same words when couriers deliver something. I just didn't know how to feel for a second. Should I be happy that something is the same from the game or should I just freak out from the similarity? This was mortifying. The second thing is, Nurina sent a message, and she used a courier. Normally she uses the Thieves Guild to do her communications, but she used a courier. Strange. I thanked the man and gave him a few copper septims, then went back to my seat. Wulfr and Sviti were curious about who might send me a letter. We basically are a bunch of kids who just left the orphanage. It's from Nurina, I said with a grin. Seems like even she couldn't help but miss this handsome young man. I was buffing my chest, yet Wulfr and Sviti were looking at me with disdain. He truly is headmistress's lapdog, Sviti said, and Wulfr started laughing. I gained many nicknames over the years from always being around Nurina, the lapdog, the minion, the thrall. And these aren't the worst names I got. God knows what Grelad used to call me behind my back. I was finished with opening the letter, not enduring to wait any longer. Hee. Let's see what Nurina have for me. Jon, our friends in Winterhold has no business here, so I am not able to make any use of them. I forgot to buy some stuff from Riften, as Winterhold is no better than Wasteland now. Buy these stuff for me. Nurina. Okay. Where is the rest of this letter? There got to be another letter, right? What is that? A shopping list. Sviti, who sneaked behind me, snatched the letter from my hands, yet I didn't respond. I was overwhelmed with embarrassment now. Sviti started laughing like a pirate and gave the letter to Wulfr, who laughed too. Guys! You can't do that to Big Bro, you know. She really did it this time. Sviti started tearing from laughter. No one can make that guy know his place like her. Wulfr also became my enemy. I was so down right now. I thought she might say something good. It has been a month, you know. This is the longest time we were separated, you know. Elves. I said to myself, these guys have no concept of time at all. Some Altmer in the inn started eyeing me after I said that. Ahem. I noticed, dark ones, and corrected myself. They got back to their business. Sigh. Sviti. Can you help me with shopping? I said. Sviti nodded. Well. She made fun of me, so at least she has to apologize. But that's strange. Winterhold is a major settlement in the game, even if it's in deep decline. I am sure they have some thieves or anything around, and the college also must be bringing business. For Nurina to send a courier and ask me to buy these stuff sure make me question the situation in Winterhold. Enough deep thinking now. Wulfr said, make sure you don't eat too much. You have a big match this time, big boy. Why is he talking like a gym coach? I am sure I talk like that with him when I want to buff his morale. Is he worried and trying to buff my morales after Nurina's blow? What a good friend. Fine. I am back to normal anyway. After all, I have been dealing with Nurina's clumsiness for years till now. Is there any news about who is going to bail out from the last match? I asked Wulfr. He looked at me and smiled. Aside from Team Black Snow, which tragically lost a team member, and Team Bloodhand that was discovered to be in relations with assassins, there are only 2 teams that won't be participating. Wulfr said as he did some research. The first team is Swift Blades from Riften, as they seem to be not interested. The second team is Wolf Fangs, as you have already crippled most of their members. Swift Blades not entering is for sure. These guys are Thieves Guild. Their job was to get close to the participants and gather information about them. The guild also dealt with informations. As for Wolf Fangs, then that was my doing. So basically today is me against 27 others, haha. I can see myself winning already. I said, this was a true madness, I don't want to take part in that madness. Whatever. I finished eating and went to my room to dress. Lizette was still here. She was dressing and ready to go. So, will I see you after the match? I asked. No, I will be at the college afterward. She said, don't worry, I will do fine until you decide to visit. She got close to me on her own, so I kissed her in return and held her hands, yet I could see some sadness in her eyes. She was hesitating for some reason. Are you all right? I couldn't help but ask. I am fine. She said and made a cheerful face. I'll be on my way now. She said her farewells and left the room. Something didn't feel right, yet maybe she is sad or something. I hope my rash actions don't cause her harm. Third person POV. Behind the inn, Lizette went out from the back door. She looked sad, yet it was no sadness of separation. She felt a lot of guilt too. After all, she was after him for a purpose. Not a good song or what people would think an ambitious bard would go after. She was after him for he was her target. Her mentor brought her into a fine bard for other reasons than just being a bard. This person had other plans for Jon and she was just the mean to pry on him. Yet she has never thought that she would romance Jon for a full night. He was just someone she needed to get close to and take what she wants, yet he overwhelmed her will as she felt no power but to be played by him. Even after that night, he wasn't just after her body, he was also interested in her. He even saw through her mood and asked if she was all right. He also wasn't dishonest with her. She knew liars, as of course, she was one. Forgive me. She couldn't help but mumble to herself. For what? A voice sounded, it came from her side. Lizette's face turned yellow from the shock and she jumped back from the fright. This voice was so sudden. As she could take a good look at who was speaking, her expressions calmed down and could breathe. Nothing, mentor. She could turn her expressions back to normal with no problem. As a bard, she knew who to act and perform to. Only thing is, she felt more depressed than before. Front of her was her mentor. A man she respected ever since she was a girl, and also the only person worthy of her respects in the Bard's College. It was the headmaster of the college, the Altmer, High Elf, Virmo. The same Virmo who does the commentary for the tournaments and the big events. She dreamt to be someone like this man, therefore she joined the college and endured how much rivalry and bad-mouthing happened between the young bards in the college. Yet one day, she found out that the person she always admired was not just a bard, he was something more. He had his own secrets like any other person, yet this time, this man didn't only just hide secrets, he also dealt with secrets. He was what people could call a secrets merchant. Someone who knows what others want to know and sells it for the buyer that would bring most benefit. This was what this man recruited her into, and what he also recruited many other bards all over Skyrim, as bards were everywhere, in every inn, palace, and sometimes, in the influential people homes. This mentor was the owner of the biggest secrets trading business that even the Empire was working hard to establish a stable contact with him. Virmo, the master of all the spies in Skyrim, was standing in front of her waiting for her results. "What did you know about the boy, Lizette?" Virmo asked. Lizette, who was in a storm of feelings, started collecting her thoughts while thinking of how was she betraying Jon. I talked with him," she said meekly. "And?" Virmo replied with patience. "He was not much different than what he shows to people," she said, "or at least that what I thought at first." She took a breath and continued, "He is an alchemist, a good alchemist too. I could smell many fragrant herbs and alchemical ingredients in his room." She said, "He also sometimes sneaks out at night, but I couldn't tell where he goes to." Virmo nodded and asked, "What about his Thursday That power of the voice?" "I couldn't learn anything, no one knows, not even his friends, but aside from obsessions with dragons, he had some books I could copy their titles in this note," she said as she handed out a note to him. Virmo thought while taking her note, "These are all mysterious book of magic, mostly in the old ways, interesting." He said, "Tell me, how did you get into his room?" Lizette lagged for a bit, that answer was not easy to say. "Didn't I tell you not to sneak behind closed doors?" Virmo said, but he was not angry, he was smiling kindly though. "We are not thieves, my girl." "I didn't sneak," the girl said, "I was invited in." And halted. Virmo thought and said, "So you slept with him?" Lizette's face turned red from shame. Virmo laughed softly and looked at the short girl in front of him, then his tone turned serious. "Did he harm you?" Lizette shook her head hastily. She was already ashamed of what she did with and to Jon. Her conscience didn't stand any more harm to him. "I see." Virmo rubbed his chin and nodded. "Listen, Lizette, I know what you are thinking," he said. "This is your first real job, and for most of us we sometimes have to mix between personal life and business." Lizette looked down and didn't talk. "He is a youth that all the powers willing to curry favor with him, he won't be harmed by that much," Virmo said and patted on Lizette's head. Suddenly cheers could be heard from the inn. It seems that participants started heading out to the arena. "I will go now," Virmo said and left Lizette behind. She just stood there without lifting her head up. Chapter 39, Battle Royale. All the 28 participants were in the arena, listening to the rules of the match said by Virmo on his platform. The rules were simple. First, the weapon used will be dulled and presented by the arena. Second, the spells used must not exceed the apprentice level spells. Third, don't use a special power like the Thursday for example. And one can be considered out of the match as long as he/she was thrown out of the arena and their feet touched the ground. Even if he/she lost consciousness and woke up again, they can continue fighting as long as they were in. Violators will not be rewarded and will be kicked out. These rules were for the safety of the participants. The arena was also surrounded by a lot of healers just in case. This year's tournament has many good seedlings and none of the big shots wanted to lose any of them in a meaningless fight. As everyone choose their weapons from the weapons presented by the arena, the only ones who didn't move to choose weapons were Rustning and Jon. Many foresaw this and it wasn't strange. Rustning was a mage and even though he wasn't bad with weapons, he wouldn't go out of his way to use them. Jon, on the other hand, was going to be a headache even if he didn't use a weapon. He can use barehanded martial art that no one can predict its movements and he can use magic. He wasn't going out of his ways either. Some of the participants, on the other hand, couldn't find the weapons they fancy and had to use the best ones available they can use. After a minute or two, the 28 were on the arena looking at each other with silence. Even friends distanced themselves from each other. This was going to be bloody and they were getting ready for it. Unlike Jon and Rustning who just finished the team duels yesterday, the other teams were already getting ready for this event for days. Most of them were already having strategies to deal with the strong players, even though it is shameful in this match. Some alliances were made between many participants. The judge surveyed the arena and the players, as he made sure everything was in place and no one has smuggled a sharp weapon in, he could signal that all was ready. In the VIP area, High King Torage saw that the people around the arena can wait no more and were jumping around like a bunch of baboons, so he ordered to haste things up. In the arena, Jon was being targeted by many participants now. He was known to be the ultimate victor even if he didn't do well in this match. His overall score was just that good, and this round in the tournament didn't mean much in the score, as the point of it was to prove one's bravery by facing many opponents at once. As Virmo announced the start of the round, Jon's right foot was already in someone's face. Most of the opponents would take time to look at each other and intimidate one another, but Jon was going hot on heels and started kicking people. Sooner than the anticipated wait, everyone started fighting and it turned hectic very soon. This was Jon's doing. The situation was getting out of hand very quickly. Jon wanted to end the match quickly as he was already on a schedule and wanted to make spare time to perfect his upcoming plan. He moved between the opponent and started kicking and punching while avoiding most of the hits. That caused him to pull the aggro of many participants, and he was being chased by Ongium Scarmouth and 3 other goons. As he saw that, he activated the long stride spell and his body was enveloped in green light and started to run like mad. His speed was doubled due to the spell and shook of who came after him. He was not out of the woods yet as Rustning noticed him and started throwing fire bolts at him. As Jon could locate him, he fired back some fire bolts himself and positioned himself away from Rustning. This move changed the scenario of the match as Rustning and Jon were on the sides while everyone was caught in the crossfire between them. Some participants started falling after this. The casting speed of the 2 mages was high and their magicar regeneration was not that bad, as they were dressed in enchanted gear. On another side of the arena, Vilkas and Farkas were fighting back to back. They were brothers, so that was expected of them. Another side has Lydia facing Argur alone and no one disturbed their showdown, yet they were avoiding the fire bolts that were thrown at them from time to time. Ralof was still using his charging attacks on people and pushed many of them out. Ongium was getting cornered by 3 opponents on his own, but he was fending them off well as he found 2 axes that suited his style. The match was going well for these 8. After a few minutes the crowd was cheering like crazy and all sort of bets were made. As most of the participants were out of the arena, the remaining ones were the 8 that was mentioned earlier. Farkas and Vilkas picked on Jon, Lydia and Argur were still fighting and it was not going anywhere. Ralof and Ongium were having some sort of marathon competition against each other as it looked like they were running more than fighting. Rustning, however, was thinning his own presence to regain his breath and some of his magicka. Jon was having a hard time against the 2 brothers. He never faced Vilkas before, but it seemed he was a very cunning opponent as he seemed to have analyzed all of Jon's move and was faring good against him. He even used his brother as a meat shield sometimes as Farkas was much physically superior to Vilkas. Jon had to be more creative with these 2, he tried so many times but one always avoided as the other attacked. Chances came and went, and even Jon, who was cornered at the side of the arena, could finally see one. His main goal was to take Vilkas down and Farkas would be less threat. Farkas was retreating with a big step and Jon didn't let that opportunity go. He jumped and stomped at Farkas's hip with a foot and the other landed on his face. Just as Vilkas was advancing to save his brother, Jon used the kick on Farkas's face as a footing, and his other leg kicked at Vilkas's head. Vilkas took the hit perfectly and his head was launched, taking the rest of his body out of the arena. The people cheered after they saw that. Jon, who was still landing, had no way to control his body now, and it seemed that Farkas has taken advantage of the situation and kicked a straight kick at Jon. Jon was still cornered at the side of the arena and that kick launched him out of the arena. Disappointed as they were, the people didn't want to see Jon out of the arena that early, but their disappointment didn't last long either as they saw the way Jon landed outside the arena. The rules were, if someone went out of the arena and his feet touched the ground, that would mean he is out of the match. Yet when Jon landed out, he tried his best to keep his legs up in the air and stood on his hands. This made a lot of people to stand up and cheer. a creative way is a creative way no matter how many people said about it. As Farkas saw this, he knew that Jon would try to return to the arena on his hands. This made him smile and center himself at the way of Jon on the edge of the arena to prevent Jon from going back. Just as he was doing that, a firebolt flew towards him from the back and he was completely open and unprepared for it. He staggered out of the arena and looked back. Rusning was smiling and shrugging his shoulders. Rusning wasn't saving Jon, he was aiming for him too, and just as he pushed Farkas out, he fired a barrage of firebolts again at Jon. Jon, who was on his hand, cursed and tried to dodge. He was lucky Rusning was far so his aim was a bit off, yet Rusning was getting nearer. Jon pushed with his hands as much as he could and could land his feet in the arena, but Rusning was closer now and his casting rate reached its apex. Jon was dodging left and right before even standing yet. The people started clapping when Jon landed his feet on the arena. As he was doing that, he spotted a shield on the ground and jumped to take it. Jon wasn't going to use the shield to guard himself. As he held it, he rotated his body and threw the shield at Rusning like a frisbee. Rusning was shocked and tried to make a matrix dodge, yet he fell on his butt. The shield flew and hit the head of the unlucky Ongium, who was fighting Ralof behind Rusning. The shield made a perfect hit on the back of Ongium's neck, which made him black out. Ralof took the chance and carried Ongium, then ran towards the side of the arena to throw him out. Suddenly the power returned back to Ongium and he clenched on Ralof when he was falling, pulling him with him. The two went outside the arena together. Jon wasn't even looking at them as he jumped on Rusning and knocked him out, throwing him outside the arena and looking back to see who was left. To no surprise, Argur has just defeated Lydia and kicked her out of the arena. Now the only two remained were Jon and Argur. The crowd was hyped after the last two faced each other. Jon and Argur were not smiling, however, they were tired and out of breath by now. Argur didn't wait for Jon to catch his breath and attacked. //stab. Jon, who was not armed, could only dodge these fast attacks. Argur kept draining himself and attacked faster. He could injure Jon few times. Jon was counter-attacking with lightning bolt spells on close range, but his aim was off due to the fast attacks of Argur. Finally, Argur made a mistake and stabbed slower than his usual as his body also leaned more forward. Jon took the chance and attacked Argur hand with his own hand, kicked him in his unguarded area in his armor, headlocked him and performed a drape drop takedown, DDT. Argur, who was already out of breath, didn't last after this combo and went to dreamland. Jon, however, was panting for breath beside the fallen Argur and barely stood up after it while the crowd was cheering. He pulled Argur and pushed him out the arena, then sat on it breathing hard. Virmo stood up from his chair and announced the winner as Jon of the White Wolves. Wulfur and Battleborn ran down from the crowd and ran to Jon, holding him up and bringing the potions to him. All the healers started taking care of the after-match first aid. Lucky enough, no one died this year. The VIPs started coming down to the arena after the participants were fixed up and stood behind High King Torage. The participants were brought and few words of encouragement were said. They were all going to be rewarded as it seemed, of course, nothing close to the reward of the victor. A grand party will be held to celebrate the tournament and hand the rewards right after this. A/N, the chapter is met, uneasy face. I know, I am a bit out of ideas for this chapter anyway. A/N, vote news. Torage's survival vote, 30 vote to save, 16 not save, the vote will remain until the story reaches it. Renaming the novel vote Skyrim, Origins of the Dragonborn, 3 votes, Skyrim, Origins of the Lost, 13 vote, Skyrim, Dragonborn Within, 28 vote, the last day of the vote is tomorrow. Chapter 40, Meet Your Crazy Uncle A/N, bonus chapter everybody, 3/3 this week, thank goodness. That was Harry. I swear I won't participate in this madness ever again, that's it, I am done, don't call me up when this happens again. Why would they make a meaningless match like that? Will it be alright if anyone went to Sovngarde this young? Nords. All they care about is music, fighting and mead. These people need to learn how to chill. They actually do chill, like that. We were now invited to a banquet in the garden of the Blue Palace, and it's all mead and bards. After the fight we were told to come to the Blue Palace like this, we could get healing in the arena, but the food and mead will be presented in the palace. Won't we need to dress or anything? I asked, but Argur shook his head and said, when Nords die, they go to Sovngarde with the gear they died with. What is more honorable than being in your battle gear? He said. I never took you for the hardcore Nord and Sovngarde type. I looked at Argur and said, this guy didn't give that vibe at all. The traditions are deep in solitude, even though we are not like Windhelm, we are the capital and we have to be more careful with the traditions. He said, buffing his chest while holding his head. How is your head, by the way? I asked while grinning. I don't know. That move of yours made my head feel like being hit by a giant. He said. This guy is having his hard time after the DDT he took, let's leave him for now. I walked away from Argur and joined with Rusning and his team. When will we be leaving? I asked. Didn't the servants take your stuff already? We will set sail at first light. He said, but we will spend the night in the ship. Good time plan, suits my other plan. Did you get a good place like I asked? I asked. The ship is mostly empty. You can have as many places as you want. But who will be coming with you? He asked. Ah. I didn't think of cover to that. My servant. I thought fast and said while moving my face away. Rusning was taken aback but didn't say anything. On the side of that team, Farelda was making a grumpy face. I asked Rusning what's wrong with her. She said that too many Nords in one place gives her headache. Rusning said. That's racist. I retorted. High elves are normally like that, so all that Rusning could do was just to smile wryly. Never mind that now, food was one of the most important things I came here for. In the garden, there were many tables under sheds and a lot of food was served on them. I ate my fill from the venison meat, it was cooked really well and it was everywhere. How many deer did these guys kill? Some of the plates had mammoth steak, this thing was hard but it was very delicious too. Back in my old world there were no mammoths, I couldn't help but think that I am the first Egyptian ever to eat a mammoth. All in all, the Nordic cuisine was not that fancy, yet it had many dishes that focused on resisting the cold and being healthy. I didn't do any otherworldly cuisine even though I recreated some food. Still, I couldn't make any progress. I was researching how to make noodles and also was looking around for rice. I heard that there is rice in Cyrodiil but sadly, Skyrim doesn't import it. Thinking about food this and food that, a servant came and told me that I was requested to come to the big table in the shade of the castle. There were fewer people there, these guys were the Jarls and the other big shots from the VIP as well as Orland Greymane and other representatives of the clans all over Skyrim. I went there and heard someone saying, here he comes, haha. It was High King Torage, he was smiling at me and calling for me to come. People started gathering and the area became quiet. Torage stood up. This tournament was an exciting one, and we could see many young heroes and know their names. The one shown brighter however, was the victor. The fights this year between the junior warriors opened the eyes of many people to many things. Torage kept saying to many stuff that I didn't care about until he reached the end. After saying all that, I hope I didn't make your heads heavier, now let's give these guys their rewards. As he said that, some servants brought up small and big chests. The first few participants were rewarded according to their achievements. After some time, my turn came and I stepped forward followed by my team, Wulfr and Battleborn, who were dressed well and all. As we were in front of the king and Jarls, 5 weapons were put in front of me. You and your team may choose a weapon each. An old man stood next to a table that has 5 weapons on it, said that there was a saber, a bastard sword, an axe, a mace, and a warhammer. They somehow looked like the weapons from the game, yet the design was different. These were the designs of a Midian-born wolf armor and Skyforge weapons mod, pretty impressive in real life. I was the first to pick, but when I looked at Wulfr I could read his mind, so I picked the saber. that choice of mine made some people surprised. I wanted the saber for a few reasons. First, I was going to use more magic from now on, and I wanted a weapon that suits the use of one hand more than just a bastard sword that will need more force to control. The second reason was Wulfr. I could feel he wanted the Warhammer. He always used Warhammers better than me anyway. My only interest in big weapons came from my interest in fighting big opponents in the future, yet I thought that I don't need to concern myself with that now. Wulfr looked at me surprised by my choice. I looked at him and said, "What? Didn't you always want a Skyforge Warhammer?" he asked. I looked at him strangely to continue my act, then smiled. "Forged by you, brother?" and said that. "Besides that, the one I have right now is pretty good." I looked away after that, but I was pretty sure he was looking at me and thinking that I am an idiot. Never mind that now. After I chose the saber, Battleborn went ahead and took the sword. "Young Jon, so you finally took the blade you wanted?" the old man who stood behind the weapons said. Uncle Eorland, I am a man of my word, and I said I will own a Skyforge sword once." Battleborn grinned and said, "I will finish studying at the college for 2 years and I will be coming home." "You know what for?" "Haha. Let's see if we'll are a man of your word that time." The old man who appeared to be Eorland Greymane laughed at Jon Battleborn. As Battleborn picked the sword and Wulfr picked the Warhammer, we received a paper that carried the seal of the High King. I can cash the reward by this paper from any official treasury in Skyrim. This paper will remain with me, and our gainings from the gamblings will go to Wulfr and Sviti. They were almost the same amount. The party continued for some time after that, and Farelda sent Rusning to tell me to be ready for leaving. Taking my leave from the big shots who were swarming me, I followed Rusning out. Back at the inn I finished preparing my chest, which will be taken with me. It had my clothes and some money as well as my important stuff like the notes and all that. There was much other stuff, yet they were stored into crates and were taken to the ship yesterday. Taking the books I left lying around back to the chest and making everything into order, I finally had nothing left in the room. I carried the chest down and handed it to one of the college's servants that will take it to the ship. On me was a bag that had some stuff I will be needing this night. This night was the night after all. I was dressed in the casual clothes that I bought from Radiant Raiments and returned to my casual dandy self. "So, I'll be seeing you 2 years from now." I looked at Sviti, who started crying. She held her fox with her and looked like a girl who was being abandoned. "Hey, I am feeling like a bad guy now." I patted her head, then left out. Wulfr and Battleborn were outside the inn talking with Rusning and his group. As they saw me getting out of the inn, they looked at me. "I'll be leaving you guys now," I said. "Don't get into prison like last time I left you." "Bah! Look how shameless he can be. You were the one who left and went to the bathhouse that day." Battleborn was annoyed. "Hee. Next time I'll be seeing you in Whiterun, you should make a grand celebration for your brother's arrival," I said. "I'll be making a celebration and all, but it will be my wedding," he said with a grin. "And you, big man, I'll see you in a year." "But what will you do in that year?" I asked. "The Legion was recruiting blacksmiths. I made a deal to work for a year. They pay much better here Riften here," he said. "The Legion, hey? Just don't do anything stupid like getting recruited or anything," I said as I was still skeptical about the future event. "Don't worry. The workshop is right at the end of the shopping district, so I won't be seeing any action," he said. "Aha! So that's how it is. This blacksmith on the other side of the pet shop." I couldn't help but grin at Wulfr and remind him of the bear he will have to raise. After conversing for a while, Farelda made her appearance and told everyone to hurry up and leave. I said my farewells and went behind the college group. The Dock of Solitude is a big place and held a lot of ships. I was not amazed as I have seen it before. What amazed me was Scatty's appearance in the docks. She was coming down from a ship and her red hair was fluttering with the wind, which gave her a very cool appearance. Another man followed her. He was a giant among men and his long hair was all red and had a big beard. "Ah! Look who it is! Come here, young John. I, who was following the college people, got called by Scatty. Wel met Scatty. I said with a plain face. See this man here? This is my eldest brother Njord. She said. This boy is the one Hilda talked about. The man looked at me with some scary eyes. He was a giant, and true giant among giants would tremble from that look in his eyes. What's wrong with this guy? Scatty said that's her brother. Then shouldn't he be my uncle or anything? He had the same features as me too, red hair and blue eyes, yet his eyes were so damn scary. He raised his left hand, he raised it high. I could see his hand reaching heaven, and now it was falling. The hell is that? Is he planning to kill me? Moreover, shouldn't my body move in emergencies like these? Why is it not moving? His hand was getting closer, and it was targeting my right shoulder. My poor right shoulder. Goodbye. It was good knowing you, right shoulder. I'll continue this journey without you. His palm fell on my shoulder. Please don't kill him, please don't kill him, please don't kill him, please don't kill him, please don't kill him. I could feel my imaginary HP bar being drained like crazy. Yet I was still standing. I endured. Skinny. The giant, I mean the man said. You are the large one. Scatty said. Besides, he won the tourney, you know. If a youngster from our clan couldn't win this so-called tournament, then the elders will disown them. Njord said. He held tighter on my poor right shoulder. I could already see that. What does that clan feed you to grow this big anyway? Just let him go. Scatty said and pushed his arm away from me. Sorry about this, John. This guy is the one who controls the ship's business in our clan, so he is a bit of a pirate, haha. More like a Poseidon incarnation. Davy Jones will pay tribute to this man if they crossed path. Fine boy. We'll be seeing you in a year. Grow taller a bit if you want to survive the ceremony. Njord said as he left towards the city. He will be just fine. Scatty glared at him. Don't worry about him, he is normally like that. I massaged my shoulder and looked at her and mumbled, I am more worried about Wolfer now. Scatty opened her eyes wide and said crap, then she ran in the direction where Njord disappeared. Well. Whatever it is. Good luck, Wolfer. I am bailing out from this one. It seems that I have a crazy family in this life. Let's hope this crazy uncle doesn't kill Wolfer with a thunderpat. Now, let's return to reality, we have a night operation now. Chapter 41, Prison Break A/N. According to the vote, we changed the name of the novel from SPT Skyrim, but that's too immersive to SDW Skyrim, Dragonborn Within. I hope we didn't make the wrong decision. As I started thinking of tonight's operation, my mood returned to the way it should be. As I returned to the group of the college after saying hey to Scatty and the newly appeared uncle, Njord. Svadil, the other 3 male members of the college's team started chatting non-stop with me. This guy is too friendly as it seemed. After walking to the end of the docks, we arrived at a beautiful ship. How can a ship be beautiful, you ask? Well, I don't know, it just looked very beautiful to me. It was how a ship was supposed to look like, not whatever that sorry excuse of a ship that appeared in the game. These ships were the same models from DK's realistic and lore-friendly Nord ships mod, something you can just only look at and admire. The Nordic ships have their unique appearance, as Nords were the best-known sailors in this world. Their ships resembled the Viking longboats from my past world with the dragon figurehead that made them stand out. They were also vast and has a very close structure to the ships from the Georgian era, yet their theme was Nordic. The ship in front of me was called the Icicle. It has a glowing white sail that stood out with the insignia of the college drawn on it. I boarded the ship and got a good cabin under the deck. It has a bed, some simple furniture and my chest that was delivered here. It would be my room for the next few days. I made sure everything in place and went back to the docks. The ship will sail at first light, so I had a lot of time. I headed to the East Empire Company office and made sure that Guillemii is in his place and was busy. The same could be said for Mikalo the barber after checking the bathhouse. I guess I should move now. I headed towards the docks again, yet I passed it and passed the bridge. I could detect one around the area except for some weird-looking owl. I went to the place I dug at the end of the sewer tunnel. I hid that place with bushes and it seemed it was as it is. Now let's head into solitude. As I was walking through the sewer, I cast candlelight spell and walked according to my map. I also started thinking for the last time about my plan. As I sneak, I mostly rely on the protection of the Shadow Stone. The Shadow Stone is one of the 13 standing stones Skyrim. They give their protection to the ones born under their starts. I was raised in the orphanage, so I didn't know which stars I was born under. In another meaning, I was a sad soul who doesn't have a birthday. Yet I gained the protection of the Shadow Stone. It was a desperate try, yet my luck was amazing. The Shadow Stone is very close to Riften and as one of 13 stones, I guess I was lucky. This also meant I was born under the stars of the shadow, which also meant I was born in the month of second seed, May. Brynjolf, who took me to the stone that day, was very glad I was born under the shadow. He told me it is one of the best stars for both thieves and assassins. According to the mod Andromeda that altered the effects of the standing stones in Skyrim, the Shadow Stone gives 2 powers. The first was Blur, which adds 20% speed to the in combat, and it was a power which I used and abused this power a lot. The second was Hide in Shadows, which makes sneaking much easier under the shade or in darkness. It didn't end just here. There is another power called Shadow Step. It allows the one under the shadow's protection to rush silently at a target within 75 feet without being detected. This power, however, is obtainable after a certain quest. What woke me from my deep thinking was the smell of the sewers that stink. As usual, I was in a hurry to go back to the city and open a sewer manhole in the place I marked on my map. As I got there, the city looked quieter than the time I left. This was the middle of the night after all, and by the position of the moon, 1 hour was left until dawn. I was under my black cloak and thankfully, no one would mind my appearance anyway. There were others like me as usual. As I got closer to Castle Dur's side entrance, I had to walk quietly now. I got away from any light source and started sneaking to the empty marketplace. My target was the window. I had prepared a flask of a highly flammable and violent incendiary bomb and started aiming it at a certain window in the castle. Suddenly, the side door of the castle opened. I was afraid to get spotted, so I hid behind a barrel. I tried to sneak a peek and see who was coming out of the castle this late. I couldn't believe what my eyes saw. Those were Skadi and Njord speaking with Captain Aldous at the gate. What are they doing here? I could barely calm my heart and breath to return to my sneaking mode again. Time passed slowly and they finally got away. I could feel some eyes prying on me though. It was that annoying owl from before standing on some roof above me. I couldn't afford to alert anyone, so I kept myself hidden until I could notice no Magicka reaction with my Detect Magicka spell. Now, if we excluded that owl, I am totally alone. I prepared the flask again and aimed it to the window, then I used a good amount of power to throw it. It landed in perfectly. The fire grew quickly and some bomb sounds stated so sounding from the castle. The plan is going just perfect. Now, let's run back to the sewer. Time is running out. Back to the sewer, I headed directly to the tunnel under the castle. The smell of smoke finally came from it. This meant all bomb flasks had made their effect. Yet that assassin girl was not yet out. Damn it. I can go bring her just fine. Taking the corridor to the prison, I could hear the sound of people coughing loudly. They won't die, as long as the fire doesn't catch them. Some people were shouting about the fire and running everywhere as I could feel them behind the wall. These were the guards, I guess. Moving on to the girl's cell, I could feel her presence. She was not moving though. This damn girl knew what time she had to break the wall, and yet she was just lying there? Why am I risking my ass for right now, hey? I had to remove the bricks to check on her quietly myself. I could see her lying in the dark. Was she sleeping now of all times? As I removed them brick by brick, the fire started to extend and illuminate the room. But, this? Why did this happen? Who did that to her? I told them not to torture her, but this was a bit unneeded. She is breathing. She looked like a bloody rag, but she was still breathing and mumbling something. Damn it! I have to hurry, I must not be seen while I take her out. My hands worked like lightning and I could reopen the hole in the wall quickly and entered the cell. Hey! Hey! Do you hear me? I whispered to the girl, who opened her right eye widely. The left was blinded a long time ago and was already swollen from torture now. Please. That was all she said. She was in no shape to move. I can carry her slowly on my back and move her through the hole. I closed the hole faster than I opened it and carried the girl on my back, then ran to the corridor again. From it to the sewers, I now could cast candlelight to see how much the girl was hurt. This was bad. Really bad. I brought some potions just in case, but this was hard to control now. Kill me, she mumbled. I can only ignore her now. The man. She was still mumbling, but I was not in the right mood to listen to her. He made me cough, made me talk. I don't care now, just drink this. I brought a watered stamina potion to her mouth and sipped it slowly. I cast healing hands on her. She was responding to the treatment as her breathing started to be faster. After that, I poured a health potion on her wounds. This was effective but a bit painful. It supported the spell I was casting. Turning to my bag, I took out your most plain black robe from the games with some shoes and a hood scarf. She was not moving anytime soon, so I was going to do the dressing. Bounding a dagger with magic, I started cutting the rags on her. Surprisingly, she hid the journal of hers into her clothes, so I stored it away. Anyway, she was stark naked right now, but who cares? I could use these rags as bandages and dressed her in the clothes I brought up. The girl started to look healthier than before, and as I helped her up, she stood to lean on me. Please kill me, she said. I told them everything I know. What exactly did you tell? I asked while taking her from this place. I told them everything. And she started speaking about what happened. Apparently, Njord and Skadi were just giving her a visit. Njord made her talk about everything she knew, from who ordered the hit on me and everything else. She didn't know much about the core members in the Brotherhood, so she told him about the hideout in Solitude. This girl was now considered a traitor to the Brotherhood and in their creed, she must be killed. I don't care about any of that now. I could reach the end of the tunnel and carried the girl on my back and ran to the ship. Yet seriously now, how many owls in this night must I deal with? This is so unlucky, damn it. A/N, owls are a sign of bad omen to most Egyptians. Away from Jon, who was carrying Mabia and running to the docks, Njord and Skadi were running back to see why was there fire in the castle. Captain Aldous went out and told them that there were fire and the assassin girl escaped. They didn't appear to care and left him with thanks. Hee. So we were here earlier than them. Let them take her, unless they have a healer. That girl is as good as dead. Njord was smiling. To assault our dear little nephew, I was going to kill her the minute I saw her ugly face. Skadi was speaking like a beast too, not showing her motherly side at all. But to think it was the Blackbriars, these people are really tired of living. Njord said, I'll see how will they deal with it this time. While the two beast-like brother and sister were talking to each other, another figure appeared. You two are up to no good again. A tall and thin man with a hood on his head and a bow on his back came out of the shadow. He had the same red hair and blue eyes like the siblings. Fursetti. So you came out of the ship. Skadi looked at the man and spoke to him. I was bored and Jax saw something going on, so he came and whispered to me. As Fursetti said that, an owl flew and landed on his shoulder. Oh! Let us hear it, brother. Njord, who was in a good mood, asked with interest. Fursetti approached and the light fell on his face. He was much more handsome than his brother Njord. It appears we have a naughty nephew. A/N, according to the vote, we changed the name of the novel from SPT Skyrim, but that's too immersive to SDW Skyrim, Dragonborn Within. I hope we didn't make the wrong decision. Chapter 42, onto the icicle I ran with the girl on my back and avoided every eye that can see us. I stuck to the shadow and sneaked around every corner until I reached the ship. Svaddle and Rustning were on the deck drinking together, and when they saw a figure board onto the ship, they stood up and faced me. Other sailors took notice and also looked at me. "It's me," I said and removed my hood. "What? When did you get out?" Rustning said. "The servant I mentioned was a bit late and I went back to pick her up." I said, "Sorry, I somewhat was in a rush." "Oh. Is she the one on your back? What happened?" Svaddle asked and pointed out. "I found her in an alleyway, someone must have mugged her. Is there a healer here?" I asked. "What a dull question. I'll go call for Holman, take her to your cabin, it is cold out here," Rustning said. I thanked him and hurried to the cabin. As I put the girl on the bed and continued casting healing on her, Holman arrived after a minute. "Mara's mercy! Who did that to her?" He was shocked by what he saw. Holman looked like an honest fellow with a black hair and an early facial hair. He was 3 years older than me. "I don't know, she was supposed to buy me things from the market, but I found her in an alleyway like this when I went to look for her. I made up a story I already thought of. By the 9. Can't a girl walk safely alone these days? What happened to the world?" Jolma, magically appeared from the door, followed in and made a sad face. I made up a few things and assured them. I also had to stay beside the girl for a while before we could leave the room for her to rest. As we were getting out, I took out her journal and put it beside her. Can't afford to let her go crazy again. I went out of the ship with the excuse of thanking someone who helped me getting Jolinar to the ship. Jolinar was the name I told them as the name for this girl. I didn't know her real name and made up a name from my past life. Jolinar is a Persian name which meant pomegranate flower. Shame. The name was just wasted on an assassin who tried to kill me. As I got away from the ship, I headed to the East Empire Company. I could see Gilami was talking with someone there. "Hey!" I said and acted as if in a bad mood. Gilami looked at me, then nodded, then he talked the man away. "This was flashy," he said. "The deed was done, didn't it?" I said. "Overdone in my opinion," he said. "What? Does the guild in Solitude pay up for the damage they cause?" I said with a mocking smile. No, don't get me wrong." Gilami raised his hands and turned meek. "When I got the message from Delvin that you are a daredevil, I really didn't take it too seriously. Glad to see old Delvin still has an eye for good people." "It's all good and fine, but my ship is going to sail," I said. Ah. You want your money? Here. Gilami gave me a purse and said, "It was a pleasure doing business with you." I didn't say anything to the lizard and turned my back. He stinks. Back to the ship, I stayed in the cabin with the passed out girl. Her temperature started rising, so I started brewing an herbal remedy to resist fever for her. Damn this Njord, how many times did he pet her? My shoulder is itching when I thought about that. I went outside the room after nursing her for a while. I also cast Heal Other on her. This was a depth level healing spell that I didn't master it very well yet. It got cast by luck. As I was out of the cabin, I could feel the ship shaking. So it was moving. It is my first time to be on a ship, so I wanted to take a look at the deck. As I went out, I saw many sailors moving around under the order of an elderly man, and the boys from the team were sitting on a crate and talking to each other. I had warped myself with some fur before I got out. The weather now was freezing. As I got close to the boys, they noticed me and emptied a seat. "So, how is the girl?" Holman asked. "She is fine. I brewed her something for the fever that will keep her sleeping for a while," I replied. "Good man, here, something to warm you up," he said and gave me something. It smelled like milk with some seeds in it. "What is that?" I asked. "Don't know," Svaddle said. "The sailors made it and they give us when we ask." I tried it and it wasn't bad, yet had no flavor. I could feel alcohol in it though. The ship started to move as the light started to shine. The scenery was great. On the left of the ship was the docks and Solitude, on the right was the great marshes of Jalmarch, ahead of us was the big rock of Solitude. Did you guys hear about this? A fire broke into the castle after we left. Svadil started chatting again, so the news reached here. I still can see some smoke over Solitude from here too. The ship passed under Solitude and continued sailing with Karth River. The sun started rising yet it was not getting any warmer. This is the Sea of Ghosts for you lads, it can make you shiver to the soul. The elderly man who was giving commands to the sailors earlier came close to us and talked. Rusning and the rest stood up, so I tagged along and stood up as well. This weather is nothing to a Nord, Captain. Rusning said, we want to introduce you to our new friend here. This is John, he won the tournament and will be the new addition to the college. We got ourselves a champion, eh? I see, good lad, strong arms, broad shoulders, you'd make for a good sailor. If you were a bit taller I would have mistaken you for one of them fire manies. The captain said, name's Geldof and they call me Smiling Hole, like the ship lad. This man said a lot of things, but wait a minute, didn't he just say something about the fire manies? Yes captain, it's my first time on a ship and it's quite a nice ship. I said. Lad. The ship is a she. Captain Geldof said. Ah. Yes, sorry. But captain, you just now said something about the fire manies. The fire manies, if you don't know of them then I don't know if you should or not. That name refers to one of the great clans that don't come into public. No matter how shameful for an old dog like me to admit it, they are the best to sail in a sea or ride in a land. Captain Geldof said, I only thought that you are one of them when I saw your hair and eyes, but you are not as tall, and it would be strange if you board on a ship that is no fire main ship. You ain't one of them, are you lad? Not that I know of, I am an orphan from Riften. I said. Riften? Far from home ain't you lad? He said, no wonder it's your first time in a sea, ever thought about sailing? I nodded. Want to learn? He asked. I would like to. I said, I was interested. Hee. Fine, go untie that robe but remember it well, never let go of it. Captain Geldof said. I was curious about sailing actually, as it was something I have never done before, so I went to the robe and held it with my left to its end tightly and rounded around my forearm. With the right hand I untied the robe. The boys were looking down for some reason and some other sailors were grinning. I didn't know what was going on, so I continued untying. As I was done with it, I held with the right hand and was ready to hold it tightly, yet the wind started making yard that carried the mainsail change its direction around the mast. This was not the problem right now. The problem is, I was getting pulled by the rope and started flying. I don't know how it happened, but I fell on the deck and everyone started laughing at me. This was not nice, you know. The first lesson is. Captain Geldof made an appearance over me, who was lying on my back, saying, never hold that robe alone, if you did, never hold to it. I was in pain from the flight I just took, but I found the strength to stand up while rubbing my back. But you said. I was about to say something, but Captain Geldof interrupted. Learn from the mistakes, lad, as long as they don't kill you, you can learn from them. He said and acted like some wisa. Are you ready for another lesson? He was grinning. Lady Luck is with us this morning, the wind is fair and the sea is easy, a good time to teach youngsters. I looked at him with no power to retort, as long as I am not learning from another mistake. I said. Haha. You'll make them without me even tell you, lad. He said, just do this and do that. Captain Geldof started pointing some jobs for me, and he was right. Even without pointing a mistake I still did them anyway. I started learning about the ship and the sailing process all day long and I watched documentaries. I somewhat enjoyed learning something I had completely no experience about. Although, I played some sailing games in my past life, there was no experience like this. You learn well, lad. These boys didn't even last the first hour. Captain Geldof said and looked at Rusning, Holman and Svatal. We are no sailor, old Geldof, we are mages. Svatal retorted. And I am what? A tavern wench? I learned at the college one day like you, why do you think I work on this ship now? Captain Geldof shouted at Svatal. Svatal didn't retort. Let's see how you fare tomorrow, lad. The captain said and went away to shout at the sailors. My body is aching, I am going to my cabin. I said to the boys. Fine, just don't miss dinner. Rusning said and continued what he was doing. Now that he mentioned it, I am so damn hungry. Last time I ate was at the banquet in the Blue Palace and that felt like ages ago now. Fine, I'll head down and wipe my body then go eat something. As I was thinking about food and stuff like that, I reached the cabin and opened its door. I was also planning to check on the assassin girl too. I found her sitting on the bed while looking at around. She seemed to have just woke up. Looking good, I said, for someone who was half dead. You somewhat passed all the critical stage. The girl looked at me expressionless. You should have left me to die, she said. Damn it. I guess I should start talking that girl into living now. Chapter 43, Jolinar/N. I am having exams 3 weeks from now and I am not sure I can do the bonus chapter thing now. I'll keep updating daily until I fix my laptop. I picked up a small round box that contained 8 bruises healing ointment I bought from Solitude, then sat in front of the girl and started applying it to her face. Not a chance, I said to the girl who wanted to die. How would I torment you if you died? I couldn't help but grin. The Brotherhood won't leave a traitor like me live, she said. I told the Red Man everything. Seems that Njord had done a score on her. Just what did he do to you to make say all that? I couldn't help but ask. She shivered from the question, so I cast calm spell on her. One must know that this girl has a disturbed mentality. So what did he do when you told him what you know? I asked. He just left. He also said that the one who hired me was already dead, she said. Sibai? Yeah, I killed him, I said. You did? She looked and appeared shocked. Do you know what the Blackbriars may do? Yes, but she won't do anything to me, I said. She has already killed most the thugs in Solitude though. I pinned the kill on them. The girl was looking at me surprised by what she heard. So you did? She said. I guess thieves are good with these sort of stuff. I was done applying the ointment now. So, what is your name? I asked. Mabia, she said. Do you still want to die, Mabia? I asked. What choice do I have? She said. The Brotherhood will perform the Black Sacrament if they suspected that I didn't die yet. Oh. So she is worried about that? The Black Sacrament is a dark ritual that can be performed by whoever those who want to contact the Dark Brotherhood. That ritual is a way to contact the Night Mother. The Night Mother, an immortal spirit who is revered and worshipped by the Brotherhood. She is only ever met face to face in very exceptional circumstances and is seen as a phantom-like form. When a person prays for the death of another, the Night Mother hears and passes on the details of the prayer to her listener. At this point, the listener informs a speaker, who then goes to meet the hiring party in order to draw up a contract. But still, don't you know? I asked. Know what? She asked. Astrid, your leader, doesn't follow the teachings of the 5 tenets anymore, I said. What nonsense are you saying? How can this be? I've never met the leader, but my mentor told. Mabia halted. Wait a minute. How do you know of the name of the leader? Hee. Don't you dare look down on how much I know, girl. I know most of the important names in your merry little cult. Vizhra, that mentor of yours, Arnporn, the husband of Astrid, I said, and started making an act, but everything was true. Your organization has fallen deeper than what you think. The listener, Alice Andupre, was killed 8 years ago in Breville and the coffin of the Night Mother was lost since then. That also was true, these events happened in the game world yet not the game, Skyrim, itself. The Elder Scrolls, Legends, a card game that told the story of a certain hero who lives in this world right now. This hero walked on a different path than the hero of the Elder Scrolls v. Skyrim and had his own adventures. One of them was related to the Dark Brotherhood and he interacted with the big shots from it. He also was the cause of their current decline. Astrid is the leader of the Dark Brotherhood in this day and age. She abandoned the 5 main teachings of the Dark Brotherhood which were called the 5 Tenets and converted the group from cultist killers to professional assassins. Hearing this information, Mabia was taken aback by what she heard. That all means that there will be no black sacrament on you. I said, and even if there is one, then just live your damn life now and face whatever comes at you later. I finished what I had to say and went away from her. All I care about was a fellow orphan in distress. If she chooses the path of her own demise then I won't care anymore. This all hard to take in. She said as she looked away, all I ever learned was how to kill. Then just learn how to live. I said, also you write some crazy nice poems, and I bet you can make a good frey pie. What is frey pie? She asked. It's a pie that you present to someone you want to kill. Its main ingredients are his/her family members, then you kill him/her after they eat it. I said, didn't they teach it to you? A/N, Frey pie is the pie that Arya Stark made for Valder Frey in Game of Thrones. Mabia seemed impressed by what she heard and shook her head. Figures, these people became too soft. I said as I was having fun playing with that girl. I stood up and headed to the door. I'll head out to wipe myself and I'll bring you something to eat, rest now. Heading out, I went to a cabin that had a tub in it. I took some buckets and filled the tub from the sea. Heating the water with fire magic was a usual practice for mages, even these sailors learned some spells to do their chores. The tub is a blessing even though the weather outside is freezing. I can now enjoy some nice bath in this dangling ship. As the water is nice and warm, my head started spinning from a thought to an idea. There was much stuff I wanted to do and experience. From this moment onwards I will focus on magic and become stronger. There is 1 year and I should master most of the spells I couldn't master yet. Mysticism School, also known as the Old Ways, is one of the main 6 schools, but it's not really supported fully by the College of Winterhold. I need to dig into their famous Arcanium for more information on it. A/N, Arcanium is the library of the college. During my research, I also plan on understanding more about Conjunction School, create my original style in Destruction School, start taking the Illusion School more seriously, learn all the aspects of physical magic from the Alteration School, and seriously make progress in the Restoration School. I found out all of my shortcomings in this tournament and I must admit, I am worse than I thought. I won this tournament because my physical ability. I am also not that talented as I thought. Arger's body movements on equal ground are much faster than me, also Angium and Farkas are far stronger than me. My superiority lies in 3 talents I have. The first is that I am very talented in mysticism even with the lack of spells and knowledge. My practice in mysticism also made my magicka pool larger than most of my peers. The second is about my body which is very flexible due to my training on my own versions of parkour and MMA. The third is my natural gift in the Thursday one of the reasons I think I am the hero of the game. Adding all that to my knowledge from my past life, it made the person I am today. Damn it, the water got cold. Heat. Ah. Just about right. Where was I again? Ah yes. My qualities. I am glad I could see through myself this early. I need all the power I can muster, all knowledge is good, and my memory is sharper the better I control and increase my magicka. I remember a lot of knowledge from my past life which helped me greatly in something like the electromancy. Magic is about understanding the power and I can make some scientific theories about it. I also remember a lot of stuff I read in the wikis. This is all power I have right now and I should make use of. Yet, too rough. None of it is refined. My time in the orphanage gave me a good head start and my good luck met me with Nurina. I was lucky to meet her alongside all the people I know. That's right. People. My people. My friends. That's what I need more right now. A lot of friends to stand beside me. Wulfar is guaranteed, he would follow me anywhere even if I asked him not to. Jon Battleborn is a new brother, but I know his quality doesn't lose to Wulfar. Nurina is more powerful and mysterious than I could fathom. I don't like to be greedy, but I can't let go of her guidance. Hilda and these crazy fire main folk are my next possible ally. I'll let fate decide this one. The people from the college I met so far are good people, but I need to work on this relationship on my own. This will be one of the tasks at hand. Who else? Ah. Her. That girl, Mabia. She is alone in this world, she is a fighter too. If I help her, I can make her into a follower of mine. We just need to build trust with each other. Damn it. This water is getting colder without my noticing. Heat heat heat. Phew. That was close. Let's stop overthinking for now. I finally can make up some plan for the future. The last thing is the money, but I'll think about that in Winterhold. At least there will be some good ways to earn coin there. Now after this bath, I should get food for Mabia and me. The ship has a big dining cabin and I could get warm food from there, 2 warm meals for me and Mabia. As I got back to the room, I found that the girl is still sitting on the bed. Sigh. What a helpless creature. I moved my hand to her head and pushed the hood on it away. What appeared was a face of a half-breed girl. She is half Dunmer half Nord. On the left side of her face are 3 old scratch wounds under her left white blind eye. The right side of her face is actually pretty, her right eye is hazel, and her skin was a bit bluish. She had the most features of a Dunmer, but her pointy ears are shorter than usual elves and her face structure is that of a human. Her black hair reminded me of mine from my past life. Her body was not that tall, yet if she stood, she would reach my shoulders. The rest of her body is quite nice. All in all, if we fixed that girl's face, she will be a hot little treat. I put a tray in front of her and she started wolfing it up. I talked to her while eating. I noticed that she had a few screws loose. Well, I guessed as much. She was brought up on killing after all. After saying this and that, Mabia was not awkward as she felt before and started taking normally. She also told me her story as if nothing, even though it was a tragic one. Apparently, from what I could understand from her, her mother was a Dunmer in Windham. There are many refugees there and Nords treat them like St. One day, a Nord raped her mother and Mabia was the result of the crime. Normally the Nords wouldn't care and her mother wouldn't be helped out even by the Dunmer folk because she decided to raise the daughter. In a society full with racism like Windhelm, a child between a Dunmer and a Nord will be considered some sort of a taboo child. Both races were at each other's throats since the time the refugees started to flee from Morrowind to Windhelm. The mother decided to take her daughter and leave to a more suitable place for her child. Falkreath was her choice. The mother died after they moved out and she was brought to the orphanage of the Hold. Her unusual appearance caused her to be mistreated and she escaped to the forest one day. There she was attacked by a lynx and her left eye was wounded before she was saved by an Argonian who later became her mentor and made her into an assassin. This was a sad story. I do sympathize with her, but the only one who can help her now is herself. This ship is heading to Winterhold. Do you have any plans for yourself from there? I asked. Mabia shook her head. She thought for a while then said, "Do you have a job for me? I can use someone with your set of skills." I said. "Won't that bring you bad attention?" Mabia asked. "You can act as a maidservant and no one will mind you." I said. "So you just want me to do your dirty work in the shadow?" She asked. I smiled. "I am not really taking advantage of you. I'll give you whatever you wish for as long as I can trust you." Mabia thought for a while. "Fine, I don't have any choice left, do I?" "One last thing," I said. "I told them that your name is Jolinar. I think your current name will bring you trouble anyway." "MHM." She nodded and asked, "Jolinar? What kind of a name is that?" She asked. "It a name for the pomegranate flower, from my past life," I nonchalantly said. "Ah. Right, past life. She looked away while mumbling. Heh. I laughed and said, wait until you see dragons. Jolinar looked at me again and said, so I am not the only one who hear voices. I think this is my turn to freak out. Chapter 44, To the college. The next 3 days were similar to one another. I would go help the sailors and learn from Captain Geldof. I don't think it's hard for me to navigation an average longboat now. Still, I need a lot of time to understand how to read the sea and the wind. Putting that in mind, I started using magic to achieve that goal. My Detect Magicka spell can now detect more than just Magicka. After few days of studying in solitude, I made a breakthrough due to my attempts to read the wind and sea. Due to trying to synchronize my detection with the movement of air and sea, I could detect the Magicka more accurately between heaven and earth. This is a groundbreaking development on my part. I was so immersed in the feeling of detecting the Magicka around that I forgot to sleep one night, which made Jolinar nag about me, giggling in a creepy manner the next morning. By the way, we are still sharing the cabin now. I left the bed for her and borrowed a few furs and a sleeping bag to sleep on the ground. How gentlemanly of me. Back to the topic, my detection became clearer. I could feel the Magicka in the emptiness around me. Dead objects didn't seem to have Magicka, so they seemed as the void to my detection. Even though my detection can pass through them, some objects are just harder than others in that aspect. Iron blocks Magicka more than wood, for example. Still, I couldn't detect Magicka in dead objects. My original goal was to monitor the movement of the air and sea, but I never thought I would reach this level from that idea. The detection spells fall under the categorization of the school of mysticism, and it is like having an eye on the back of the head, very useful indeed. Summing my discoveries in a note, I revised what I wrote now and before about the mysticism after all this research. I could make a rough idea, but mysticism techniques are much more than the manipulation of Magicka. It can also reach the point of predicting the future and the understanding of space. More accurately, space and time magic can be manipulated by mysticism. This can open tons of possibilities in my understanding of magic. Due to the fictional works I read in my past life as well as the laws of science I still remember, I can think of millions of application right now. One thing I also noticed and started to understand greatly was the Magicka nature. The Magicka in the sea was denser than the air, yet felt more alien and strange. I could only note that and put a big question mark beside it. The Detect Magicka spell right now was turned into detection spell for general detection of many things. Maybe there is stuff it can't detect yet, but I can already see much more than before with it, so I renamed it this way. I don't even need to use my eyes right now. I can just close my eyes and immerse myself in the emptiness around me with such a spell. Truth be told, I just can't stop my addiction to this wondrous feeling. The good stuff didn't end just here yet. With this breakthrough, I could enhance my Magicka training technique now. I used Absorb Magicka directly on the Magicka between heaven and earth after exhausting my Magicka pool to train it and increase its capacity. I am better than your average elf mage at dealing with Magicka due to this training. My fanboy soul couldn't help but awaken at that moment and renamed the Magicka training technique to Magicka Cultivation, or Cultivation for short, to feel like one of these Wuxia novels' main characters. This just felt about right. My so-called cultivation was enhanced by my newly developed detection spell, as I could feel the Magicka around me more accurately and absorb it in faster than before. This cultivation was not as perfect or fruitful as it was in the Elder Gleam Sanctuary due to the quality and the nature of the Magicka around. I can't just live in the sanctuary to cultivate. I remember that there were many places in the game that had a strong natural element and I should just find one. These places are mostly protected with the guards of nature, the Spriggans. Mysticism has just too many secrets that I don't think one lifetime can uncover, and as much as how beautiful it can be ugly and demonic. An example for its ugliest sides is the necromancy. Necromancy, which means death magic, is one of my top interests in magic. Even though it pushed many of its users to madness, I as well as Nurina are interested in it. Finally, I need to understand the old ways, the old spiritual understandings that belong to the school of mysticism. I'll research that for sure. Those who know the old way are well aware of the existence of the spiritual worlds invisible to those who are uneducated in mysticism. Just as one living in a country but unaware of the political undercurrents may see a new tax or war preparation as the caprices of fortune. The old ways can make one see the world on what is it really are, even to the point of understanding the Drik gods and the Daedric evil god, aka Daedric princes. Thinking about this and that while feeling the sea, I continued to take notes on everything I learned new, from the sailing to the cultivation I made up. This ship was a really peaceful place to research. My notes were, as usual, in my otherworldly native language. This was not uncommon act for a mage. Each mage had his secrets, so they made codes for themselves to cipher, and in my case, my secrets are worth killing for. I took the basics of logical thinking and applied it in every research I made. For example, one needs to learn how to manipulate magicka, aka mysticism arts, before they do applications with it, aka learning spells. For some reason mages not care about such a simple fact. Also, modern earth knowledge like math and algebra helped me sketch out many spells, as it was something similar to high school level mathematics from my past life. Understanding of the scientific laws is also one of the reasons that make magic much easier to understand and control. Take my lightning magic for example. As a human from Earth, I interacted more with electricity than fire or frost and have an understanding about it. This is why I was much better in it compared to the other elements, following that with fire, which I am really good at, as it appeared to be due to a bloodline ability from Nurina's explanation. Finally, all Nord mages are really good at frost magic and I am no exception, but I am not into it very much. If my knowledge goes public, I think mages will go crazy over it. Some might think that if I went public with it I may not need to worry about money or anything like that. Wrong. Mages are no normal creatures. Maybe Nord mages are good people due to nature, but the others are a greedy bunch. They always spy at each other work and many times steal from each other. This even happened in the game many times. If someone knew about my magic more, then it's just an enviable natural gift that a great mage like Nurina brought up. I might get killed or abducted in no time. I always remembered that Chinese saying about the man who did nothing wrong to get killed for, but he only owned a jade ring that all people wanted. A/N, I don't remember the correct saying. This world is not a dog-eat-dog world like one of those Wuxia novels, thank goodness, but things tend to get like this between power holders like mages. They always want the knowledge that others discovered. I am no exception. Not even my past world is an exception. Nations always assassinated each other's nuclear scientists and stole their research. That's all there is to it. My knowledge is my secret weapon. I can only pass it down to those who are loyal to me, to those who deserve risking my life for. Master! Master! A voice woke me up from my deep overthinking. It was Jolinar. I told her to call me that in public so no one suspects anything, yet she always did it with a scary gaze. I knew she would hate it. Finally awake, hey? You were into one of those deep thinkings of yours again. She said and lowered her voice. It started to creep me out. For our little Joel to get creeped out by me, I am not sure either to feel proud or freak out myself. I said. I actually become very close with her these past few days. She is not as crazy as I thought, at least not a full-time crazy. Her personality changes greatly between night and day. In the daytime, she becomes a tsundere, not my favorite type, but she becomes as moody as cats, somewhat cute in my opinion. In the nighttime, she changes into her crazy usual self. Kinda mysterious, but I think her mentality is not that stable. She also started to walk yesterday and recovered most of her strength by today. She now goes around all the ship to spend time and reports to me from time to time. I don't care how should you feel, that Rustning is looking for you. She said. Okay, thank you. I said, then stood up and went to where Rustning usually sits. As I saw him, I found that Faralda and the rest were there too. Hurry up and get your things. Rustning said, we are at Winterhold. I was taken aback and looked around. Winterhold was at the sea and I could see nothing that resembles it from the game just yet. Hee hee. Svadil laughed, don't look around, look up. He pointed at the sky for some reason and I followed with my eyes. Sweet baby Talos. I couldn't help it. That was too absurdly absurd. Welcome to the college, lad. Captain Geldof came from behind and laughed out, but I paid him no attention. You expressions are priceless. Rusning said and patted my shoulder. What is this? I said while not holding my shock anymore. What I saw was something out of a fairy tale. This is not the College of Winterhold I knew. In the game, the College of Winterhold had the same size as the other castles and palaces in Skyrim. It was a research and education facility created by an ancient and immortal Nord archmage. His name was Shalitter. He created this college on an inverted pyramid of rock that juts out of the sea. My theory is that he made that inverted pyramid himself. The building itself was a fortress-like, arranged around a large central courtyard. If we look at this fortress-like college from above, we will see a large circular building surrounding the courtyard, and 3 smaller circles representing the towers on the large circular building. Each center of a tower is 120 degrees apart from the others too. The college's main, largest, and widest tower is the Hall of the Elements, which is used for all kinds of magical practices. It holds the famous Arcanium Library as well as the Archmage's quarters, while accommodations are provided in the 2 separate towers, the Hall of Attainment for the students and the Hall of Countenance for the teachers and the staff. This is what I know from the game, and it appears I am not mistaken either. But this building is too large and too high, larger than anything I have ever seen, and its height is scary. I actually thought about it. The difference in size between the game and the real world is big, sometimes 1/10. But the game didn't give the college any justice. The college was something like 100:1 from the game. That inverted pyramid the college stood was very high, that it resembled a tower with a thinner base. Add that to the mist of the Sea of Ghosts, this college looked like a fortress on the clouds. Wipe that dumb face of yours and go pick your things. Faralda shouted at us, the sun is about to set and you've done nothing. I was woken up by this shout. I guess I was shouted at too. Let's just go pick up things. Running back to the cabin, Jolinar stood beside me waiting for orders. I carried my chest on my back with a rope and donned my sword, wearing the robin armor that I bought, while Jolinar carried 2 knapsacks that had our things. Going back to the deck, I found everyone else was ready. Some servants started getting ready to move the crates to the college. The docks in Winterhold seemed really simple, as the only ship here was the Icicle, the rest were some small fishing boats. Now, after 5 days on a ship, I get to set foot on land once again. Never thought I'd miss that feeling. Just as we started to go down, I could finally feel that stable feeling of land. It doesn't dangle like a ship anymore. It felt so damn safe, but for some reason, my brain was dangling on its own. This is probably an after effect from a sea voyage. Winterhold was not there yet. The city itself is much higher than the sea level. After the great collapse that swallowed most of the city in the sea, the shore became like a high slope and one can hardly go up or down between the city and the sea. But it seemed that there is something different from the game. In addition to the dock, there are many wooden steps that were installed on the slope, that would make going up and down much easier. As the cargo was being loaded down, I instructed Jolinar to keep an eye on the crates that belonged to me and followed Faralda to the college. Now, let's be college students all over again.